Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The banquet wrapped up on a cheerful note. Everyone ate well and laughed a lot. Because of work, most people stayed away from alcohol. Only Thor drank freely as usual. Luo Bing didn't think much about drinking in general. If others drank, he joined in. If they didn't, he didn't bother. His body couldn't get drunk anyway, so he had no idea what that feeling was like. When the feast ended, the group headed back. Watching everyone casually walk into the black hole this time, the Black Panther finally understood how they had arrived earlier. No barrier or defense system could stop this method of travel. It was unreal. He also gained a new perspective on the Avengers. Wakanda had always believed itself to be the world's most advanced nation and rarely cared about anything beyond its borders. But today, he realized just how small his world had been. The portal slowly closed. In the blink of an eye, everyone was back inside the Avengers Tower. For Phil Coulson, this was his first time traveling like that. He was still stunned. One moment he was in Wakanda, the next he was home. It felt unreal. Take about half an hour to catch up on everything you missed while you were out. After that, I have an important task for you, Fury said, patting him on the shoulder. I was only in a coma for half a month, Phil frowned. How much could really have changed? Steve walked over and smiled. Trust me, your half a month beats my 70-year nap. Phil immediately perked up. Yes, Captain. Then he rushed to a computer to get updated. Fury looked over the list in his hands and took a slow breath. There were many familiar names on it. Even 3 council members. Hydra's reach and ability to multiply were worse than he expected. Recruiting Dr. Zola back then really was a mistake, he muttered. Zola had been Hydra's scientific mastermind. His genius level rivaled Tony's father, even though their fields were different. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been young and desperate for talent back then. They took the risk. And now they were paying the price. There are 3,721 people in total. We start by quietly arresting them, Fury said. We move fast. And we don't rely on S.H.I.L.D.'s own agents for this. If we do, Hydra will sense it immediately. He looked at the Avengers. It's up to you. Luo Bing nodded. For them, this wasn't difficult. With the Avengers handling it, the chance of mistakes or casualties dropped sharply. Everyone grouped up and mapped out a plan. Within minutes, Tony had already pinpointed over 2,700 suspects. The remaining 1,000 were hidden well, but that was still impressive progress. Most high-level targets were buried deeply in the system. Many had second identities as officials or wealthy businessmen. Then the operation began. Peter smashed through a window, webbed a target tight like a cocoon, and reported, "Target 21569 secured," before tossing the man skyward, where Captain Marvel streaked past and carried him off. So much for subtlety. The only ones really staying covert were Natasha and Hawkeye. Steve had abandoned stealth almost immediately. Tony blazed across the sky. Luo Bing took care of distant targets using his hypnotic powers. Sky and Polaris waited at the base to receive prisoners. Pepper hovered above in rescue armor, monitoring everything. Some agents panicked and protested. I'm with S.H.I.E.L.D. You've got the wrong person. A few resisted. It didn't matter. One Hydra member shouted, "Hail Hydra," before biting down on a poison capsule. Fury had anticipated that and filled the base with anesthetic gas. Soon, everyone was unconscious. Within an hour, the entire list had been captured. Fury finally felt the weight on his chest lift. Interrogation was his department. The Avengers could rest. Phil wiped sweat from his forehead as more agents were brought in. Luo Bing spotted familiar faces, May and Fitz. Fitz ran over and hugged him. You're alive. I was depressed for days after your funeral. May's eyes were red too. Luo Bing could only sigh internally. Stark and Thor had dug up his grave right after the mission earlier. That was still awkward to think about. The Avengers Tower temporarily became SHIELD's holding facility. Hill took charge at headquarters. Banner contacted Dr. Helen Cho, who rushed over immediately after hearing Luo Bing was alive. Everything gradually fell into order. After weeks running nonstop through the universe, Luo Bing finally collapsed onto his bed. He was asleep within seconds. And for the first time in a long while, he slept peacefully. This time, Luo Bing actually slept well. So well, in fact, that he didn't notice when Sky slipped into his room and lay down beside him. When he opened his eyes the next morning, he froze. Sky was sitting on the edge of his bed in tight pajamas, smiling at him. What are you doing? It's nothing. I just wanted to see you. I'm really glad you're back, she said softly, giving him a playful look before standing up and heading out. Luo Bing rubbed his face. That girl was definitely getting bolder. He checked his phone. Overnight, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already raided several Hydra strongholds. The small bases were being dealt with quickly. Even without him, things were under control. Tony and Steve insisted he rest, especially after literally digging up his grave the night before. Plus, Thor and Captain Marvel were around. There was nothing to worry about. Then he opened his messages. His face went dark. His inbox was flooded. Nearly 1,000 unread messages. All from Hel. On top of that, Hela had sent more than a dozen selfies. And a short video. This woman was unbelievable. He clicked the latest message. Good news. The power suppressing me is getting weaker. I think my stupid father might actually die soon. Haha. He stared at the screen in silence. She was celebrating? Because Odin might die? Yeah. Thor needed to see this. His phone buzzed again. You're online. From, I'm not the Queen QQ. He sighed. That username alone destroyed whatever terrifying image she once had. Then a video call came in. He hesitated, then answered. Hela's face filled the screen. Strangely, she looked even prettier than before. No heavy makeup. No dramatic eyeliner. Almost normal. First question, Luo Bing asked. How does your phone still have battery? Charging magic, she said proudly, sparks dancing at her fingertips. I invented it. Of course she did. I saw Tony's live stream yesterday. You went into space again. I knew you'd survive. Did you call my name while you were out there? She smiled sweetly. It was unsettling. Then came the real request. So, can you send me some cosmetics? And maybe a computer? I've been following beauty channels lately. Those girls are incredible. She leaned closer to the screen. Oh, and could you also buy me a premium membership? I'm tired of watching ads. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to kill the person who invented them. Luo Bing stared at her. The Queen of Hell had become a shut-in, with beauty blogger obsessions. What happened to you? He muttered under his breath. She wasn't done. Please? Maybe a camera too. Then I can send you photos. It's lonely down here. Her expression turned soft and fragile. Even someone with a stone heart would struggle to refuse. Fine, Luo Bing sighed. I'll send it. 2 computers. Deal? Her eyes lit up immediately. Deal. You're the best. Something about the way she said it bothered him. Why do you talk like that now? She rolled her eyes. Those are internet slang terms. Don't act like an old man. You're supposed to be from Earth. He had officially been mocked. By a literal goddess imprisoned in hell. He checked his storage. He still had electronics left over from before. And whatever he lacked, he could recreate. So he opened a portal and stepped back into hell. The world there was still the same. Endless red darkness. Heavy silence. A prison of eternity. The moment Hela sensed the portal, she dashed toward it at full speed. She slammed straight into the barrier and bounced off. Some things never change. She groaned and rubbed her forehead, tears nearly forming. You bastard. How long are you going to keep me trapped here? Luo Bing just stared at her. Whatever she'd been watching online lately, it clearly wasn't healthy. Compared to Hela, who is constantly, it hurts, and want to kiss and hug. Luo Bing at least prefers the previous domineering queen. But it seems that she has some personality splits. One second, she was a weak and sickly girl, and the next second, she turned into a queen and trampled people under her feet. Hell, driving this kid crazy. It was nothing before, after all. When I was alone, I couldn't notice the passage of time at all. It's different now. Since she has a mobile phone, Hella has become more and more longing for the outside world. Now she has no interest in conquering the universe. It is better to browse the website and play the Glory King. Correct. Most of the hundreds of photos Hella sent to Luo Bing were screenshots of her rank promotion, as well as her record of more than 300 stars. Luo Bing was speechless. Take pictures when you take pictures. What are you doing with that time, show? Show me something else. Luo Bing, a pure child, was gradually broken by the old driver Hella. What you want? Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and he embodied notebooks, digital cameras, and even some scattered daily necessities. There are also cosmetics specially requested by Hella. You're so kind. It would be great if you could take me out. Hella smiled and looked at the large number of items in front of her. There are also beds and quilts inside. It is simply a small home. Stop dreaming. When you don't want to kill people casually, maybe I'll think about it. Luo Bing waved his hand. He didn't want to cause trouble. My stupid father is dying anyway. I'll wait a few hundred more years. Helitsundra turned her head. Hundreds of years? Is almost dead? I'm afraid it is. For these gods whose lifespan can exceed 10,000, a few hundred years is really about to die. Luo Bing sighed, thinking that he must never give birth to a daughter like this in the future. Luo Bing felt a headache for Odin and didn't know what the old guy was thinking. I'm leaving. Luo Bing made a move. Roar turned around. Let's play the league together tonight. Hella warmly invited. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, did not answer the call, and returned to the earth through the space node in an instant. Hella, who was left in hell, looked a little lonely, but soon recovered her vigor, licked the corner of her mouth, and the corner of her mouth rose to a charming extent, and then began to sort out the sundries in front of her. And many more. You forgot to add me as a member. Hella suddenly thought of something and shouted, but unfortunately, Luo Bing could no longer hear. Membership. After rushing to the membership, this woman is afraid to buy skins. Even if it is a god, if you enter the pit of an old horse, you will still be pitted. Luo Bing washed briefly, ate breakfast, and pushed open a door to the Avengers building. Are you awake? Now Stark, they are fighting Hydra. But it seems that the situation has changed. Hydra seems to have a special super speed super ability, Fury ran over and said. They are already used to the elusive Luo Bing. What are the coordinates? Let me see. Luo Bing had no hesitation and immediately disappeared in place after learning the spatial coordinates. Deep in the jungle. Stark, what happened to the breakthrough? Thor swung his hammer and instantly lifted a Hydra tank. The power of thunder flickered on him. The captain on the side ran rampant in the firepower net holding his shield. Carol blasted tank after tank, but her favorite thing to do was destroying flight and fighter jets in the sky. I've found it, Tony said, and an energy cannon hit the weakest point of the entire defense bubble, instantly tearing through the defense of the Hydra base. Bang! Tony, who was slightly careless, was knocked to the ground by a silver lightning. That guy has appeared again. Watch out for his speed, Thor shouted into the communicator. But he shouted too slowly. Quicksilver knocked over the captain again in an instant, and Hawkeye's arrows were not aimed at him at all. Even Thor was stunned by the strange speed, and the hammer let go. Avenger, it's just that. Quicksilver, who entered super speed, grabbed the hammer that was flying towards him in the air. Immediately after. He was taken to the sky by the Meow Hammer. It's a kid. Carol glanced at Quicksilver with a blank expression and shot him down with a blast of power and fell to the ground. Quicksilver is very fast, but he is still a human body. If it is not for the protection of the combat uniform on him, his body will collapse when he moves fast. Very fragile. Peter shoots a lot of cobweb, tying up the fallen Quicksilver firmly. Hey, man, what did you just say? Thor retracted his hammer and smiled contemptuously. Want to get his hammer by hand? I thought everyone was a brother-in-law. Weird space fluctuations. Luo Bing appeared beside Thor, but he was startled by this fierce man, and he thought his heart was exposed. This kid, silver hair? Luo Bing frowned, having some thoughts in his mind. Super ability genes are rare, and judging from his age, he is probably somewhat similar to the younger siblings that Polaris said. Things are not impossible. The previous SHILD contained a large number of Hydra agents, and there were also a lot of people lost, money gained, in the follow-up tasks that day. Maybe the silver-haired boy in front of him is Polaris' younger brother? Luo Bing sensed the spatial coordinates of Polaris and moved instantly again. Polaris shyly covered his body with the towel on the side. Luo Bing, Jing. Sorry, I'll find you later. After speaking, his heart beat faster, and he returned to the battlefield. Brother-in-law, why are you blushing? To shut up. Thor touched his head suspiciously. Is my brother-in-law in a bad mood today? Luo Bing coughed twice and returned to normal. Take care of this guy first, I'm going to support Tony Toe. With that said, Luo Bing entered the state of speed force and swept forward in an instant. The scene I just saw. His mind will never forget. The leader of the HYDRA Corps, Baron Wolfgang von Stark, stared grimly at the situation in front of him. Dr. List on the side also ran out of the laboratory. Prepared to evacuate. Baron Wolfgang slammed his fist on the display, his heart full of anger. The Avengers' offensive is too fierce. They have no room for resistance at all. From last night to this morning, Hydra's ambition for nearly 100 years was ruined. Damn it, Black Knight Luo Bing. If it weren't for his sudden return, this battle would not have been hopeless. Let Quicksilver take us. Baron Wolfgang ordered. Report. Quicksilver has been taken by the enemy, shouted a commander who was constantly observing the situation on the battlefield. Damn. Evacuate from the secret passage. Baron Wolfgang cursed angrily and quickly ran towards the other passage door. Boom. The entrance to the front and rear passages of the base was instantly breached. Luo Bing and Sir Stark appeared in the front and back directions. Damn. Hail Hydra. Baron Wolfgang shouted, and 810 instantly bit the poison sac in his teeth. Crack. 39. Luo Bing shot and smashed his jaw directly. In the state of speed force, Baron Wolfgang couldn't even commit suicide. He lay directly on the ground, and the blood rushed out like a fountain. He seems to have been hammered to death by you. Tony watched the scene awkwardly. He's too fragile. Luo Bing quit Speed Force. He originally wanted to stop this guy from committing suicide, but who cares? Die. Don't kill me, I surrender. Dr. List fell to his knees and raised his hands in horror. Luo Bing's brutal methods frightened him. Under this general trend, Dr. List had no idea of resisting at all. The smarter people are, the more afraid of death, and Dr. List is no exception. You're here, I'll take a look inside, Luo Bing said, turning around and walking deeper into the base. Squeak. The heavy iron door was pushed open, and inside was Hydra's laboratory. Loki's scepter shone brightly and lay unharmed on the lab bench. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief and put the scepter into the Shui space. 6 infinite gems, he's got 2. At this moment, Beast's perception sent a danger warning, and a charming red shadow suddenly rushed over from the shadow. Luo Bing turned around instantly, clasped the person's hands with both hands, and pressed her firmly on the experimental table. Boom! The woman's expression was a little painful, obviously because she was hit hard by the force, but she still didn't give up. A strange light was released in her hands, and a trace of visible energy mist attacked Luo Bing's brain. Light red hair. Luo Bing hesitation. The strength of his hands subconsciously lightened a lot. When the girl on the opposite side saw Luo Bing's face, for some reason, she also hesitation, and the crimson energy in her hands gradually faded away. The two stopped in a very ambiguous posture on the wall of the experimental platform. Is your name Wanda? That silver-haired boy outside is called Pietro. Luo Bing asked aloud, looking at the girl's changing face in front of him. He had already confirmed the answer. Maybe they are Lorna's missing brother and sister. As for the name Lorna, it was another code name that Polaris later gave himself. That's right. Wanda looked at the former savior in front of her with a complicated expression. If it wasn't for him, she and her brother Pietro might have died in the lizard plague in Queens. But because of him, he and Pietro embarked on a diametrically opposite fate, serving HYDRA. Great, Polaris will be very happy to hear this news. Luo Bing let go of Wanda, in a good mood. Just thinking of Polaris, Luo Bing's head recalled the picture he just saw, and his face was a little embarrassed. Elder sister? She's not dead. The pale red-haired girl froze in place, not responding for a while. The reason why she and Pilot worked for Hydra was to avenge their sister. In Hydra's brainwashing, that Resident Evil crisis was entirely at the hands of an evil scientist in SHIELD, including the fact that the later Dr. Lizard was not executed. That guy was just locked up in a lunatic asylum. It seems that there are still many misunderstandings between us, but I should have met you. Luo Bing smiled apologetically, stretched out his hand, and pulled Wanda off the test bed. Since it is Lorna's younger sister, Luo Bing naturally assumes the identity of a brother. You didn't lie to me, sister. She's really not dead? There was still suspicion in the girl's eyes. This place is completely closed to the outside world. Polaris is a member of the Avengers, and she doesn't even know it. Definitely. Luo Bing briefly explained, rubbed Wanda's head, turned and glanced at the laboratory behind him. There lay the corpses of several large Karita behemoths, not sure what experiment they were doing, but Dr. List surrendered, and it all came to light soon. A few minutes later, Luo Bing walked out of the laboratory with a cautious Wanda, and the Avengers basically ended their battles and came to the base one by one. After the battle, all of Hydra's forces should be here, except for Pierce and a few counselors who are still missing, Steve concluded. Several people invariably looked at Wanda beside Luo Bing. This is Lorna's lost sister, by the way. The silver-haired boy just now, let him go. He is Lorna's younger brother. Luo Bing explained it briefly. Little Spider-Man scratched his head. Although he didn't understand the complicated relationship, he listened to Big Brother Luo and untied the cobweb that bound Quicksilver. The Lorna family has super ability genes. Who are their parents? Tony asked curiously. Luo Bing shook his head. He didn't know, not even Polaris himself. The three of them were orphans since childhood. Humph. Don't try to lie to me. Evil Avengers. Wanda, let's go. After Quicksilver was freed from the bondage, it instantly turned into a silver lightning bolt, running towards Wanda beside Luo Bing. Luo Bing lifted the silver-haired kid's collar with one hand and dragged him into the air. Honest, turtle boy. Quicksilver kicked his legs, and he was 1.74 meters tall in front of Luo Bing, who was 1.85 meters tall. Let go of me, hole, Quicksilver struggled. Enough, Pietro. Look carefully at who is in front of you. Wanda said angrily. Quicksilver was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the man in front of him in a daze. Batman. Quicksilver's struggling legs stopped, his eyes a little confused. The man across from him, but he once saved his life. It was on that most helpless night that the two brothers and sisters separated from Polaris and never saw each other again. If it was him who just said that. Maybe my sister is still alive? Okay, this is just a farce. Stark, contact Lorna to go to the base, Luo Bing said, then turned to look at Dr. List, who was panicking. Doctor, maybe you can explain the products in the lab for me. Dr. List wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Faced with this terrifying man, even with a smile on his face, List did not dare to tell a lie. Hydra is over, he clearly knows this truth. Against these mighty Avengers, Hydra may have no chance of winning from the start. That's Project Ultron, Dr. List said slowly. The Ultron robot is a formidable character in the Hydra deployment, but he hasn't been born yet, but it's unlikely to be. The remnants of Hydra are basically cleaned up. Pierce and the three MPs couldn't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later they will show traces. This day is not too far away. Luo Bing recovered the unfinished Ultron, returned to the base, and threw the complete corpse of the Karita troops stored in the Shui space, including the slaughter, and all technology-related things to Stark. These things are useless in Luo Bing's hands. The best option is to leave it to a professional. Just like Banner at the moment, he did not participate in the operation to destroy the Hydra base. He locked himself in the laboratory with his eyes shining. Dr. Jahailuan also participated in the first time after he came here at 6 o'clock in the morning. R&D. Banner wasn't wrong. Dr. Jahailuan has unique research in biotechnology, which has given Banner a lot of new ideas and help. Not long after, the drama of family recognizing was staged in the Avengers building. Quicksilver scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at his sister and sister who were hugging each other, and finally turned to look at the Avengers apologetically. You still have injuries, deal with it. The Avengers didn't mind Quicksilver's rude behavior just now, but were very generous. Steve led Quicksilver into the infirmary. Gosh, these things are so cool. In the endless basement, Tony looked at the items Luo Bing took out from the Shui space and was very excited. He touched the dark shell of the slaughter like a lover and bent his index finger and tapped on it, making a dull sound. I'll give you these things. By the way, the armor you promised me hasn't been delivered yet. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He avoided Lorna intentionally, not knowing how to deal with it. I just accidentally looked at other people's bodies. This is a hassle. Already ready. Look here, Stark snapped his fingers proudly. Immediately. Bang, bang, bang. There were lights in the basement. More than a dozen Mark Series armors lay quietly in the display warehouse. One of the black and gold armors is obviously different from the others. Gorgeous and noble black and gold appearance, dazzling vibranium sword. This mecha does not have a helmet, it is more like a medieval knight armor, which is very cool. It can fly and fire lasers, but it does not have missiles. The miniature reactor on the chest is exceptionally bright and has an inverted triangle shape. The key parts of the front and back armor are all made of vibranium. I'm considering whether to wear the same cloak as Thor on the back, but I'm worried that the cloak will burn when the back pusher is activated. Tony covered his face with a headache. It's really not easy to combine handsome and practical. For flowers, 0. Don't worry about the cape. That's it. I'm very satisfied. Luo Bing was eager to try, picked up the induction bracelet from the console, and put it on his wrists. Since there is no induction device implanted in his body, he can only use this instead. Come on, Friday, Luo Bing shouted. Then, pieces of armor were divided towards him, chest, arms, shin guards, and combat boots. Finally, Luo Bing stretched out his right hand, and the dazzling long sword automatically flew into his hand. The flying sword of science and technology. It should be said that this is the thing. It's not impossible to forcefully use it for Mitsubishi flight. I'm already researching nanotechnology armor, and the process of wearing it will be omitted. Even if I'm resting, just press a button, and the armor will automatically cover the whole body. 0. Chala's Black Panther armor has such technology, although his battlesuit doesn't have any function, but it gave me a lot of inspiration. Tony said and rubbed his head. That is. When I was chatting with him yesterday, Wakanda was blown up by a meteorite. I heard that they're having a headache right now. The city has been destroyed by a street. I don't know what to do with the meteorite. Tony rolled his eyes speechlessly. Luo Bing nodded without changing his face. Meteorites, normal. It doesn't have to be your own, right? Cough, cough. All right. Yesterday, the lucky halo of Wakanda was closed, and the target should be there. What kind of meteorite is that? Luo Bing asked with a frown. I heard that there is huge energy and strong radiation on it, but I don't know the specifics. Black Panther ordered the area to be blocked. They won't act rashly without finding the safest way. Tony shrugged. Luo Bing nodded. Since it was brought about by luck, 80% of it was a good thing. Have a look sometime. Dark Country. The domain of the Dark Elves. Report to the leader. The whereabouts of TIE particles have been found out, and the black and gold armor quickly passed by in the air. Black Knight armor. This is Luo Bing, who just got the name for this thing. He is still familiar with the operation method of Black Knight, but in most cases, the complex operation can be handed over to the artificial intelligence on Friday. Even Luo Bing can lie down and sleep in the sky. However, in general, Luo Bing's divine power will wrap his body, and his flight function only functions as an accelerator. It's not that he is worried about the safety of the armor, but because, if not wrapped in divine power, his hairstyle is easy to blow. Stark flew behind him dejectedly, especially when he found out that he couldn't compare to Luo Bing in terms of flight speed alone. Right? He doesn't have the power to assist flight. After getting used to the instant 810 movement, it is also a good choice to blow the wind in the sky occasionally to see the scenery. The vibranium sword is only attached to Luo Bing's back. He used to be used to two-handed swords because kill enemies faster. But since Susa came out, Luo Bing's one-handed sword is also very good. At least the one-handed sword is more suitable for the skill of drawing and slashing. The current vibranium longsword was named by him as the Silencer. Luo Bing's naming technique is really not good, and he just lazily used the previous nickname. The coordinates of Wakanda are in front. How about it? Black Knight's speed is pretty good. Stark accelerated, and the Red Gold Mark series flew side by side beside the Black Knight armor. In fact, the Black Knight's design is not ergonomic, and although it has a streamlined body, the lack of a helmet reduces its overall speed a lot. But the guy driving it was Luo Bing. Luo Bing can survive in the universe from the beginning and does not need the protection of a helmet at all. What's more, for him, his riding wheel is much more useful than those flickering screens. But that's not the point. The key is that the helmet will block his handsome face. Stark was speechless when he heard this reason. It's pretty good. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up, his body sank, and he fell towards Wakanda below. The protective layer of the transparent eggshell has been smashed into a big hole. In fact, if it is an ordinary meteorite, it is impossible to do this. It seems that the thing that fell from the air this time is very powerful. Boom. Boom. Stark bent one knee and landed handsomely. As for Luo Bing on the side, he landed steadily on the ground. His speed stopped instantly, and there was no buffering strength at all, which seemed very unscientific. "You're here." Chala pressed down on the necklace around his neck, revealing a head. It seemed that he had just returned from the meteorite, still wearing a combat uniform. The two had informed Black Panther in advance, and Black Panther was very grateful for the aid of the Avengers. Wakanda really had nothing to do with this thing. Nice clothes, very Avengers. Stark opened the mask and clicked a like. Haha, if you are still short of people, I don't mind filling out a few application forms. Chala smiled and shook hands with the two. It would be great if you could join in, Tony laughed. The current Avengers are different from the past. They have more and better fresh blood to join, and they have formed a big family. Steve also recommended a newcomer with steel wings, who is currently undergoing training in the training center. Let's go to the place where the meteorite fell. I heard that thing has a lot of energy. Luo Bing asked. Yes, please come with me. Black Panther pressed the tooth necklace around his neck, the black helmet covered his head again, and Stark put away his mask. The two followed Black Panther to the crime scene. It seems that the damage here is quite serious. Luo Bing spread his hands. Seriously, you're the culprit. However, this kind of pot Luo Bing can do without the idea of picking it up and carrying it. The streets were scorched black by the antimatter energy, and the original scene could not be seen at all. The buildings and buildings were crushed by this force, and it looked like a nuclear bomb had exploded. It's actually okay. Wakanda's air defense gave an early warning before the meteorite fell, and the residents were evacuated without casualties. These streets are nothing, it's just that Wakanda's bubble defense will take more than 10 days to repair. The biggest headache for me now is what the hell is this thing? I don't have any way to deal with it at the moment. Black Panther scratched his head, led Luo Bing and Tony to 100 meters where the meteorite landed and stopped. The scarlet mist gathered in front of him, the radiating energy was still spreading, and the energy of the riot filled the surrounding 100 meters. Black Panther was not approaching, he was very cautious. This kind of energy mist cannot be collected, it will erode all utensils. This is the safest observation point. If you move forward, that kind of energy mist can't even resist the Black Panther armor for long. Chala sighed helplessly. The inability to harvest this energy means they can't do any research at all. This is why he has no choice but to ask the Avengers for help. Wakanda currently doesn't have the technology to handle this kind of thing, can't let it stay here forever. This thing will gradually erode around, and then it will have to move. If no one handles it, sooner or later it will become a big hazard, and it may have a great impact on the Earth at that time. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Luo Bing frowned. He felt that this thing was familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen it. Or, ever seen something similar? Be careful, Tony patted Luo Bing's shoulder with a very cautious expression. Don't worry. Luo Bing walked step by step towards the place where the particle fog was most concentrated. The closer he got, the more 5.0 he could feel that familiar feeling. This thing is similar to the structure of Tesseract. Could it be one of the infinite gems? Now Luo Bing has 2 gems on his body. He has also seen the Ancient One magician. Others may not be clear about this thing, but Luo Bing is still very sensitive. Luo Bing got closer and closer. Tie particles converged and eroded towards him, but they were all blocked by Luo Bing's body and turned into a weird coat. Luo Bing turned on the golden kaleidoscope, and the misty karma in front of him faded away. A strange red crystal flickered inside the meteorite, and the surrounding layers of fog were all diffused from it. Luo Bing stretched out his hand. The space ability fluctuated, penetrated the meteorite, and held it tightly. When Luo Bing held the red sparkling crystal, the violent energy instantly madly resisted the surroundings. Black Panther and Stark, who were far away from 100 meters, were instantly swept by the shockwave and constantly faded towards the rear. Black Panther's claws pierced the hard concrete floor, leaving 6 clearly visible white paw prints. Stark adjusted his own figure in the air, and the hollow of his back wing emitted blue flames. He stared solemnly at the center of the red storm. JRVIS could not lock on any target. It'll be fine. Tony frowned tightly, feeling a little uneasy. The chaotic red energy swept into a storm, ravaging everything around. But that energy couldn't penetrate Luo Bing's body at all, and after the symbolic frenzy, the whole body contracted. The energy storm gradually cooled down. Luo Bing looked at the red crystal in his right hand, his eyes cautious. This thing is very powerful. It is probably one of the infinite gems. Friday, record it. Send it to hell. Luo Bing doesn't know the history of the universe. Maybe the girl in hell will be more familiar with it. Soon, Luo Bing received the message from Hela. Tie particles, thousands of years ago, the celestial bodies converged, and the 9 kingdoms were linked together. The dark elf Malekith attempted to use the ether to return the universe to darkness, and was later killed by the previous Asgard god king, my dead Warp. Alice's grandfather seals it, and then he doesn't know his whereabouts. Dear, give this to me. I can help you produce cursed soldiers, and then we will unite the universe. By the way, this thing is also one of the infinite gems, called Reality Gem. Friday's sweet voice used to read this text with a strong sense of inconsistency. Luo Bing automatically ignored the words of ruling the universe and immediately took out the other 2 gems in the Shui space. The gems on the scepter are crystal clear and exude an orange halo, while the tesseract is bright blue. Each infinite gems corresponds to a color, and it corresponds to a law after the birth of the universe. Tesseract hasn't broken the cube's protective shell, but if you look closely, you can still see the blue irregular crystals inside it. The 3 gems resonated a lot in Luo Bing's hands, and at the same time lit up brightly. What an amazing thing! Before I knew it, I had 3-inch. One of them fell from the sky. Luo Bing was ashamed, and then he threw the gems in the 3 corners of the Shui space and stored them separately. There are 6 infinite gems in total, and it is known that there is another one in Ancient One magician. In other words, Luo Bing only needs to find 2, and then he can snap his fingers with a pop and think of rebirth and destruction. Roar! Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Even he couldn't help but be startled by the gem's ability. This kind of thing is better for him to keep. As for collecting 6 infinite gems, Luo Bing doesn't think too strongly about this. Let's just let it happen. The other 2 are still unknown. Is the matter resolved? After the antimatter energy of the riot dissipated, Stark and Black Panther rushed over immediately. The meteorite is still the same meteorite with a dark red shell, but the most important reality gem inside has been put away by Luo Bing. It's resolved, but this thing may cause some trouble. It's best to pay more attention to it these days, Luo Bing replied. Through Hella's description, Luo Bing learned that the dark elves seem to be very interested in this thing. I don't know if they will come to trouble the earth. But they better not be silly. Roar, that's great. Black Panther breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had contacted the Avengers. Otherwise, I don't know how long this thing will rage here. What kind of meteorite is this, and why does it explode with so much energy? Stark circled around the red meteorite. Being able to seal the reality gem for thousands of years, the original thing that made up this meteorite is probably not ordinary. It has strong research value. You can do research, but be careful. This thing is harmful to the human body, so don't be careless, Luo Bing said. Well, don't worry. Stark nodded. Now that violent antimatter element has disappeared, perhaps more information will be learned under the identification of professional instruments. Stark stayed in Wakanda. On the one hand, he and Chella are studying the meteorite of unknown origin. On the other hand, they are constantly discussing nanotechnology. In fact, when it comes to technology, Black Panther is just a layman, and Wakanda's greatest genius is Princess Shuri. Don't be afraid of how talented a person is. Afraid of the geniuses. The wisdom of the two people collided, and all kinds of ideas and brain holes burst into bloom in an instant. Luo Bing left Wakanda. He is really not suitable to participate in this kind of scientific research seminar, and he can't understand anything. Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building and happened to bump into Lorna and a few others. The two looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Luo Bing coughed twice. He always explained this to others, but it was not suitable for many people in front of him. Maybe he wanted to talk to her at night. Hey, brother-in-law, let's run faster than anyone else. Quicksilver ran over with a smile. Now that the wound on his body has healed, even the combat uniform has been changed to a brand new set, which seems to be the standard equipment of the Avengers. Looks like he joined the 810 Avengers? But, brother-in-law. Luo Bing coughed twice again, but neither agreed nor refused. Hashtag. He still prefers the type of Polaris in his heart. AJ. It seems that he has been involved in a lot of women recently, and he can't make a decision easily. Sometimes you will think Luo Bing is a dead straight guy, but in fact he is completely ignorant and pretending to be confused. Must be a scumbag. Not taking the initiative, not deliberately, not choosing, is the best solution, definitely, and the worst method. Forget it, you can't be fast. Luo Bing shrugged and rubbed Quicksilver's head, showing no interest in his proposal. And didn't see Sky still beside. You want to call brother-in-law, in private. Quicksilver is depressed. He thinks he is the fastest man in the world. How can he not be fast when he gets to his brother-in-law? At this moment, Taihanin Thor came over from a distance. Brother-in-law, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Now there's nothing to do on Earth. I want to go back to Asgard. Here comes another brother-in-law. Luo Bing is one big and two big, and Sky on the side smiled with interest. After sending Thor, Luo Bing is in a dilemma. He really didn't know what to do with Sky and Lorna. So he simply put himself into the work of Shield Fury, was very excited about the arrival of this great god. At least Luo Bing was there, and the escort of Hydra criminals became easier and simpler. Can SHILD stay at Avengers Tower forever? Although the relationship between SHILD and the Avengers is very delicate and almost become a family, they are still two organizations in general. The Avengers are an independent superhero team and cannot have too much contact with any government agency, not even the United Nations. Once a hero is recruited, he is no longer a hero, but becomes a wage earner. Everyone understands this. Captain Marvel also took the Bifrost of God's domain and left after having a trick with Luo Bing Roar. This girl doesn't seem to be idle, and she still has a lot of things in the universe that she can't let go. After leaving, Luo Bing doesn't know when she will come back. Maybe even if she wants to come back, she doesn't know she will drift in the universe for a few months with her lunatic behavior. This is the last batch. Natasha Romanoff followed Luo Bing through the space tunnel and escorted the Hydra prisoners to an underground prison in the SHILD branch of Siberia. Some of the Hydra executives, like the Crossbones, were sent to the most dangerous lunatic asylum in Bangkok. There are a lot of lunatics in prison there. Definitely 810 is not lacking in this group of lunatics. Dr. List will also be locked up after he has revealed everything he knows, but SCHILD may give him a single room as a small convenience for him. SCHILD does not kill captives, and for these criminals and evil scientists who want to make big news every moment, a lifetime in prison seems to be their best destination. Well, I heard that Fury recently had the idea of establishing the Tianjin Bureau. Luo Bing responded first, then asked. Yes, but it's just an idea at the moment. He'll talk to you about specific things. Natasha Romanoff nodded. The Tianjin Bureau is too much to do with SHILD's ability. Although this is Fury's idea, in the end, the Avengers are still the leading role. The Avengers are too powerful, you know. Some governments don't trust us. Especially in this operation, when we purged HYDRA high-level officials, we also wiped out all the senior government officials lurking in various countries. Everything happened overnight, and they are now a little scared, Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. It's normal, I can understand, Luo Bing nodded helplessly. He knew that the Tianjin Bureau envisaged by Fury might not be a temporary idea, and its purpose was also to appease the various countries on the Earth and let them know that the Avengers are not the greatest enemy. On the contrary, in the mysterious universe, the Avengers are the Guardians, Earth's greatest power. The two then chatted about the Tianjin Bureau for 10 minutes. Then, Natasha Romanoff gradually fell silent. Her expression was a little unnatural, depressed, or a little sad. What's wrong? Luo Bing asked with a frown, noticing that her expression was not right. Last time. I'm sorry, Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and looked straight at Luo Bing. She made a lot of determination to say this apology. What's wrong with you? Luo Bing looked blank, completely unaware of what happened. I closed the portal. Natasha Romanoff's eyes darkened. For her, that decision was something she could never forget for the rest of her life. What do I do? You don't have to worry about this matter. That's my decision, isn't it? Silly girl, I should be the one to thank you. You saved the Earth. If that terrifying energy rushes into the Earth and the consequences are disastrous, you don't need to apologize. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly, wondering whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, this woman is still struggling with this crap. But I almost killed you. Natasha Romanoff's eyes flickered. She couldn't get over this hurdle after all. Luo Bing patted her shoulder and smiled. Okay, you think about the situation. Don't say I'm safe now. Even if I really died because of that, Bafa, it's not your responsibility. I just died in the energy of the explosion of the spaceship. That is the galactic battleship of the Carita Star, and you, silly girl, you protected the whole Earth. Another way of thinking, if you don't close the portal, if I can't resist it, I will still die, and the Earth will not be spared. What's more, I chose to stand in front of the wormhole. It was me who made this decision, and it was me who caused the explosion of the battleship. I don't want to explain to you how impulsive and mindless I was at the time. It was you who saved me. Natasha Romanoff. It was you who kept me from blaming myself for my impulses. Isn't that the case? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Natasha Romanoff burst into tears and smiled, and Luo Bing gave Luo Bing a blank look, full of emotion in her heart. The knot of depression was also solved by Luo Bing's understated words. You guy, I should apologize to you. Why did you comfort me in the end? Luo Bing shrugged, and the corner of his mouth raised a nice arc. I'm just stating the facts. Pfft. As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff plunged her head into Luo Bing's arms and quietly put her head on his chest. Let me hug for a while, just for a while, okay? Her tone was very humble, for fear of being rejected. Luo Bing didn't answer, frowned, and subconsciously patted her back with both hands. Maybe she needs a hug right now. This strong girl also has a vulnerable side. The two separated for about 10 seconds, and Natasha Romanoff burst out laughing. I can't believe that your arms are so warm. After. Can I continue? Luo Bing yelled out in his heart. How could he so clearly want to hide and not think about such complicated matters? But this kind of thing that gave him the most headaches came one after another. Is this the retribution? The retribution of the scumbag? Hello, Batman. "Can I get an autograph for my daughter? She really likes you so much." The warden walked over cautiously. It was a calm, oriental, middle-aged man, at the moment his expression very excited. "I have to say, this request sounds like the sound of nature in Luo Bing's ears." The awkward atmosphere was immediately relieved. "No problem," Luo Bing replied impatiently. "Then don't go back." Natasha Romanoff smiled, turned, and ran away. Luo Bing. Holy crap, wait. Did she misunderstand something? I'm not talking to her. Depend on. The warden looked nervously at Batman with a gloomy face in front of him. His hand holding the paper and pen froze in the air awkwardly. "What do you mean?" "I'm so nervous. What is Batman doing? Should I not want this signature?" "It's over. He doesn't will be angry." The warden's mental activity is very complicated. Luo Bing finally came back to his senses. "Sorry, I just thought about other things." He explained it first, then sighed helplessly, picked up the paper and stroked a few times. He then turned around and left the Siberian prison. As for Natasha Romanoff, come on. Let her go back in the Kuan style. Luo Bing doesn't want to see any woman now. The warden was delighted, took the autograph, and saw the superhero in front of him disappeared before he had time to thank him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The superheroes are really working too hard. They usually think so hard, and the time is very tight. After that, he picked up the signature and looked at it, frowning suspiciously. Scumbag, what does this mean? Isn't Batman's name Robin? Oops, I may have learned a big secret. Don't worry. I won't say anything if I kill you. The great scumbag. The warden's eyes glowed with fiery light, and he swore to keep this secret. It's a shame he's a Huxia. Since few people know the name Luo Bing, even the old family mistakenly think that Luo Bing is called Robin. 0. This is really a funny thing. At the moment, Luo Bing is fooling around with Hela in hell. Their bullshit is to get together and play alliances. A crystal. A crystal. With Hela's continuous screams, the huge and striking logo of victory appeared on the screen of their laptops. 1. Damn it. You can crit with this knife, but you can't. Sister, I have decided to take you in a double row every day in the future. This feels really good. Despising the weak chicken player on the opposite side, he laughed and was very happy. I really don't have any friends anymore. Otherwise Luo Bing would not have come to hell. When it comes to feelings, talking to Tony and his group of men will definitely lead to booing. In contrast, Luo Bing is more willing to chat with Hela, who is heartless and yearning for his dead father all day long. However, Luo Bing didn't expect to be dragged into the league by this guy as soon as he came here. And then, it's actually quite fun to play. The old horse's game is really a good medicine to solve sadness. No matter what happens, playing games is definitely the best way to avoid it. You said, love, what is it? Luo Bing leisurely spit out a cigarette. This 17-year-old man finally fell into this kind of trouble. Love? Make love? Do you want to try it with me? I've watched a lot of small movies recently, and they look very enjoyable. Hela huddled beside Luo Bing presumptuously. Go away, Luo Bing spit out a word coldly. Talking about love with the Queen of Hell is so stupid. Damn, let's play the game well. Luo Bing took another puff of cigarette annoyed. Cut, you're not shy, are you? Ordinary people are forced to do things. Thanks to your strength, you are not decisive at all in doing things. I look down on you. Hela rolled her eyes and clicked the mouse in disdain. You and I love you so you can look up to me? What's your logic? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Do you think the old lady is some kind of idiot who wants to fall in love when you see a man? My body, but I have never been touched by a man. I think you are quite in line with my heart. Why don't you try it? You are all adults. I'm pretty happy too. Hela blew a breath of hot air in Luo Bing's ear charmingly. Sorry, I'm not an adult. I'm only 16 years old, almost 17. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. What? Hela's eyes widened. How old are you? 39. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, let me laugh first. Ha 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 ha. Hela rolled on the ground recklessly. Ask for flowers. Have you laughed enough? Luo Bing's face gradually darkened. Cough cough. Hella was choked by her own laughter. As a god, it's a little embarrassing. Afterwards, she cleared her throat and lay down on Luo Bing's lap. What do you mean? Luo Bing's body was inexplicably hot, and his face was embarrassed. Sure. I'll see if you're mature, Hella said. Afterwards, she rolled her eyes fascinatedly and breathed a warm breath at a certain place. Luo Bing, 66. Stop. No, shut up. Luo Bing blushed and his heart was hot. If he hadn't thought of Sky and Lorna and the complicated relationship between them, he might have lost his mind. Point 0. Damn ... Luo Bing cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to push Hella away, he felt his pants disappear in an instant, and the place was enveloped by a warmth. Luo Bing, Crystal. After more than an hour of silence, Luo Bing took a puff of cigarette, feeling very complicated. Hella pursed her lips, spit it into her palm curiously, and pulled out a silk thread with a string. It's a bit fishy, my god. I like this kind of stuff. It reminds me of the feeling of being covered in blood in those years. 99 Hella didn't waste anything, just swallowed it all. Luo Bing. The skin you want, VIP, right? I'll give it to you. Hella snorted and glanced at Luo Bing with a blurred look. Stinky man, you really don't know what I want? Then do you still buy skins? Bye. I want a full set of skins. The conversation was very embarrassing, and the two of them had a strange alliance. Lost this round. Because I'm always distracted when playing games. Knife crit cannot withstand. Luo Bing couldn't stand it. Maybe this trip to hell is the worst choice. But, in terms of experience, it really makes Luo Bing a little bit. Eat marrow and know the taste. Evening, 12 o'clock at night. Luo Bing has never been home so late, but today is the first time. He teleported back to his bedroom furtively, without turning on the lights. He lay directly on the bed, his heart beating thumping. Why do I still feel like a thief when I go home now? Ouch! Suddenly, a woman's scream came from below Luo Bing. Who? Luo Bing jumped in and was startled. Usually, his wheel-riding eyes were closed, and he didn't care about the situation around him just now. Sky rubbed his nose depressedly. It seemed that he had just been hit hard. Huh? Luo Bing was instantly in a cold sweat. Why is Sky here? The Friday copy in the castle consciously turned on the lights. Luo Bing stared at Sky, who was lying on his bed in pajamas, with big eyes and small eyes. Why are you here? Luo Bing forced himself to remain calm. August 10th, otherwise his expression would have changed in any way. I waited for you and then fell asleep. What time is it? Sky rubbed his eyes and looked at the simple clock in the room. It's already past 12 o'clock. Why did you come back so late? Natasha Romanoff sent me a message saying that you were already back. Sky frowned suspiciously and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously with his big eyes. Oh, I want to deal with a little thing. Luo Bing coughed. An unnatural fantasy materialized into a cigarette. A flame emerged from his fingertips, lit it, and took a puff in his mouth. Smoking? When did you have the habit of smoking? Sky drank the cool white beside the glass, and his consciousness was completely awake. It's a sign of maturity, Luo Bing replied. Puff. He sprayed Luo Bing all over with a mouthful of cool white, and slid down to the ground along the divine shield on his body. Luo Bing's beast instinct can always avoid the danger in advance, although I don't know how it fails in the face of Hella's attack. But it still works under normal circumstances. Or can be interpreted as, beast instincts are not dangerous for things like instinctual needs? Sorry, I really didn't hold back. You know what? It's really funny that you're smoking a creamy cigarette. Sky laughed. Luo Bing snuffed out the cigarette, but in his hand with a dark face. That's right. His real cigarettes are all creamy and fruity. In fact, he doesn't like smoking, but sometimes he wants to have one, and I heard that cigarettes are more suitable for a bad mood. Cough. Don't look down on cream cigarettes. They are also a type of cigarettes. Luo Bing's face darkened. Ha ha. Sky laughed heartlessly again. Enough is enough. Tell me, what are you doing lying on my bed? What do you have to do with me? Luo Bing flicked the cigarette but into the rubbish and snapped his fingers again to clean up the rubbish in the surrounding area. The garbage cleaning technique is very useful when cleaning the room. It's nothing. I just want to chat with you, but I can't sleep at night. Sky blinked his big eyes and came up with a smile. Suddenly, she frowned, her little nose sniffed around Luo Bing's clothes. Luo Bing swallowed nervously, his heart beating nonstop. Done. It doesn't have that smell on it. Shouldn't she find out? Damn it, damn it. The Wushou immortal body does not stain anything, but the clothes will still be able to. Luo Bing raised a hand secretly and had the urge to instantly manipulate the time hand back to 5 minutes ago. You still smell so good, Sky giggled and hugged Luo Bing's body from behind. Luo Bing was stunned on the spot. Is that so? The fragrance of the Wushou immortal body concealed everything. Luo Bing fell silent. Without giggling, feeling the strong beating heart of Sky, he secretly blamed himself. He is not a fool. He has already discovered Sky's special affection for him. Only, at the beginning, he didn't think so much. He is busy with the vision of a new ability every day and runs around the world to be a hero. Now, because the system has been repaired, Luo Bing has more time and has seen more scenery, and his original life trajectory has been gradually changed. But now, how will it end? After all, hell. Shit. Hell really isn't a place for people to go. No, not right. This can't blame Hella, because he is not firm enough. Maybe every man has a hell in his heart. There is a Hella in every fantasy. All in all, I still can't resist the temptation of my own will, but I am a normal man, isn't it? Luo Bing didn't want to make excuses for himself, and he didn't plan to make excuses for himself at all. He is single, has no girlfriend, and has no wife and children. Logically speaking, Luo Bing has a clear conscience. But if you have a clear conscience, why did Sky deliberately hide it when he asked? Luo Bing fell silent. I prepared a large table of dishes for you today. My cooking skills have become really good now, but it's a pity you didn't come to eat. But it doesn't matter, there are still a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. I will prepare a hearty breakfast for you tomorrow morning. Sky just put his face on the man's back, and a crystal tear flashed from the corner of his smiling eyes. She found out. Luo Bing's behavior is too abnormal. Maybe he can hide from many people, but he can't hide from Sky, who has lived with him for more than a year. He still smelled familiar, but when Sky was just sticking to his clothes, he could still smell a woman's perfume. But she didn't say it. She was afraid to speak out. From the very beginning, Xiaoqili kept instructing her to speak out and act boldly if she liked it. But she was finally a step behind. Why are you being so nice to me? Luo Bing frowned and rubbed his temples. At the moment, his mood was very complicated, mixed with various emotions. There's no reason, Sky said with a smile, burying his face in Luo Bing's back. Luo Bing hesitation, wanted to say something, but opened his mouth for a long time, but still hesitated. If he wants to escape, he only needs to slide the time hand lightly to find 5.0. Everything is back to normal. Yes, just a little manipulation of the time. Do not. This is not me. I am Luo Bing. Nothing can escape me. But Luo Bing really didn't want to hurt the girl behind him at the moment. Damn it. If you can know your heart one day in advance, a day in advance, how nice. Do human beings really know how to cherish when they are about to lose? I want to tell you something. Luo Bing took a deep breath and Roar turned around without hesitation. Sky forced a smile and bluntly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I choked on smoking. Tears came out. What do you want to say to me? Say it. Luo Bing's head froze in an instant, and he froze in place. There are thousands of words in my heart at the moment. All of them can't be said, and he is dubbed Robin the Mute. It seems that he has really hit his own mute command. Luo Bing's head was running very fast, and even in that moment, his head entered the state of speed force. In just 1 second, he has thought about how many ideas and how many hypotheses. He's not like Stark. Stark can freely brag about how many women he has slept with and how many tastes he has tasted, but that's just the basic operation of a playboy and a playboy. Luo Bing is obviously a bit more jerk than him. Or, not as good as his jerk. He finally took a deep breath, frowned, and asked nervously and hesitation in his eyes. Do you mind polygamy? Sky froze in place. There was no response for a long time. I know this sounds like a jerk, and I also know that you are in a speechless mood. You can scold me. I didn't realize that I like you until today, but I can't be sorry for other people, even if I don't look like that person. I love her as much as you do. But I don't know what to say. We have already had a close contact with the 14th birthday, and it happened suddenly. You can treat me as a scumbag. No, 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 I'm a scumbag, but I really think so of. If possible, I really don't want to face this kind of thing. I have another 10,000 ways to escape. But that's what's really in my heart. Wherever I go, I can't escape. Luo Bing looked into Sky's eyes. The child was going crazy at the moment, and even learned Peter's words about ability without a teacher. Sky gave Luo Bing a resentful glance and hit him lightly with a fist. You finally said it. Humph, but you certainly don't like you as much as I like you. Luo Bing scratched his hair. So, he is waiting for an answer anyway. He has already given it his life. It's better to be a scumbag than to regret it. The Emperor does not return the 3,000 in the harem. Speaking of the Emperor, the jade seals of several empires are still placed in his divine power space at the moment. Talk to me. Who is that woman? Sky didn't nod, but she nodded her head by default without rejecting it, which was something she was still unhappy about. In fact, no woman is generous enough to share her most cherished things with other creatures. If not, there is no way. There is absolutely no way she will make concessions. Hela, that's Thor's sister. Luo Bing replied hesitation. I'm just that fox is not a good thing. Sky akimbo instantly angrily. Anyone is easier to accept than that woman. Maybe. Luo Bing is not stupid enough to defend another woman in front of one woman. What's more, Hela is not a good thing, even though he is not a good man either. You want to hell? Then. Sky stared at Luo Bing with wide eyes and subconsciously placed his right hand on his waist, as if he was about to twist it if he wasn't careful. How should I explain to you? Actually, this morning, I accidentally saw Lorna's body. Luo Bing frowned. His mind became heavy again. Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. It's still about other women. It's still Lorna. Well, if Hela is replaced by Lorna, Sky's resistance may not be so great. Alas, I still owe Lorna an explanation. I found Quicksilver and Wanda, and I wanted to come back to inform her. I followed her spatial coordinates, but who knew she was taking a shower? Luo Bing, the first two are big. Then, Sky frowned suspiciously. Don't think about it. I left immediately, and then it was a normal day. In order to avoid Lorna, I made a special trip to Wakanda, but who knew that I happened to meet you after I came back? You were there at the time. Quicksilver called my brother-in-law again, and unfortunately that idiot Thor also came over to call my brother-in-law. Luo Bing shrugged helplessly. Hee, aren't you becoming Thor's brother-in-law now? What's more, what do you think Polaris changed his name to Lorna? That's not your last name. Everyone at the base knows she likes you. Kai rolled his eyes angrily. Okay, let's not talk about her first. I'll deal with her matter tomorrow, and then the problem is, I'll help SHILD escort the criminal in order to avoid you guys, Luo Bing said, covering his face helplessly. I'm listening. What's the matter? How did you go to hell again? 35 Sky listened carefully. Later, Natasha Romanoff confessed to me that I went to hell to avoid this kind of thing. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. Wait, Natasha Romanoff? Confession? How many women are involved? Sky said, biting Luo Bing's arm. I really have nothing to do with her. Forget it. Let's talk about her later. In short, I was in a very irritable mood. One thing after another happened in one day. I had a headache, so I went to hell, Luo Bing said. And then you did that kind of thing with Hela? To ease the mood. Sky's little hands were starting to strain. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? I just talked to her and wanted her to give me advice, and by the way, I played a few rounds of alliances, Luo Bing explained angrily. Don't lie to me, something will happen to the League? Do you think I've never played? Sky pouted in dissatisfaction. In the end, Luo Bing muttered in Sky's ear, blushing. After finally understanding the whole story, Sky's eyes widened speechlessly. This She really just uses her mouth, hmm? Sky was shocked, as if she could not accept this scale. But she never imagined that her sister Thor, who she had never met before, would be so crazy. Yes, but after 810, things got out of hand. Luo Bing covered his face, secretly observing Sky's expression through his fingers. After a long while, the little beauty came back to her senses. I glanced at Luo Bing and then looked at the place again, with some disgust and some hesitation. She. Isn't she dirty? Sky asked embarrassedly, her ears flushed with shame. Just thinking about that scene gave her goosebumps all over her body. You don't have to worry about it. I take a shower every day and my body doesn't get dusty. Luo Bing raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Who asked you this? Sky wanted to hammer someone angrily. Anyway, that's the way it is. You can figure it out. Luo Bing was swollen and fat. After really finishing everything, his heart instantly relaxed. The whole body is comfortable, and it feels like a big stone has fallen on the ground, and the melancholy and entanglement in my heart disappears instantly. It seems. After telling the truth, the whole person feels a lot easier. You lie down, Sky said aloud, turning his head for no reason. What? Luo Bing was stunned. Let you lie down, just lie down. What do you do with so much nonsense? Sky snorted, his face flushed with dryness. Oh. Luo Bing lay down in confusion. Then. Shit. She. What is she doing? No way. X. Silent all night. The next morning, Luo Bing looked at the sheets in front of him and the quilt in the corner, covering his head in confusion. But okay. At least. He has a good kidney. Hold on. Looking at the sleeping Sky, Luo Bing couldn't help recalling what happened last night. What she can do, I can do too. That's what the stubborn little beauty said. Speechless. Don't fight over this kind of thing. But Luo Bing really likes it. After covering his life again, Luo Bing stretched and put on a new pair of pajamas. Looking at the morning sun rising in the east, he felt that he had been sublimated and baptized. Yes, that's right. However, he still has one thing to solve. That's about Lorna. Luo Bing took a deep breath, walked to Lorna's door, coughed lightly, and knocked on the door. Sorry, Lorna, I really didn't mean to do that yesterday. I didn't know you were taking a shower, so. I'll make it up to you, and I swear I won't bring up what happened yesterday to anyone else. Can you forgive my mistakes? Luo Bing waited on the spot for a while, frowning. The person inside the door didn't want to open the door for him at all. Maybe it's less sincere to speak through the door. Luo Bing took another deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Dong, dong, dong. A shadow instantly hid himself under the quilt and tightly covered his head. Hi. Luo Bing walked in awkwardly and sat on the bed. I know this kind of thing is hard to explain, but it's already happened. We can't run away. That's what I learned yesterday. So, Luo Bing was about to say something when suddenly he heard footsteps walking towards here. Step lightly, is it Sky? Is she awake? Wanda, I told Friday she'll order some clothes for you soon. Wear me now. Lorna appeared at the door with the clothes. Then, she froze in place. The clothes in her hands slipped to the ground. Lorna, Wanda? Luo Bing twisted his stiff neck, looked at Lorna at the door, and looked at the moment's bed. Wanda stuck a head out of the bed and gave Luo Bing a sneaky look with a weird smile. The clothes are dirty. I'm going to change them, Lorna said, hurriedly picking up the clothes from the ground and walking out. Luo Bing froze in place. No one told him that Wanda lives here too. Friday. What's going on? As the owner of this house, I don't even know that there are new people living in. It's no wonder that on Friday, who asked you to do bad things and shut the Shui space? Right? Moreover, Wanda just missed her sister so much that she stayed for one night. As for Quicksilver, at the moment, she was still alive and thrown at the Avengers building. Hey, brother-in-law, why are you standing still? Don't go after him. Don't worry, I will keep your little sister's little secret, I promise. Wanda bit her lip and smiled, blushing as she looked at Luo Bing. What's this? What's the matter? Luo Bing was completely stunned. He doesn't have the habit of turning on perception at home all the time. After all, there are women at home, which is inconvenient. But now it seems that it is because of this reason that another misunderstanding has occurred. Hey, Wanda, it's not what you think. I just saw your sister's body, Luo Bing explained quickly. Huh? Just? Wanda smiled weirdly with origin magic power flashing on her hands. Brother-in-law, don't blame my sister-in-law for not reminding you. 100,000, 100,000, don't think about being irresponsible otherwise. Wanda said, slipping the pajamas on her shoulders and looked pitifully at Luo Bing. I'll tell others that you insult me. The girl had a sweet smile on her face, which seemed terrifying to Luo Bing. OMG. Luo Bing's heart collapsed. Come on, come to a group of aliens to save me. I want to fight. I don't want to be the hero of a tragic ethics drama. Whether it's a dark elves or something. Come on. Carol. Go slow. Hurry up and take me to the universe. Luo Bing constantly growled inside. This is such a mess. It's too bad. Luo Bing was not very good at handling this kind of thing. How could it make it worse? Luo Bing has one head and too big. Impatiently, he directly covered Wanda's head with the life on the side. Help, my brother-in-law killed me. Wanda yelled. To shut up. The mute command was issued, and the child immediately lay on the bed without speaking. Precisely. She was bitten to the tongue. Dot, are you all right? Luo Bing looked at Wanda with a face of remorse. At the moment she was about to cry, her big eyes were watery. I didn't mean to, oops. I'm sorry, let me see. Luo Bing leaned over and opened Wanda's mouth to check the injury. Roar, it's okay, it's just a scratch, wait, I'll give you some medicine to materialize. Dang dang dang. Sky and Lorna did not know when they stood at the door together, crossed their chests with both hands, and looked over with cold eyes. What are you doing to that kid? Sky asked, frowning. From this angle, Luo Bing is forcing the girl's mouth open. She hurt her tongue. You guys came just in time. Go get some ice cubes. Forget it, I'll realize it myself. Before Luo Bing finished speaking, he saw the wound on Wanda's tongue self-healing. Sister Sky, sister, he bullied me. Wanda cried out with a wow. Wait, it's not what you think. Luo Bing responded instantly and blocked Wanda's mouth. Money. Wanda constantly struggled. Luo Bing is really nervous, a topic that can be explained very well, but the more he explains it, the more unclear it is. Looks like you're going to explain it well, Sky smiled. Lorna on the side is also feeling angry because of what happened yesterday. Vibe 35. Magnetic field. Wanda jumped out of the bed with a squeak, waving origin magic power with both hands. With the three women floating in the air, Luo Bing felt that he could write his will in advance. At this time, boss, help, help. A large number of aliens are invading Wakanda. Request quick support. Tony's eager voice echoed throughout the room. Love you, Tony Drag. I'm coming. Leave the aliens. Let me kill. Luo Bing roared and replied, and instantly disappeared in place. Fee. Black Panther on the side, 66. At the moment the Dark Elves were excited. It seems that even God is helping him. Just a few minutes ago, an abruptly generated black hole engulfed the Dark Elf fleet sailing in the universe. Originally, Malekith and his subordinates were all panicked. It is not a good thing to be swallowed into a black hole. Immediately followed by a void crack, they did not know whether the space battleship could survive, or be teleported to what garbage place. But then, they were teleported directly to Midgard. You must know that if the flight is normal, even the 9 kingdoms on the same route in the world will need decades of flight time to communicate with each other. The Dark Elves have state-of-the-art ships, and they can cut that down to 5 or 6 months. But the sudden appearance of wormholes helped them. Isn't this a miracle? Ha 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 ha. Malekith laughed wildly. It seems that God let him retake TIE particles. It's time. The Dark Dynasty is about to return. Wakanda hail. Wakanda hail. Wakanda soldiers clasped their fists in an X-cross on their chests. They are full of momentum. They are not afraid of any challenge. They are the most powerful army on this earth. Head of 810, these insects in Midgard are a little more powerful than I thought, cursed warriors. Algorim. Please fight, kneel. The dark elf battleship stopped steadily in the sky. Algorim is a powerful cursed warrior created by TIE particles. He is also the last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. His power is stronger than Thor, and he is an invincible warrior. Go, kill these bugs, get back the TIE particles, and return to the glory of the Dark Dynasty. Malekith waved his arms, and the whole person became even more crazy. He had silver-white hair and shriveled skin. An old bark. Boom. The cursed warrior Algorim jumped up from the space battleship, turned into a streamer, and rushed down towards the bubble defense that Wakanda had not repaired. A deafening sound rang out. In the case of knocking off many of his fellow clans, he directly smashed a crater on the ground like a meteorite. Midgard, trash planet, Algorim roared in the sky, and the sound wave vibration, Bifa, formed a circle of attacks, expanding in all directions. The sound of his roar alone caused the eardrums of the nearby Wakanda soldiers to burst, and blood flowed from their 5 orifices. The formation. The female bodyguard Captain Okoye roared, and the Wakanda soldiers around him raised their special robes at the same time. Mysterious runes circulated, and pieces of light shields were combined, forming a huge amount of shield. All have to die. Algorim roared, plunged into the center of the formation, laying out gaps in the ground, and the Wakanda soldiers swayed, resisting the formation. 60% energy left. 55% energy left. Algorim waved his hands, and one after another fierce attack fell on the light shield, pressing the Wakanda and everyone to retreat back constantly. Wakanda hail! The leader of the river tribe arrived from afar and killed 3 dark elf soldiers with a spear. Tony at the moment just ended the call. Looking at the situation in front of him, he was a little confused. Boss said he likes me? What should I do? No, I already have Pepper. And I don't like men either. Tony found time to play tricks. The Black Panther on the side has already rushed into the battlefield with a black face. Shoo! Luo Bing teleported to the battlefield and looked at the army of dark elves in front of him with excitement. Awesome! This is the battlefield of men. Excitement filled Luo Bing's heart. He was indeed a militant. Boss, I thought about it carefully. We are not suitable. Thor flew over and said awkwardly. Go away. Luo Bing scolded and flew directly towards the army of darkness. Hey, I have to remind you, you are still wearing pajamas. Tony said jokingly. Seeing Luo Bing coming, he was completely relieved. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. The Shui space opened, and pieces of armor flew towards him. Finally assembled a complete set of armor. Black Knight. Hey! The silencer came out of nowhere and stopped beside Luo Bing. Luo Bing grasped it and immediately came to the center of the Dark Elf army in a flash. Draw the knife. The power of space surges. A large number of Dark Elves fell to the ground, like leaks. That Midgard. Algorim looked into the distance in shock. His warlike heart instantly rose, and it turned into a stream of light and flew towards Luo Bing. Beep. It sounded like the sound of water droplets falling on the lake. Luo Bing stimulated the power of space again, drawing the sword to expand again. Crack. The great cursed warrior, Algorim, the strongest of the Dark Elves. While still in the air, his entire body was split into 2 halves, turning into a pool of blood and lying on the ground. Dead restless. The power of space cutting is really weird. No one can physically resist that attack. Well done, Algorim. Just like this. Let's go like this. Ha 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 ha. Eh? Malekith's laughter came to an abrupt end. Afterwards, he watched the scene of the mad slaughter in front of him like a ghost. It was his soldiers who were being slaughtered like crazy. Wait a moment. This is really Midgard. Do not. This is impossible. What the hell is this place? The roar was only short-lived, because Malekith soon discovered that he was completely speechless. What speed is that? Black and golden shadows flickered, and the army of dark elves lay on the ground strangely, and instantly piled up into a hill. Retreat! Retreat! Malekith shouted, commanding the galactic battleship to flee this place frantically. Must be in the wrong place. Definitely is. How could this be Midgard? No. I have to kill more slowly. These are aliens who managed to get to Earth. Luo Bing thought to himself and exited the Speed Force state. However, at this time, the galactic battleship in the sky turned around, and there were already signs of speeding away. Hey, you can't go. Luo Bing frowned and went directly to the interior of the battleship. 2 minutes later, Luo Bing sat silently on the ruins of a battleship, feeling very depressed. Knowing that these guys were so weak, he would have taken a little more power. If the Dark Elves didn't want to escape, Luo Bing might be able to play with them for more than 10 minutes. It's over. Tony and Tilt operator Chala ran over. The devastated battlefield in front of them seems to be proclaiming what they have just experienced. Too weak, Luo Bing complained. Tony, Black Panther. Is that the enemy is too weak? You are obviously too strong, right? Can you be a little self-aware? Thousands of soldiers in Wakanda froze in place, not knowing what to think. Black Panther also vaguely knew about the strength of Black Knight, and Wakanda could not hear any information from the outside world in this closed country. They looked at the man smoking a cigarette on the ruins of a local battleship as if they were looking up to a god. How invincible and lonely his back is. What a godlike man. Boss, I don't remember that you like to smoke. Did you encounter any troubles? Tony landed on the ruins of the spaceship, and it was a pity to look at the galactic battleship under his feet, but he was used to it. Luo Bing ignored him, with black lines all over his face. This dam. It took less than 5 minutes to solve the battle. What's the time for this? Not enough time to even go to the toilet. To be honest, Luo Bing seems to have never been to the toilet since he obtained the immortal body without scale. When the food reaches his body, it will be automatically decomposed into energy, and there is no excess residue. Well, hell on the subject. Luo Bing is now thinking about where he should go today. It is impossible to go back to Marbury Castle for the time being. Let the women explain to each other first. Luo Bing is really not good at dealing with those problems. No, boss, you won't be unhappy because I rejected you. Come on, women are better than men. Tony shuddered, wondering what he was thinking. Luo Bing didn't say anything. His eyes looked straight at him. His eyes were like cold stars, exuding a biting cold light. Ahahaha, just kidding, just kidding. Tony wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At that moment just now, he really had a sense of death. No. Listening to Peter's nagging a lot. Since when did I learn this quirk? No. Never fall into this habit. Thank you. Black Panther looked around the battlefield and nodded towards Luo Bing. Luo Bing nodded, threw away the fruit cigarette in his hand, and returned to normal, frowning as he looked around at the sea of corpses around him. The Dark Elves who were cut in two by him were only in the early 1000s. As a group, that's too few. Will there be any other hidden powers? Luo Bing did not know that he had just cut off the head of the Dark Elf leader with one sword, killing the most powerful cursed warrior of the Dark Elf with one sword. He himself was amazed at his speed. Breakthrough again. It is precisely because of the further breakthrough in speed that the huge Dark Elf fleet in Luo Bing's hands is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Luo Bing entered the Speed Force state, and everything around him became quiet. He could even see the golden light left by the sun shining in front of him, and it was too fast to be clearly captured by Luo Bing. Time didn't stop flowing, but everything around it became so slow that it almost stood still. That's why Luo Bing can cut all the targets as quickly as cutting vegetables. I don't know if I can go faster than the speed of light. Luo Bing took a deep breath, wrapped his body with divine power, and instantly ran into the distance. 0. The speed of light is 7 times around the Earth in 1 second. Everything was going backwards quickly in front of Luo Bing's eyes. This time, he didn't waste any time on the way, he just wanted to test his speed. Normal time flow rate. Tony only felt that Luo Bing's figure seemed to fluctuate a few times like a TV with no electricity. He thought he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes, but found that Luo Bing had already disappeared. This is... where? Luo Bing looked at the passage around him curiously. What was staged in that channel was the previous scenes. When the Dark Elves invaded, Luo Bing was not there at all, and he did not have these memories in his memory. But why can I see it? 0. Is it time? Running too fast? Time is reversed? Luo Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to hear a strange cry coming from the passage. He frowned. The speed force receded from him, and the whole person returned to the normal time flow. You're back. Stark had taken it for granted. How long have I been away? Luo Bing asked. 2 or 3 seconds. What's wrong? Did something happen? Stark asked curiously. It's okay, Luo Bing shook his head. It seemed that the time in the passage was still, and he wasted more than 10 seconds just looking around at that place. In other words, as long as I am fast enough, I can reverse time? Luo Bing frowned and touched his chin. His time ability can manipulate the flow of time before and after for 5 minutes. Although Luo Bing never turned the dial back 5 minutes. After many experiments, Luo Bing usually calls this ability a rollback. That's right, it's like he's stuck all over again. Things will change because of him, but it won't cause any additional errors. However, the feeling of just touching the time node is very different. It seems that if Luo Bing changes a little, it will affect the normal trajectory of the current world, which involves concepts such as the butterfly effect and parallel universes. Luo Bing disappeared in an instant and went to the holy mountain of the Himalayas. He needs the Ancient One magician, a wise man to solve his doubts, and Kamartaj, magician holy place. You're here, Ancient One magician was brewing tea, looking at Luo Bing walking out of the void in front of him, waving his hand. A chair automatically flew to his side. Luo Bing sat directly on the chair and frowned. You knew I was coming? Ancient One magician smiled, then shook his head mysteriously. Luo Bing. Do not know? I don't know if you act like you know something every time. This bluffing trick is worthy of magic. Magician, I want to ask you, if I go beyond the speed of light and reverse time, what will happen? Will it lead to a change in world history? Or will a new parallel universe be created? 35. Ancient One shook his head, then nodded again, continuing to look mysterious. Luo Bing was speechless. What do you mean? Luo Bing really didn't want to guess, so he asked directly. 810. Parallel universes exist, but a parallel universe will not really be created because you simply change some history. No matter how you change history, it will affect this universe. But time, I advise you not to touch it, otherwise it will lead to consequences, and I also do not allow anyone to modify the time. That is not right. This is also my main task, to protect the Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One is serious, said seriously. Luo Bing frowned. What do you mean? If I change the time, you will deal with me? 39. That's not right. He has already modified the time many times before. Doesn't that count? Or, Ancient One didn't find it at all? It's not to deal with you, it's to stop you. Manipulating time is a dangerous idea. When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. You can foresee the future through time, avoid and prevent, but you cannot modify the past. In the past, you can't touch it, but there are exceptions. If you can correct it in time, then the universe will not make mistakes. Once the problem is big, the universe will originally distort the node in order to correct the error, destroying everything. Ancient One said seriously. If you go to World War II and kill Hitler now, let's not say whether you can do it or not. If you do, history will change drastically. Everything you are familiar with will change. Maybe become more beautiful, maybe even scarier. One mistake and it's going to be hell. It's going to be a nightmare. And time was originally revised. The history you are familiar with is history after all. Even if time is reversed, most of the things that have happened will not change at all. Luo Bing frowned and listened. What the Ancient One said was slightly different from his perception of time. If I changed the time, would you find out? Luo Bing seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. Ancient One smiled and pressed the Eye of Agamotto with his hand, with a mysterious smile on his face. Trust me, I will. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand to slide something in the sky. Ancient One frowned suspiciously. Back in time. Luo Bing came to Kamartaj magician holy place through Shui's space. You're here. Ancient One made tea with a smile on her face. She waved her hand, used psychokinesis to drive a chair, and motioned Luo Bing to sit down. Luo Bing. Old nun, fool me. Didn't you find it? Or, is this the particularity of his own time ability? Luo Bing was thinking and didn't answer, so the scene was a little awkward. Cough. I knew you would come, so tell me about your doubts. Ancient One put down the teapot, moved his index and middle fingers, and the teacup filled with tea automatically flew to Luo Bing without a single drop. You already knew the shit, you just shook your head. Dressed up again. Me? I have no doubts. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Ancient One was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he pretended not to hear and patiently sipped the tea in the cup. Time just passed by minute. The atmosphere of the scene was almost embarrassing to a stage of embarrassment. By the way, I really have something I want to ask you. What happened to the book in the library last time? Luo Bing said with a frown. He has never seen that book since the last time. Its origin is very mysterious, specific, I don't know, you should know better than me. It disappeared with you. Then what was the last time it appeared? When was that? Luo Bing asked immediately. Ancient One frowned, as if recalling something bad, and shook his head, unwilling to explain. Your necklace is beautiful, can you lend me a couple of days to play? Luo Bing then pointed to Ayavagamato. Ancient One's embarrassed smile, no matter how good-natured it was, it couldn't stand it. Only Sorcerer Supreme can protect the Ayavagamato. This is not a necklace, nor a toy. Please respect yourself. Luo Bing curled his lips. Odin's treasure trove contains a lot of Sorcerer Supreme items. They're indeed not toys, but decorations. Ancient One's face gradually turned dark. Obviously. That's not a glorious thing. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He already understood when he saw Ancient One's darkened face. Odin is really not a good bird. And what did he say to be friends with the Sorcerer Supreme of all dynasties? He doesn't even know the Sorcerer Supreme of this generation. It seems to be bragging again. Odin was a conqueror in his youth, and his treasure trove contained all his trophies. There must have been friction between the domain of the gods and the Earth Sorcerer Supreme. It's just that the relationship has eased up now. Luo Bing shrugged. About Ayavagamato, he just said casually, and he didn't have any hope. The spatial perception was released. Luo Bing frowned. He found that Kamartaj's magician was not as much as other times, and he didn't find Strange's figure. Seems like what's going on here? Strange should have been studying magic for almost 3 months, and I don't know what level he is now. However, Ancient One once said that his magical ability is rarely seen in 100 years. He is a super genius, and he is also a promising candidate for Sorcerer Supreme by Ancient One. Luo Bing doesn't know the depth of Ancient One, but his immortal body is immune to all her magic. If you really want to fight, Luo Bing may have beaten her, but this is only possible. Can run. Like Ancient One, Hela, Odin, old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years. All of them are mysterious and unpredictable. But the 2,000 years of Thor and the Loki brothers really lived onto dogs. Luo Bing had no hatred with Kamartaj at first. Maybe he was an ally, and it was even less possible for him to have unreasonable hatred. To get infinite gems to rob his own people, this is obviously not Luo Bing's style. What's more, things didn't come to a point where they couldn't be grabbed. Ancient One was stubborn, but Strange had a good opinion of himself. Thinking of this, Luo Bing looked at the Ancient One in front of him, frowned and asked, "Where's Strange? He doesn't seem to be here?" Ancient One calmed down, thought of his proud disciple, and took a sip of the tea in his cup. "He was thrown by me to the foot of the snow mountain. You can go to him, but you can't help him. This is my test for him. Halfway up the Himalayas." Dr. Strange, with snowflakes hanging from his eyebrows and hair, was climbing the mountain in front of him with his bare hands. This is basically an impossible event. However, this was the Ancient One's punishment for him, or a test. Strange has learned magic so quickly that he is now able to use most of Kamartaj's magic, but has been at a loss as to how to use the space gate. It's not his fault either. After all, he has only studied for 3 months, and it is too difficult to learn the magician of the gate of space within 3 months. Even the support with Sling Ring is too harsh. The power of space involves high-level magic, and even Wang and Mordo have studied it for 5 or 6 years. Thinking of this, Strange sighed. He still remembers the scene of a man teleporting to and fro in a flashy way. How can I get to that point myself? Forget it. No one needs a seal, let alone a sling ring. Swish. Like a telepathy, Luo Bing's afterimage instantly appeared directly above Strange, and the figure gradually solidified. Hey, 14 medical students, Luo Bing opened his mouth and made a move roar. This time, the unsuspecting Strange was startled and almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, his hands tightly clasped the raised gravel on the rock wall. Otherwise, falling from this height would have to be shattered. Batman. Strange shouted in disbelief. In his impression, Luo Bing died long ago, and he even sneaked to the cemetery to worship and put on the incense stick. It's not that he doesn't watch the news either. Mainly because he really doesn't have time to watch that stuff recently. When he first came to Kamartaj, he would glance at his phone from time to time, but now he is almost completely disconnected from the life of technology. All around him are magic, and he is gradually getting used to magic. That's why he was so surprised when he saw Luo Bing. He thought it was the return of the dead. Call me Luo Bing. Long time no see. Luo Bing floated in midair. This scene in front of me is in line with a certain dream in the past, but I really didn't expect that dream to be verified so long ago. It's been a long time. It's been half a month, but aren't you already dead? Now you are an undead. Strange frowned in doubt. In his knowledge, Luo Bing was already dead. But from the current point of view, the other party is still alive and well. In the past, Strange would not think about this, but since he became a magician, his thinking has also moved closer to the magician, and undead creatures exist. Even if a person dies completely, there will be a unique imprint drifting in a special place in the universe to be preserved. I didn't die, I just took a trip to the universe, Luo Bing explained with a dark face. He really didn't want to answer this question. It was too boring. It's great, Mr. Luo Bing. It's such a pity that a great person like you died, Strange said with joy from the bottom of his heart. Me? Great. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, having no idea about the word great. Definitely, you stood in front of the energy-exploding wormhole and sacrificed yourself, Strange said with a sure-footed expression. I don't have any sacrifices from where to die. Stop blowing, I'm not used to it, Luo Bing waved his hand speechlessly. Strange smiled awkwardly and had a lot of respect for Luo Bing in his heart. Look at other people, they have done so much without ever being proud of themselves. Maybe this is the real superhero. I heard that you are stuck in the difficulty of space magic? Luo Bing asked directly. Yes. Space magic is too esoteric. Even if I have a sling ring, I still can't summon the space door. Strange frowned, very distressed. The so-called sling ring is actually a perception tool that enhances the force of space. Luo Bing has studied it early on. For ordinary people, this may be a good thing, but in Luo Bing's eyes, it is garbage. Throw away that garbage, I'll show you the power of space with your own eyes, Luo Bing said. The divine space crack opened behind him. But Sorcerer Supreme doesn't allow me to ask anyone else for help, Strange said with some hesitation. She just said that she doesn't want you to use external force to climb to the top of the mountain. I'll take you to experience the power of space and depth. It's a good thing. She didn't have time to laugh. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab it in the air. When Strange replied, the void crack directly swallowed the two of them and disappeared in place. Inside the magician holy place, Ancient One shrugged, helplessly. Even she didn't know where those two went. But since Luo Bing is willing to help Strange in this way, as he said, this is indeed a good thing. 18. It's too much to say that it's too late to laugh. She still had time to laugh. Ancient One magician squeezed out a stiff smile and continued sipping the tea. Black Magic's backbiting ability is too strong. She can't laugh for long. Being able to train Strange to become Sorcerer Supreme is her last wish, as for her other disciple Mordo. Although he also has good magician ability, he is too stubborn and not the perfect choice in Ancient One's mind. In the Shui space, Strange came here for the first time, and this was also the first time Luo Bing brought people to his own small world. The current Shui space is different from the past. It seems that it has really become a small world, with flowers and trees growing vigorously, with a wide variety of species, like a pure land, more like a paradise. This is where? Strange stared at his surroundings. Wait, I feel the power of space. Oh my god, it's amazing. There are space elements everywhere. This is my world, Luo Bing chuckled. He is also very satisfied with the development of Shui space. He definitely deserves the credit of Friday. 810. Your world. Strange looked bewildered. This place is originally a world where the power of space is gathered, and it is also my exclusive world. It is not unusual for you to feel the space element here. On the contrary, if you can't feel anything, it is really strange. Luo Bing waved his hand and took Strange directly to the borderlands. That is an undeveloped area, which belongs to the reserved area of Shui space, and there are countless huge cubes around. Well, that thing is the space node. You can feel the space element more clearly when you get close to it, Luo Bing said. I've already felt it. It's so rich. Strange was stunned. He couldn't imagine the concept of a small world composed of spatial elements. This is simply amazing and the best place to practice space magic. Eh? There seems to be a lake over there. Can I go take a bath? I've been climbing the snow-capped mountains for 3 days. Strange shook the snowflakes on his body, looking at the lake with some heartbeat. He had never seen such a beautiful, colorful lake. Colors like a rainbow. It's so beautiful. Oh, you'd better not do that. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. Why? Strange asked with a question mark on his face. I'm going to be pregnant. Luo Bing spread his hands. Huh? The question mark in Strange's heart grew even bigger. His eyes widened. What's going on with being pregnant? Strange was puzzled, but Luo Bing didn't explain, so he didn't ask any more questions. But the eyes looking at the colorful lake changed completely, and the eyes were very jealous. How terrible is the lake that can make a man pregnant? All right. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world that he does not know. Strange scratched his head. After reading so many magic books, he thought that his vision was not ordinary, but he still didn't expect something that surprised him to appear. You may still be a frog at the bottom of the well. Go for it. Luo Bing waved his hand and gave him the ability to float in this space. This is the embodiment of his ability to control the space. Luo Bing has not tried it in the outside world. Maybe he can do it, but he is not so handy in Shui space. Okay, Strange looked at his floating body with joy, and then floated towards the huge cube, eager to try. After feeling the strong space magic, Strange broke through the last layer of fog on the space gate. He felt the wonder of the space and quickly chanted the incantation, invoking the power of the surrounding space. The ancient incantation was uttered from his mouth. The characters were deep and mysterious. Strange's right hand drew a circle in the air, and bright electric sparks appeared and burned, finally forming a circle. Inside the circle is another scene. It's just that it is limited to the scope of Shui space and has not escaped from this world. Luo Bing nodded. Magician space magic is slightly different from his own. No matter what they do, they need to recite a long series of complicated spells. Only when you reach a stage similar to Sorcerer Supreme can you simplify the spell and use magic more easily and more easily. That is the legendary instant. However, this is difficult, and basically few people can do it. The magician's speed of chanting spells is too long, and Luo Bing can easily defeat them without even entering the speed force when they are in real battle. However, Kamarta's magician is also very strange, focusing on melee combat, which Luo Bing can't understand. The melee magician looks like an Iron Man. Luo Bing can't figure out how powerful a magician with an iron rod can be. Can you also use a pistol? I succeeded. Strange shouted excitedly. He nervously looked at the space portal in front of him. The sparking space gate had stabilized. Strange stretched out a hand, reached out the door, and plucked a blooming flower. Don't worry, no matter how familiar you are not really successful. The space elements in the outside world are not as good as here. When you don't need to use the sling ring to release the space door, then it will be considered a real success. Luo Bing reminded. Road. Yes. Strange nodded gratefully towards Luo Bing. then immersed himself in and continued to experience the spatial elements around him. The space element is very active around him. As the control of shui space, Luo Bing can easily feel all this. He is also not stingy, driving the spatial elements around him to cooperate with Strange. Strange is indeed a genius, although it is very difficult to use the space portal without the sling ring, but in this environment, Strange has only failed twice to portray a not-so-good stable space gate. Afterwards, he practiced for about half an hour, and the stable portal was finally portrayed. His whole body's magic power was basically exhausted, and he also drank a few bottles of Luo Bing's small blue bottle stock. In fact, Kamartaj's orthodox source of magic comes from their belief in Vishandi. That is a very powerful god. However, in the shui space, Strange could not receive the power of the outside world. If it weren't for Luo Bing's MP recovery potion, his magic power would not be able to be replenished at all. Shichichi. The golden space channel exudes a bright and dazzling light. Listen carefully to the sound of sparks burning and rubbing the space. Very cool. But what can I say? It's obvious. If it is used for ordinary rushing, it should be very good, including the current Luo Bing. He has given up the way of teleporting directly or opening the door to appear. In recent days, he has been twisting space to drill out of the black hole. On the one hand, this is because doing so can better sharpen his spatial ability on a daily basis, and on the other hand, it is because it will not be too abrupt, too weird, and will not often startle people. Yes, many people and Luo Bing have complained about his elusiveness, so he is now appearing in twisted space, which is a trick roar. And Kamartaj's space magic is just that. So conspicuous. And in this way, the strange characteristics of this space magic as space have completely disappeared. No one would fail to notice a space door that squeaked like a firework. What a good gatekeeper. So, Kamartaj's space magic is only suitable for rushing and cannot be used for combat, definitely not comparable to Luo Bing's space magic. I succeeded. Strange waved his fist at the sky. He was excited. But this is also normal. The same is true for another person, perhaps even more exaggerated than him. Let's go out and try. Luo Bing waved his hand. The surrounding environment gradually faded, and the two came to the bottom of the Himalayas again. Feeling the biting cold wind around him, Strange tightened his clothes and was once again shocked by Luo Bing's bizarre space ability. Although he has successfully summoned the space gate, but he still can't compare with him. I'm about to start. Strange chanted a spell, drawing circles in the air with his right hand. Chi-chi. The sparks flickered for a moment, then collapsed and dissipated. This. Strange touched his head awkwardly. Let's use the sling ring. The outer space element is not as good as the shui space. You can borrow the sling ring first, and it's not too late to throw that thing after you have enough magic power, Luo Bing said. Okay, Strange nodded. He also understood the reasoning behind it. So, he motivated the magic and continued to chant the spell. With the help of Sling Ring, a solid space portal was carved out. On the other side of the door is the Kamartaj Magician Holy Place. Ancient One pursed his lips, smiled, and looked at Luo Bing. He became more and more invisible. I've learned space magic, yes. Strange stepped into the door of space, directly from the foot of the snowy mountain to the Magician Holy Place. Luo Bing smiled and walked in as well. I succeeded. Venerable, Strange looked at Ancient One where the old god was present. Well, I see. Ancient One nodded, neither satisfied nor disappointed, but judging from her expression, she must be very satisfied. Then now, you need some actual combat training. Ancient One glanced at Strange and Luo Bing beside him, folded his hands together, and the surrounding space began to swirl together like a kaleidoscope. After just 10 seconds, the whole world changed greatly, and then returned to normal. This is... Strange looked curiously at the unfamiliar space around him. Luo Bing looked around, and they seemed to come to an enchantment composed of space. This was a very clever space magic, but it was fundamentally different from shui space. It is a special world similar to the arena and fighting arena, and everything that happens here will not affect the outside world. This is the application of high-level space ability. Luo Bing is obviously not as good as Ancient One in terms of experience. 810. Next, Mordo will train you, Mr. Luo Bing. If you are interested, you can also join. Ancient One smiled and looked at Luo Bing. Then she waved, and the mirror world opened a crack, pulling Mordo, who didn't know where it was, in. The venerable Mordo nodded at Ancient One and then looked at Strange with a serious face. Definitely. He also glanced at Luo Bing beside him. He couldn't tell whether he was repulsive or close, but it was obvious that he would not admit defeat and didn't think he was much better than the other. Forget it. Luo Bing waved his hand. He really has no interest in this kind of kid playing. Training without blood was completely useless to him. If possible, I really want to play against you. Luo Bing looked at Ancient One with interest. Mordo frowned, as if he wanted to say something disrespectful, but Ancient One held out his hand. All right. Ancient One smiled and made a gesture of please. Then I'm welcome. Luo Bing nodded. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and then turned into a golden six-pointed star. Luo Bing was eager to try. In the face of the dexterous magician, Susanoo couldn't have much effect, but the kaleidoscope would better bless his vision. Luo Bing didn't use any weapons, and he didn't enter the state of Speed Force. His body disappeared in place in an instant. He punched the Ancient One who was standing still. Boom! The huge amounts of power instantly smashed Ancient One's into the air, and then her body turned into foam, and Ancient One's flashed out from the space on the side. High-level magic, phantom duplication. Fast speed and strength, more than 50 Ancient Ones said together, and the scene was spectacular. Well, very ingenious magic. Luo Bing smiled, also modestly, and then the kaleidoscope of his eyes rotated slightly. Through the insight ability of the kaleidoscope, Luo Bing easily saw through the various duplications of Ancient One and found her entity. Another sudden punch. Ancient One was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed. His hands slid slightly, a light shield defense turntable appeared in front of him, and then she was smashed by Luo Bing's distance and flew out. Boom, bang, bang, bang. More than 50 duplications shattered and disappeared due to the energy imbalance due to the attack on the body. So, it looks like you have a good pair of eyes. Ancient One coughed lightly. Magician's body was already fragile, but he couldn't stand Luo Bing's heavy punch. She waved her hand, pinched the seal, and the magic power gathered around her body, and it seemed that she became serious. Swish! Dozens of tons of objects were driven by her psychokinesis, and rocks in all directions shot towards Luo Bing in a dense burst. Too slow, Luo Bing shook his head in disappointment. With this speed, Buffa, he didn't even want to hit him. Is that so? Ancient One smiled and pinched a few spells with his left hand again. All the flying stones became transparent and invisible, and even Ancient One himself gradually disappeared into the air. Invisibility. Luo Bing frowned and glanced around. Ancient One concealed it very well. The mirror space was originally her domain, which inadvertently cut off a lot of Luo Bing's insight into space, leaving him only 10 meters of reaction space. Swish! Luo Bing relied on instinct and subconsciously avoided one attack after another. Although the attack was invisible, Luo Bing always managed to dodge it just right every time. Dangerous. 9. Instinct once again issued a warning. Luo Bing sneered. His body disappeared in place in an instant, directly locked the source of the attack, and punched it with a strong and fierce punch. Crack! The cube shield was shattered directly, and the figure of Ancient One appeared and flew out again. Mordo and Strange frowned and looked at the two people who were constantly flashing in the sky. The situation was very unfavorable for the Venerable. Why did the Venerable have to melee again and again? Why not use magic attacks? Mordo wouldn't understand. Most of Ancient One's magical abilities are directly immune to Luo Bing. She has a lot of mental power control spells that directly fail. Energy projection, penetrating objects, illusions, flight, shields, alchemy, psychokinesis, teleportation, various magical attacks are unleashed by the Ancient One. It's a pity that from the time of the fight to the present, none of her effective attacks has landed on Luo Bing. Luo Bing is too flexible. Beast's instinct and perfect teleportability allow him to evade all attacks. It can be said that as long as he wants to hide, no attack can hit him. Ancient One took a breath and stopped attacking with a smile. She probably understood in her heart that in front of the opponent's seemingly limitless magic power, she would soon be unable to resist. What's more, the man in front of him didn't seem to be serious. He didn't show his true strength at all, and he was always a symbolic attack that didn't hurt. I lost. Ancient One's body fell from the sky. No, Venerable, you are not serious at all. How could you possibly lose to him? Mordo couldn't believe it, which broke his understanding of Sorcerer Supreme and couldn't accept it in his heart. If you lose, you lose. You have to accept the facts, child. Ancient One shook his head slightly with his calm expression. I want to challenge you. Moro looked at Luo Bing angrily. Luo Bing waved his hand lightly, and as soon as he reached the mountain in the distance, it was torn in half by Space Slash. Mordo and Strange Size widened at the same time, and they swallowed in disbelief. Come on, I accept your challenge, Luo Bing smiled. I'm joking. Mo froze instantly, his face flushed red. In the evening, Luo Bing said goodbye to Kamartaj and took away a few books on the advanced application of space magic. Today, I had a simple warm-up with Ancient One, which made Luo Bing curious about spells like Mirror Space. Although he is not a magician, the polymorphic application of the space ability is the same. Luo Bing went out to hang out for a day, and the three women in the family seemed to have explained it, especially Lorna, who looked at Luo Bing with embarrassed eyes. I'm sorry. Wanda, she's so ignorant, I've already taught her a lesson. Lorna walked over awkwardly, bent over and apologized. It's all right, in fact, I should apologize to you after all. Luo Bing was embarrassed and didn't say anything in the middle of his words. However, the other party should be able to understand the content of his words. It's okay, no problem. I don't mind. You don't have to hide from me. Lorna waved his hand quickly and said shyly. Luo Bing didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say. You're a good figure. Let's get to know you better when you have a chance. So, he could only smile awkwardly. He's a straight man. You can tell him clearly and hold him responsible. Sky ran out of the next door at some point, looking at Lorna angrily. Lorna froze in place, her face flushed. In fact, she was not of this character, but in the face of this kind of thing, she was still a little girl after all. She and Sky had a good chat before, although she didn't know what Sky thought, but for her suggestion. Lorna was very willing to accept it. What? Luo Bing frowned in confusion with a question mark on his face. What? You've seen the whole girl's body, and you just want to forget it? Sky's eyes widened angrily. Then, Luo Bing frowned and looked at Sky. Did she mean? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Just have fun. You two like each other. What are you talking about? Wanda, sleep for me tonight and make room for your brother-in-law. Sky turned to look at the other corner. Obviously, Wanda was also eavesdropping curiously. No, I don't agree. Why should I sleep with my sister? Wanda snorted in dissatisfaction. Do you want to have an early bar mitzvah too? Sky glared at Wanda badly. Okay, Wanda laughed shyly. Okay, you, come with me. With that said, Sky dragged one of Wanda's long legs on the ground, then slammed the door shut. Only Luo Bing and Lorna were left in the hall looking at each other. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, and he couldn't take it easy. He looked at Lorna, who was shy in front of him, and shouted in his heart. What does this mean? Girlfriend finds him a woman behind his back? I'm not dreaming? Lorna bowed her head shyly, her face flushed with blood. If Luo Bing didn't do anything at this time, he really wasn't a man. He gritted his teeth and held Lorna nervously in his arms. The two hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's strong heartbeat. I like you. Lorna raised her face and quickly kissed Luo Bing's face, then buried her head tightly in his arms. I won't let you down. Luo Bing didn't say much. No matter how much nonsense he said at this time, it was unnecessary. Now, only long kisses. It was a very long and tender night. When he woke up the next day, Luo Bing felt a little unreal. Looking at Lorna, who was like a lazy kitten beside him. The unreality in his heart gradually faded, and then it became full of happiness. "Are you awake?" Lorna shyly looked at Luo Bing, picked up the clothes on the side, and covered her body in a hurry. She was still a little shy. Don't wear it yet. Let me take a good look at you." Luo Bing held up Polaris' face, looked at her affectionately, and through the unsightly clothes. "You are pretty." At noon. Avengers Building. "Hi, Luo Bing, are you in a good mood today?" Steve walked out of the training room sweating profusely, picked up the drink on the side, and poured it down. Seeking Flowers 0. Captain America doesn't let up his training a day. Now the Avengers are strong, and because of this, Steve works harder. He has to become stronger, protect more people, and do his best. Very good, very good. Luo Bing read letters from all over the world. Since Avengers Mansion is public, many fans send gift packages and letters every day. This kind of stuff, it's just too much. But it is also because of their support that the Avengers are full of energy every day. By the way, I just met Banner at the door. The experiment seems to have made new progress. Let's go and have a look. Steve put down his drink, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked with a smile. 0. Luo Bing, although he is the backbone of the Avengers, in fact, he is totally a hands-off shopkeeper. The file-size affairs in the organization, including new installation and equipment configuration, are all handled by Steve and Tony. They are very attentive. Luo Bing is not good at dealing with this kind of things. He is not so careful and basically has no ability to organize and manage. He is a belief and a mascot. Okay, Luo Bing was in a good mood all day. He just woke up. As for what you've been doing all morning, well, that's his and Lorna's secret. But Sky has some taste, but it doesn't matter. The two have already negotiated. Luo Bing's 7 days a week are divided into time. 135 is Sky's, 246 is Lorna's. As for Sunday, the two of them allowed themselves a trip to hell. Have to say, Luo Bing really didn't know what to say about such a girlfriend. It's just too sweet. As soon as he walked to the door of the laboratory, Luo Bing, who was half-hearted, collided with a woman. Clap, clap, clap. The complicated and lengthy data files fell to the ground. It was Dr. Zhao Hailuan, she sighed, looked at the information on the ground speechlessly, and then raised her head. Then she was stunned, not responding for a long time. This is the first time the two have met. Are you all right? Luo Bing bent down to pick up the information on the ground. This kind of thing rarely happens to him, which is why he is absent-minded today. Normally, he can always react in advance and pick up the document before it hits the ground. It's okay, it's okay. Zhao Hailuan was overjoyed and looked at Luo Bing shyly, not even paying much attention to what he handed over, and handed it to Steve next to him. Steve had a question mark on his head. He looked at the document in his hand inexplicably, with a blank expression on his face. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Helen Zhao. It's the first time you two have met. Steve coughed lightly to break the embarrassment. Dr. Zhao Hailuan? Luo Bing was a little unexpected. In his impression, doctors are generally bald, middle-aged people with dark circles under their eyes, especially those who have reached such a high rank. Like Banner, he already has a lot of white hair on his head, but it's not very obvious on the back of his head. Luo Bing never expected that Dr. Banner would be as young and beautiful as Zhao Hailuan, whom he admired. She is really beautiful. Maybe Americans have different aesthetics, but in the East, she looks like a fairy, mature and charming. Hello, Mr. Robin. Zhao Hailuan stretched out her right hand nervously, her little heart beating in disappointment. As the only Asian in the Avengers, Robin is also a heavyweight leader. Robin's popularity in Europe and the United States is exaggerated, but it is far less crazy than in Asia. In those places, every household treats him like a god. Not to mention other things, Luo Bing's beauty beyond the international aesthetics alone is enough to make a complete girl sleepless at night. Obviously, Zhao Hailuan is also a crazy admirer of Luo Bing. She is so nervous that her calf is shaking now. Even a doctor's temperament can't stand it. Hello, my name is Luo Bing, not Robin. It's just a matter of pronunciation, Luo Bing explained awkwardly and shook hands with Zhao Hailuan. Her palms already had a layer of fine sweat, sticky and tender. "Oh? Is that so? I'm sorry, I'm rude, monk with mule disease." Zhao Hailuan repeatedly called Luo Bing's name over and over again and used the Huxia pronunciation. "Luo Bing. Forget it. You'd better call me Robin." Luo Bing is ashamed. There are too many languages in the world, and each country's pronunciation is different. Compared with her strange pronunciation, Robin is more accepting. Luo Bing wanted to draw out his hand, but the opponent's grip was too tight, and he even started to hold his hand nervously with both hands. As a gentleman, Luo Bing couldn't take his hand out of the opponent's hand, so the scene at the scene became very embarrassing. Steve rolled his eyes helplessly, holding the information like a white-collar errand runner. Fortunately, when Banner heard the movement here, he ran over excitedly and excitedly pulled Luo Bing's arm towards the laboratory. "He's crazy, his hair is messy, as if that's what Dr. Liver is supposed to be like." "Amazing, Robin, you can't imagine. This potion is amazing." While dragging Luo Bing forward, he shouted excitedly. His expression was as if he had seen the miracle of the 21st century. Even after the victory in the New York War, he had never experienced the madness. Luo Bing may not be able to understand, for a biologist, what the HP recovery medicine represents. It is the joy and excitement that cannot be described in words. Fortunately, the reckless Banner broke this awkward situation, allowing Luo Bing to escape from the crazy little girl Zhao Hailuan. It's a miracle brought about by God. Oh no, it should be Robin's miracle. In fact, I think the name is so appropriate. This is Robin's miracle number 1. His efficacy has been proved by trial and error. 1/10 of the normal HP recovery potion. And it's also mass-produced. But the most important thing is not these. The important thing is that Dr. Zhao Hailuan and I found too many unknown ingredients in the ingredients of HP medicine. Those factors have powerful effects such as killing cancer cells. Oh my God, I really can't describe to you how excited I am at the moment. Just this small bottle of medicine can solve almost all diseases imaginable in the world. Even genetic diseases have improved signs. I don't know if it's because Peter officially joined Avengers. Luo Bing always felt that everyone in the Avengers building became talkative, which made him a little helpless. Even the honest and steady Dr. Banner at the moment became talkative. He held a bottle of reddish shimmering liquid and waved his hands like a counterfeit drug dealer. Definitely, spidering the whole crew is just a joke. It's really that Dr. Banner at the moment is so excited that he can't even describe his excitement in a good way of expressing himself. Okay, well done. It seems that we have to consider the issue of population aging in advance. Luo Bing smiled and was very satisfied. It's hard work, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Dr. Banner, so let's call everyone to celebrate tonight. He praised, patted Banner's shoulder, and looked at Zhao Hailuan with admiration. Zhao Hailuan, who was on the side, was already dominated by the 6 gods and smirked in a daze. Hulk is also working hard. The green fat man roared from Banner's body. Now Hulk and Banner have reached a good cooperative relationship, and even for some laborious instrument manipulation, Banner will Hulk a pair of green arms to work for him. This time Robin Miracle number 1 not only has the credit of the HP recovery potion, but also the reason why he was able to mass-produce it. Hulk's Hulk serum also played a huge amount of role in its 810. The perfect integration of the two has the current effect. Definitely, Hulk is great too. Luo Bing laughed out loud and touched Banner, Hulk's head. Hulk is only the IQ of a 3-year-old child, and he needs to be encouraged often, otherwise the little guy will lose his temper. But in general, after so many days of running in, Banner and Hulk have become inseparable. Hulk and Banner, both Avengers babies. Indispensable. I've informed Stark that maybe we can hold a press conference to announce this exciting news to the world. Steve is also very happy, and it has always been Avengers' original goal to benefit humanity on Earth. Now, they can not only prevent and protect, but also solve the pain of human disease. Why not do it? Okay, when Tony arrives, make the following plan, and let our new members meet with everyone. Luo Bing nodded, agreeing with Banner's suggestion. Although Avengers has been silently protecting all mankind, but it can't really derail the human beings on Earth. As a heroic organization, it can't be too ordinary, definitely not too mythical. Luo Bing wants to let people all over the world know that Avengers has always been with them. At the same time, it can also effectively sound a wake-up call to sneak criminals all over the world. The HP potion was so successful that it could even be handed over to Tony's robotic assembly line. Robin Miracle No. 1 can produce about 10,000 bottles in one night, although the amount is still small at present, but it will be more when the scale is expanded and production is increased. Certainly, every perfect medicine has an accident of ingredient leakage. But obviously Robin Miracle 1 can't have this problem. His main ingredients are still derived from HP recovery potions, and the Earth does not have a large number of ingredients on it. It can be said that Robin Miracle 1 still has to rely on the matrix of HP recovery potions. But it is probably only the ingredients of a bottle of orthodox HP medicine for the difference of 10,000 bottles. But this kind of thing, Luo Bing is very free now, and when he is free, he realizes this kind of thing on a large scale in the warehouse. The development of HP medicine is very successful, but MP back to blue medicine is a little worse. It may also be that magic is too mysterious. Currently relying on MP to return to the blue medicine, Banner and Zhao Hailuan have only developed a small pill that can make people smarter. Robin Miracle 2. Yes, get smart. From a sensory point of view, his function is to make people's brains operate quickly and can achieve a sensitivity of about 10 times the normal level, and their memory and cognition have been greatly improved in an all-round way. But this thing, Luo Bing is not going to make it public for the time being, because his effect is a bit like a drug, although it is very powerful, but it will make people dependent. I have to say that after taking the drug, you can instantly turn from a Diaosi to a genius, and your career line has risen all the way, but it can only last for 24 hours, and you need to take it again after 24 hours. Otherwise, the feeling of falling from genius to rock bottom again is too bad. This thing is also very dangerous. If it is obtained by criminals and commits a crime with high IQ, the situation will become worse. There's one more bonus to Robin's Miracle 2. That is exciting. Banner's own experiments show that he has been working at a high intensity for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. He doesn't want to sleep at all, and his mental energy is very concentrated. Obviously, this may be a higher intensity energy drink, but it's too much. It is not good for the body, and the normal routine of human beings is still very important. Luo Bing can also do not sleep for months or even years, but that is undoubtedly irresponsible to the body. The dovetail of the streamer swept across the city of New York, attracting a large crowd of people to look up and cheer. That's Tony. The happiest thing about New York City is seeing the Avengers every day. Even the number of people moving these days is giving the local governor a headache. Guys, I'm here. Tony landed on the lifting platform of the Avengers building. The armor on his body faded one by one, and he stood quietly on the side like a loyal steward. You're late, Tony. The Avengers gathered, and now a lot of wine has been opened. Haha, not everyone is as fast as the boss. I'm a lasting man. As expected of Tony, how can't he get rid of his bad breath? Luo Bing pouted. He didn't need to explain it all. He understands people. Naturally, he understands. Just look at the expressions of Lorna and Sky at the moment. It is a look of resentment. This guy Luo Bing, like a beast. I've got the press conference planned on the way, so how many new members do we have now? Stark stepped over. His Wakanda journey was almost over. It's not that he doesn't want to stay anywhere. It's really because Little Chili has 4 or 5 video communications a day in the past 2 days. There is no time at all. Quicksilver, Wanda, and Falcon recommended by the captain. As for Lorna and Sky, many people already know each other, so it's not necessary, Luo Bing said. And me, Peter played truant again today. Well, he's been turning into a bad student. However, Aunt May already knew his identity, and Peter said that he didn't care about the class. After all, it was too easy for Aunt May to guess Parker's identity from Luo Bing. Luo Bing never wore a mask. Why are you following along? Luo Bing looked at Peter speechlessly. I'm only a reservist. Also, I want the world to correct me. My name is Spider-Man, not Spider-Boy. Peter Parker said with a resentment. Ha ha. Avengers laughed. Chucky. Bifrost's light fell, and Thor landed directly on the lift. Hey, guys, it's not fair if you don't call me when you drink. Thor came over with a big laugh. This guy who doesn't like drinking wine is like seeing his wife after seeing the wine. God's domain is busy? Luo Bing threw a bottle of Romantai over. He knew that this guy never used a small glass to drink. How do I say it? I don't know. Originally, my father called me back to tell me something about Ragnarok, but he said it halfway and then didn't say it again. It seems that the rumor it's fake, it shouldn't be a big problem. By the way, I heard that the Dark Elves have invaded? Thor asked solemnly. Those guys were dealt with within 2 minutes of being in the hands of the boss. By the way, there are still a few survivors who are locked up in Wakanda, or you send them back to their hometown? We're not killing them. The captives, stay here and feed them. Tony shrugged helplessly. Are there still people alive? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Well, a dozen or so, lying on the ground and playing dead. We found out later when we were cleaning the battlefield, Tony replied. I've never heard of dark elf soldiers lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. They are the bravest warriors. Thor touched his chin, a little disbelieving. Brave? Well, he's brave indeed. But you haven't seen the scene. Obviously, you don't understand the situation at the time, Stark sighed helplessly. Who can continue to be brave in such a situation? By the way, boss, T'Challa and I expressed our desire to join the Avengers. I forgot to call him when we came. Maybe you can go to Wakanda now. Tony suddenly thought of something and said, Wait. Luo Bing snapped his fingers. Wakanda, Black Panther is patrolling the final repair phase of the Bubble Defense Drag. With Iron Man's help, this progress was made much faster, and a little bit of Tony's tech was added. ### hashtag. Black Panther suddenly found that the surrounding environment has become different. He looked around, and the Avengers made a move roar at him. Black Panther was stunned for a while, then raised his right hand. Hi. Black Panther silently glanced at the Avengers building, and then glanced at the gradually disappearing black hole behind him. Am I the only one who isn't used to this magical mode of transportation? T'Challa rolled his eyes and shrugged. Haha, don't worry, man. Try a few times and you'll get used to it. Tony laughed and put his arms around Black Panther's shoulders. Apparently, the two have been getting along very well these days in Wakanda. Long time no see. I'll take care of everyone in the future. T'Challa made a move to the crowd roar, officially joined the Avengers, and became a member of this big family. Filling out applications is just a joke. Avengers never had that. The situation is not important. The most important thing is the people. In terms of character, T'Challa is a person worth relying on. He represents the entire Wakanda behind him, and he is absolutely qualified to join the ranks of this Earth warrior. Happy was busy preparing for this unprecedented press conference. He is also a model worker, flying around all day dealing with large and small files. Even Tony is not very involved in the operation of the Stark Group now, and everything is handed over to Shao-Chili. He seems to experience the joy of being a Luo Bing-style shopkeeper in 827, and he is out of control. It's good too. A super genius like him is not a player who sits in an office all day in meetings. After all, the shopping mall is not suitable for him. Tony is actually a proud person, and he doesn't bother to participate in the operation of the group at all. The only thing that can make him interested is to continue to develop the Mark series armor and worry about the equipment of Avengers. Perfect the defense net covering the Earth. He was worried about, but all of them were big things. Obviously, a small Stark group is nothing compared to that. The media reporters are rushing over, the time is set at 2 p.m., and you still have more than an hour to prepare. Pepper walked over, glanced at the watch on his hand, and said, Avengers and Stark Group are one family. No need to publicize this point. Everyone understands that Black Knight Robin is the major shareholder of Stark Group, and the second head Iron Man is also an important member of the Avengers. Today, the daily chores of Avengers are left to the outstanding staff of Stark to handle. The reason why the name of Stark Group is still maintained is also requested by Luo Bing. Bifa is actually Stark's family business, so change the name at will. fearing that Tony's father, who has been dead for decades, will jump out of the coffin board to protest. Definitely, the Robin Miracle one, to be launched today, is also under the Stark Group's name. Regardless of how much this wave will make Stark Group's stock rise and how much it will make, in fact, money is not so important to Luo Bing now. He also completely transformed from the role of a miser. Prepare? Do we still need to prepare? Do you want to write the speech in advance? Tony jokingly looked at the crowd. Which of the characters present is not a guy who has seen the world, just deal with such small occasions casually? Definitely. Except for Peter Parker. This guy perfectly embodies his 16-year-old stage fright. Luo Bing really couldn't understand this. They also held a brief press conference after the last Queen's accident. As a result, Peter hesitation for a long time. He didn't say his fart, and his nervous palms were all sweaty. That's why the outside world keeps calling Roar the Spider Boy. Because he was nervous on special occasions like a child. What should I do? What should I do? Peter scratched his head in distress, saying that he was the one who was going to play, and now he was the one who was scratching his head nervously. He really found himself guilty. It's not that he has no language organization ability. On the contrary, in school, his thesis and academic report are the best, but now he does not represent Peter Parker in academic research. Rather a Spider-Man. Friendly neighbors for the inhabitants of the world. Parker is under a lot of pressure. Are we going to change into something special, like a suit, sunglasses? I think that would be cooler. Like Peter, there is Quicksilver. This child is also young, and he is not inferior to Peter in some bizarre ideas. I agree, Quicksilver, it's great that you have to suggest that maybe the two of us can come up with a combination. Hey, Quick Spider? What do you think? Peter wasn't wearing his red and blue tights yet. The Avengers knew his true identity. And probably because he's young and in need of someone to take care of him, everyone treats him so well that Tony even built him a Spider-Man battle suit himself. Full of fatherly love. At this moment, Peter is hugging Quicksilver and whispering something. This guy is pulling people into his duo again. Quicksilver? It looks so strange, Senior. Do you have another name? Quicksilver asked modestly. As a newbie, he was still a little reserved. But the boss of the Alliance is his brother-in-law, so it's not like he can't let go. Or is it called Spider Silver? Peter Parker asked again. Senior, it's not fair. Why you can take 2 words every time? I only take 1 word. Quicksilver was very distressed and looked at Peter puzzled. It's reasonable. Who made your name too short? Take 1 word out of 2 words, and take 2 words out of 4, isn't it fair? 35 Peter asked with a smile. Isn't Spider-Man 3 words? Quicksilver asked in confusion. I'm still Spider-Boy, it's definitely 4 words, oh. God, I feel more and more that the title of Spider Silver is just too suitable for the two of us, man. Don't hesitation, just let it be. We're a team. Peter Parker spoke very fast, patted Quicksilver on the shoulder, and stunned the kid. It seems to make sense. Quicksilver looked at his brother-in-law with a confused look, as if he wanted to seek his brother-in-law's opinion. Luo Bing directly ignored the duo who played Bao Bao. Really 2 living treasures. Tony recorded. In the future, the Avengers can't bring in living treasures anymore. I can't stand both of them. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. A group of people laughed. Falcon, who was recommended by Captain America, stayed shy. He wasn't used to talking with these legendary characters. In fact, his heart was too heavy. Luo Bing, Tony, and the others were never very arrogant. As for Thor, it was better to have wine. Just look at Black Panther. At the moment he had a hot chat with the Avengers and has gradually integrated into the group. Time passed quickly and an hour passed quietly. While the Avengers were chatting, the reporters outside were already waiting eagerly. Although the preparation time for this press conference is not very sufficient, it is obvious that it has become a well-known thing to everyone immediately. Every bit of news about the Avengers is a big deal. Even Tony's old tidbits they can enjoy watching now. Xiao Chili has a dark face all day because of this kind of thing, and always feels that there is a green hat a few hundred meters high on her head. But love is tolerance. What can she do? After all, it is the past, isn't it? The only thing that makes melon eaters feel a pity. There is too little news about Luo Bing on the internet. This time Black Knight is back, and he doesn't even have time to really fight Roar with everyone. This makes many people feel sorry. But this press conference finally let them get their wish. I heard that not only the legend will appear in this press conference, but almost all the heroes of Avengers will appear at this stage. Definitely, except for the surprise. That girl has no idea of joining the Avengers. Luo Bing hopes that she will become is the main force of the Tianjin Bureau. In terms of familiarity with the universe, Surprise is quite experienced, although she's a lunatic. It's a pity that the lobby of the Avengers building can only accommodate 10,000 people, basically news reporters from all over the world. The announcement was only released for more than 4 hours, and many reporters from distant countries were on specially approved private jets. For the first official launch of Avengers, all countries took it seriously. After all, now every move of the Avengers can affect the future development of the Earth. For the residents who did not come to the scene, they could only wait in front of the TV screen nervously and expectantly. The 10-minute countdown to the press conference, Happy held the microphone on the podium. He really loved this job, and now Happy has almost become the external representative of the Avengers, which is very beautiful. Hi, friends from the media. Good afternoon, everyone. Definitely to the lovely boys and girls around the world in front of the camera, uncles, aunts, nephews, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And have a good mood all day. Happy has a tongue-in-cheek tongue. He can be said to have a knack for things like press conferences. Even in the face of tens of thousands of people, he doesn't have the slightest sense of nervousness and stage fright. He is smooth and can always handle all kinds of things. I know everyone has been looking forward to this launch for a long time. Maybe everyone is also very curious about what the press conference is going to announce. Before I took the stage, I read a lot of remarks made by the media. It really wasn't that aliens invaded, and it wasn't that Mr. Stark fell in love with Mr. Robin, and the captain was jealous. I beg your brains, can you calm down? Maybe you can worry more about the weather that is getting colder recently. It's time to add some clothes, guys. I'm definitely not advertising Stark Group's latest civilian protective outerwear, nor actually advertising the genuine Avengers US suits that are circulating on the market. I usually don't suggest anything to you in such formal occasions. Believe me, this press conference will definitely shock every human being on the planet. The old god Happy was swaying his saliva, which attracted more than 10,000 staff members on the scene to complain and boo. But obviously, the fat guy enjoyed the sound. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Happy glanced around the audience and suddenly picked up the microphone and roared loudly. Okay, without further ado, let's go straight to today's topic. Now, let me invite the Avengers. And new members coming to the Avengers. Avengers. All the media reporters roared excitedly and waved their arms. Fortunately, most of the cameras were fixed on the ground with tripods, otherwise this move would definitely attract loud protests from those watching the live broadcast. That camera still doesn't shake and make everyone seasick? The curtain opened and the Avengers appeared in a crowd. The audience instantly boiled. The cries of mad roar almost broke through the sky and circled in the hall for a long time. Even the audience who were guarding the big screen followed mad roar out. If there is an external voice of aliens on the mobile phone Earth, it is definitely a carnival shouting. I don't know. I thought the whole world was a disco. Quicksilver is wearing a silver battlesuit, and Peter is wearing a blue and red battlesuit. It's nothing, but both of them wear black sunglasses by coincidence. Wearing a spider battlesuit and sunglasses, it looks so weird and weird. Please be quiet for a while, I'll announce a few things, and I'll leave you time to ask questions later. Luo Bing smiled and pressed his hands down. He doesn't need a microphone. His voice spreads clearly to every corner. Today's Black Knight Robin is dressed in a casual suit and has the charm of a mature man. He doesn't need a spotlight. His every move is the brightest presence on the stage. Seeking Flowers 0. The starlight shines in every gesture. Everyone did not design any way to appear, and the simple curtain opened, and residents all over the world began to go crazy. It is the charm of a hero. They deserve roar. In comparison, Those entertainment stars are not even the light of dust. The moment Luo Bing opened his mouth, the audience fell silent. Even the audience in front of the screen subconsciously held Roar's breath. Their hearts were beating thumping, and they couldn't help themselves nervously. Some girls with poor physique even fainted, which was really a sighing scene. First, Avengers welcomed several new members. One of the shameless red and blue tights got in here, pretending to be a newcomer. We'll leave him alone for now. Now let me introduce you to you. Black Panther, Wanda, Falcon, Quicksilver. Luo Bing introduced the identities of the new members one by one, constantly attracting bursts of cheers from Roar. For the addition of new heroes, everyone burst out with their greatest enthusiasm, and the addition of new heroes also ignited the heroic dream of all young generations. It turns out that Avengers is really good. This is simply amazing. OMG. If only I could join in too. The new members greeted everyone with a smile, Roar. A small number of them like Falcon, but the remaining 3 have never heard of it. I protest, I'm also a newbie. I want to report. Black Knight teamed up with a group of Avengers to suppress Spider-Man. I personally hate this kind of thing. Oh my god, I'm so pitiful. You don't know I've been how miserable it is. I live in dire straits all day, and what I hear the most every day is, "Shut up, little Spider-Man. Shut up, little Spider-Man. The people here are really bad. Shut me up all day. Don't drink me. They drink, I can only drink Coke." Speaking of Coke, it tastes good. If it's with popcorn, it's so good. Yes, I still like it. Little Spider-Man pouted in dissatisfaction and fired a barrage of cannons. Avengers. Reporters and melon eaters. Home. I told you to shut up for a reason. You talkative. And sometimes Luo Bing really admires how this guy can say so many words in one breath. Moreover, he can still stray from the topic when he talks. He jumps between topics very skillfully. Now he starts talking about what happened when he was 15 years old. If he doesn't stop him, he may keep talking until not born. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, snapped his fingers, and activated the mute command to stop Peter's talk show. This guy talks endlessly, and the press conference can't be opened yet. Little Spider-Man struggled and looked at Luo Bing with resentment on his face. He finally relaxed and entered into his own chat rhythm, and was banned again. Spider is so tired. Okay, let's ignore this guy again. Luo Bing shrugged at the media, showing helplessness. 827, ha 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 ha. Everyone was amused by Luo Bing's helpless expression, and couldn't help laughing out loud. The guy who can make the omnipotent Black Knight feel a headache, and perhaps only little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man is actually a very good kid, Luo Bing said. Peter on the side heard that big brother Luo actually praised himself and waved happily at the audience. It's a pity that he has a mouth. Luo Bing shrugged again, and there was laughter from the audience. He fully agreed with what Luo Bing said. Little Spider-Man is so good at chatting that even the reporters were speechless. But please rest assured, now that medical technology is so advanced, I will let someone arrange a mouth resection for him, Luo Bing said immediately. Peter listened, completely cowardly. Even though the mute time was over, he still covered his mouth timidly with his hands. Oh God, he doesn't want to be sent for some G surgery. The scene is very active. Maybe Peter Parker's wish came true. From today, he officially got rid of the 4-character name Roar of Spider-Boy and became the 3-character name he dreamed of. Not Spider-Man, but Little Spider-Man. Perhaps this cruel truth was enough to make the child sad for a long time. Even Quicksilver, who was on the side, couldn't help but dislike it, and he secretly dragged Little Spider-Man and whispered, "Or, let's forget about our combination. I follow you, it's easy to get into trouble." I have to say, Quicksilver feels pretty accurate in some ways. 2.5 buckets of superhero together, can't do half and half. Aunt May in front of the TV helped her forehead, 1 head and 2 big. Peter used to be cowardly and inferior. It really makes me cry. Definitely, the above is just a joke. I can't bear to send such a cute little Spider-Man to surgery, otherwise I won't have time to hold a conference in the future. But since medical treatment is mentioned, I just announced the news of this conference. The second important thing, Luo Bing said, standing and looking at Tony. That's right, in the medical field, but I don't know much about this kind of thing. In terms of professional knowledge, let Dr. Banner and Dr. Hailuan Zhao come to popularize it for you. Tony took over the words, and then threw the topic to Banner and Dr. Hailuan Zhao. Yes, Dr. Zhao Hailuan was also honored to participate in this press conference. In fact, she has now become a member of the Avengers Research and Development Department, and the motherland has just resigned. To be able to join the Avengers, this is the dream of everyone, and all countries are also crowding their heads and want to send people in. That's it, I named this thing Robin Miracle #1, as you can tell from the name. This is a series. Banner pushed his eyes, full of academic atmosphere. Next, he and Dr. Zhao Hailuan perfectly explained the specific function and curative effect of Robin Miracle #1. Their too authoritative rhetoric did not want the temperament of selling fake medicines that Luo Bing introduced at the beginning. It can be seen that Banner and Dr. Zhao Hailuan have prepared a lot for this conference. They are truly professional. However, this is the case. Once the news about the Robin Miracle #1 was announced, it also attracted the curiosity and doubts of everyone present. This curative effect. This effect. Is it really possible? Will it really happen in the 21st century? According to the official instructions given by the Avengers, there is no need to worry about diseases with large file sizes in the world from now on. Many scholars and doctors are also watching this worldwide press conference, and their eyes widened in disbelief. No. Impossible. They have never thought about those things. This sounds like a fantasy. The words came from the Avengers, or from the famous biologist Banner, as if all the doubts had lost their strength. Really? Great. My grandpa has been bedridden for 2 months, and he has terminal cancer. Is this really possible? Although I also believe in the Avengers, this potion is too unscientific, isn't it? Science? You want to talk science with Mr. Stark? Maybe myth with Mr. Thor? 35. I would like to believe the Avengers. They are godlike guys. A storm has swept the world. Even the reporters on the scene were excited. This news is undoubtedly a heavyweight, even more shocking than the addition of new members of the Avengers. You may think this is just a bottle of potion, but if it is as magical as Dr. Banner describes, it will change the entire history of mankind. This is undoubtedly the most shocking news they have heard at this conference. You can ask questions. Luo Bing waved his hand and pointed at an oriental man with eyes. Mr. Black Knight, is Robin Miracle 1 really as magical as Dr. Banner described? Are there any side effects or? Obviously, he wanted Luo Bing to give them an answer. For them, what Dr. Banner said can still be questioned, but if it is Black Knight Robin, but what he says, they will believe it. Yes, everything is as Banner said. Without any side effects, it can save 99% of the diseases in the world. In fact, although we Avengers are the greatest force to defend the Earth, but in fact, in addition to these, we hope what more can be done. So, Robin Miracle 1 was born. Luo Bing nodded with a smile and said. Everyone took a deep breath, dressed in rough clothes, and listened to Luo Bing's speech. It was as if the sky had really fallen in shock. Actually, the original purpose of our Avengers was to resist the invasion of alien species. Captain America took the microphone from Happy. After the Battle of Queens, the Battle of New York, although we did our best, the aftermath of the battle will still affect some residents. Many people lost their legs and feet, and some people lost their lives because of it. Including our frontline SHIELD agents, these UN soldiers have been killed and wounded countless times. In fact, those who stand behind and give silently are the real heroes. After the First World War in Queens, the Black Death and the plague spread, and now the whole city is a land of no one. In my day, getting sick was a terrible thing. Many soldiers died because of a small scratch. Died on the battlefield. We can't deal with the disease very effectively. I think that is God's punishment for war. Captain America held the microphone. His voice was a little low. When I came awakening, the whole world changed. I think that is the change I want. Although the pace of life is fast, it is no longer as comfortable as before, but there is no war. Every human being on Earth is we can get along with each other in a friendly way for the next 14-inch. And I also believe that after today's press conference, the whole world will usher in another change. At noon, Mr. Luo Bing also discussed with me about the aging of the population in the future. Haha. Really, I am an elderly population, right? After all, in a few years, I will welcome me 100th birthday. Speaking of which, Steve himself laughed speechlessly. After his remarks, all the media reporters, including the audience in front of the TV screen, unfolded a beautiful picture. No disease, no world of pain. Gosh, really can't believe it. Really cannot imagine. Is this day really coming? Even the criminals who were on the move at the moment were quiet. Many people committed crimes because of poverty, and more people committed crimes because of the desperation of disease. A super genius who should have been attracting attention, but because of physical problems, he had to go down the wrong road. Too much. There are really too many such cases. If there were no disease in the world, then maybe the Earth will really be a paradise. Robin Miracle One can save 99% of the diseases in the world, but it still has no effect on mental diseases and mental problems. There may not be any drugs that can treat this kind of stuff. The only one who can overcome it is himself. The returning Captain America is always sensational, but I have to say, he has a unique charm. Thank you, Steve, for your speech, celebrating your 100th birthday in advance. Speaking of which, I want to ask Thor, how does it feel to live for more than 2,000 years? Does Asgard have the concept of a birthday? Luo Bing looked at Thor with a smile. For the first time, everyone clearly knew Thor's age. This guy has lived for more than 2,000 years? Gosh, Avengers are really a bunch of gods. Birthday? No such thing, but I will cut off a monster's head every 100 years to commemorate it. Thor shrugged, and the words he said were jaw-dropping. Your way of celebrating is really weird. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Back to the topic, let's continue to talk about Robin Miracle One, Luo Bing said, looking at Banner. Banner nodded, put the suitcase that had been prepared in his hand on the display table, and opened the box. The crystal-clear red liquid was packed in a bottle of test tube, a total of 10 bottles, shimmering with a strange light. Is this the Robin Miracle One? It looks so pretty. There was a burst of shock at the scene, and everyone stared at the potions curiously. The red is not as viscous and infiltrative as blood, but instead emits a faint streamer. Yes! Now let's test the effect. Who is quite a volunteer? Luo Bing shouted to the reporters in the audience. I'm coming. I'm coming. I want it. The reporters frantically raised their hands. Very good. Luo Bing drew a delicate long sword from the space beside him. No, what do you mean? A reporter blinked in confusion. It's very simple. In addition to killing all kinds of bacteria, this thing is also the best trauma medicine. Come, let me cut a sword, and then try the effect, Luo Bing explained aloud. Only. As soon as he spoke this time, the excited reporters at the scene immediately calmed down. All right. Let's not talk about whether you will die if you cut a sword. Even if you don't die, it will hurt a lot. Big brother, stop playing. It will kill you. Luo Bing was speechless, rolled his eyes. Does it really hurt to cut a sword? Then he turned to look at Peter beside him. No, I'll dodge it automatically. Peter shook his head. Captain America and Tony took a step back, smirking. Whoever is idle and not sick will be slashed by you. Isn't that looking for guilt? Thor stepped forward. Come on, I can. But Luo Bing didn't cut him. You're a god. It's a fart. It doesn't prove anything. Or maybe pull a prisoner from the Child prison. 827, by the way, when it comes to cutting, I suddenly think of a person. I remember cutting off someone's arm. Definitely. He's a badass, Jean Bing. Hey, Jean Bing, you're in front of the TV. Are you free to do an experiment? Luo Bing greeted Roar with a smile at the camera. Moving to Kingpin, Brooklyn, 6635. Who really wants to interact with your fans? Don't think of me. Please. I just want to be a gangster quietly. Is it easy for me? I don't want to destroy the world. Friday, Luo Bing muttered to himself. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing, according to the global internet information, Jean Bing's residence has been found, replied Friday's sweet voice, and then projected it in front of Luo Bing. Huh? Stark's eyes widened. Is Friday so strong? Why does it feel stronger than JRVS? In fact, Jean is really easy to find. He is still on the table after all, and it is easy to find a guy like Pierce who is really out of technology and hidden in some hole. Hey, Jean Bing, long time no see. It looks like you've got your arm attached. Luo Bing opened the door of the space and made a move roar at the bewildered Jean. Jean and the media and the people who eat melons. That's right, at the moment Jean Bien was connected to a prosthetic arm, which was a metallic arm that looked very technical. It didn't affect his normal movements at all, but made him even more fierce. However, at the moment, Jean Bing didn't have the usual demeanor of an underworld boss. He looked at the door of space opened in front of him like hell, and the whole person was stunned. I was watching your ghost press conference at home. As a result, you appeared in front of me so easily? What about fan interaction? Who are your fans? Play with me, bro. This is the heavily guarded base for Kim and help. After reacting, Jean fled towards the rear without any explanation. The speed was simply unbelievable. You would never have imagined that a little giant with a height of more than 2 meters could explode with the speed of a rabbit. You can't run away. Luo Bing smiled and snapped his fingers. The black hole in space instantly appeared on Jean Bing's escape route. The big man didn't have time to react, and he crashed into it and instantly went from Brooklyn to New York's Avengers building. Kim and 99. He listened to the shutter sound and the dazzling flashing lights constantly coming from all around him, and his whole person was a little suspicious of life. I am Kim and I'm a gangster. Damn. Are you playing me like a monkey? Jean Bing looked at Luo Bing angrily, and then looked at the Avengers who surrounded him, swallowed. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough, and most people would have been scared to pee their pants by this lineup. But Jean Bing is Jean Bing. He can only have a dark face and curse his mother and father in his heart. His at-the-moment mood can be perfectly described in one word. Hashtag F***K. F***K. Look. How familiar the hateful face is. I can even smell the foul sewer smell on him. Ahem, Mr. Jean Bing. As the representative of the villain, it is an honor for you to be here, Luo Bing, he said with a smile, nodding to signal the captain next to him to hand him the microphone. Steve rolled his eyes and passed the microphone into Jean Bing's hands. The other party also followed up honestly. Although the process was a bit awkward, he still took the microphone. This moment. The underworld forces of the world's largest file size and small are all stunned, and even some small gangsters are dumbfounded and their heads crashed. Damn, that's Kim Bing, king of the underworld. What's the situation? Have you been recruited by the Avengers? Or, a more terrifying statement, the Avengers can find any criminal anytime, anywhere? That's right. If Luo Bing wanted to do that, he could do it. It's just that the underworld forces can never be killed. This thing is a virus. Let's say Jean Bing. In fact, his weight in the underground world is very important. Without him, the underground dynasty will be a mess. Organized and disciplined gangs are not terrible. They have their own rules of conduct. Although they do some illegal and shameful things in general, they have their own discretion, at least not too much, and know what the bottom line is tolerable. The underground world is still inseparable from an intermediary character like Jean Bing. That's why everyone knows that Kim is the boss of the underworld, but no one has ever dealt with him. I have to say, your robotic arm is pretty cool. Have you considered replacing the other arm with a robotic one? I think Stark should give you a good suggestion in this regard. Luo Bing joked, touching his chin. He looked at Tony next to him. Oh my god, that's a great idea. By the way, do you need oil on this thing every day? What brand do you use? Have you considered Stark Group? I promise it's the best in the world. Tony held back his laughter and asked eagerly. I feel disgusted when I see this guy. Peter on the side pouted in disdain. He had a lot of friction with Jean Bing when he acted at night, and even got into danger a few times. That is to say, this guy is a badass, and what a complicated relationship. Quicksilver scratched his head in confusion. He hadn't considered that far at his age. If Robin Miracle #1 doesn't have such a powerful effect, Mr. Jean Ning must really consider the problem of another robotic arm. I hope this potion will give some strength. Banner touched his chin and shook his head, looking at Jean and... That's right. No one in the room took this guy in their eyes. This is the truth. Because they are the Avengers. Don't you want to say something? Give your acceptance speech. Luo Bing continued to ask with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Jean Bing was always silent with a black face. The microphone in his hand had been squeezed into a pile of scrap metal by him. He was very angry, but he did not dare to be angry. He knew what it meant if he couldn't hold back his temper and lost his temper. He'd be crushed to the ground for sure. In the face of absolute force, even Jean Bing had to bow his head. No way. The Avengers are a bunch of freaks. That I hate the Avengers. Jean Bing had a dark face, his tone was low and desperate. If time could come back, he would not have been killed at the Queen's Pier that night, and he didn't want to encounter Robin as a bad guy. Toy. Meeting Robin and having a dispute with the Avengers was definitely the dumbest thing he'd ever done in his life. None of them. What a great speech. I like the efforts of you Black fans. The most satisfying thing is to see the aggrieved expression that you want to kill me but can't do it. Here I also remind the criminals all over the world. Don't think that the Avengers only care about the invasion of alien species. We are not busy now. We have time to thoroughly clean up the garbage in the city's sewers. Believe me, your every move will not escape the eyes of the Avengers. This is not a warning. It is notice. Luo Bing finished his speech, and there was thunderous applause from off the court. Not only the reporters at the scene, but all those who watched the live broadcast of the At the Moment press conference were full of enthusiasm. Awesome. Avengers. You guys are awesome. Love you guys. Jean Bing had a dark face and said nothing. He sighed silently, knowing in his heart that from today onwards, the world would be completely changed. Daj. This is the end of the old world. The world of the future will be guided by Avengers. Remind all the audience, cover the eyes of the children around you. The next scene may be a bit bloody. It's best not to let them see this, Luo Bing finally said, raising the sword in his hand. Jean Bing stood there and didn't move. It wasn't because he didn't want to move, it was because he couldn't move at all. The moment he came to the Avengers building, he felt as if his whole body was sealed, and the space seemed to freeze. Luo Bing had no hesitation and cut the mess with a quick knife. The sword in his hand flashed a bright flash in the air, leaving a splendid trajectory. At the same time, a deep visible bone scar appeared on Jean Bing's arm. The wound was huge and blood spurted out, but it was not cut off at the root. Half of it was cut off, and it was half placed on Jean Bing's arm, which looked quite infiltrating. However, Jean Bing was Jean Bing. Even though his head was covered in white sweat because of the pain, there was no scream at all. This is a tough guy. In some ways, he is much stronger than most. Oh, God. The reporters frowned as they watched this scene. Although they were not the ones who slashed with the sword, they could also feel the clear pain, and their hearts froze. The imagery was so powerful. In some areas, people who were watching the live broadcast of the press conference while eating snacks and meals put down the cutlery in their hands, ran to the toilet, and vomited. Fortunately, my daughter's eyes were blocked. Some parents let out a long sigh of relief, frowning at what happened next. People like Jean Bing, they don't care about his life or death, they just want to see if the next potion will have such a magical effect. Definitely, there are some people who are overflowing with the heart of the Virgin, sighing and shaking their heads, thinking that Black Knight Robin should not do this. This is so cruel. This is inhumane. Definitely, Luo Bing didn't hear what those people were saying, otherwise he would have invited him to interact with fans kindly. To develop a self-sacrificing mind? Funny. Banner. Luo Bing turned to look at Banner, who had been waiting for a long time. Don't worry. Banner took out the potion and poured it directly on Jean Bing's broken arm. This potion can not only be taken orally but also used externally. When the wine-red liquid fell on Jean Bing's arm, a cloud of white smoke rose up instantly. Jean Bing's expression suddenly became very strange, and the tearing pain disappeared. What followed was a very itchy experience. A large number of granulation sprouts emerged from his flesh and blood, connecting together, and even the broken bones gave birth to an indescribable ignorance, which healed quickly. In less than 10 seconds, the dense fog dissipated, and Jean Bing stared at the half of his sleeves with a bewildered expression, and then looked at himself without any wounds or even, like a newborn arm. The whole person was directly stunned. In place. The original skin color that was cut out obviously did not match the bronze color on his body, as if someone took a white pencil and spent half a circle on his arm, a very strange picture. He reached out and clenched his fist. It was as good as ever, no different from before. But the half-caddy of blood that had just splattered on the ground had not yet solidified. Is this Robin Miracle One? Jean Bien frowned and looked at the test tube that was used up in Banner's hands. A mere amount of a bottle can make himself reborn from broken bones. This is really a magical thing. Look, his arms are connected. Oh my, is this a miracle? Is this really the effect of Miracle One? This is too amazing. It just broke to such an extent. A total of 10 seconds. It took 10 seconds to recover. Some reporters hugged their heads in disbelief. What they just described was like a fantasy. Although they wanted to believe it, they still had doubts in their hearts. But now that they have really seen the effect, they are even more incredible. Because the effect of Robin Miracle One is so strong. So they wondered if it was all a performance and arranged in advance. But soon they put this absurd idea out of the sky. The Avengers Union gang leader cheating on the residents? Well, it's impossible to think about it with a pig's brain. I knew it was okay. Before, I always believed what the Avengers said. A resident shouted at home and jumped up in excitement. Grandpa, your paralysis is saved. It's great. It's really great. Some people were so excited that they couldn't even suppress their emotions for a while, leaving hot tears. At this moment, the glorious image of the Avengers stared into the eyes of all the human beings on Earth. They really did it. They didn't lie. No. It's my problem. I shouldn't have suspected them in the first place. Many people feel guilty about it. Even in some dimly lit bars and nightclubs, some gangsters were excited and shed hot tears. Why are you crying? What are you excited about? We are gangsters. 35. F****Ku gangsters, I'm quitting. I'm going to surrender. I only sold drugs to collect the expensive hospital bills, and now I don't need it. Ha ha ha, I quit. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. A group of brainless people, courting death, the second leader of the gang scolded, took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the man's head. It's really stupid to say these words here. Is it true that the gang is a group of philanthropists? Clubs? Come and leave when you want? If you turn yourself in, won't the base be exposed? Those notes are not rubbish. They will take all the secrets of the organization out of your mouth. Boom. Gunshots. The second head fell in a pool of blood. The gangster's scarred face blew the white eyes that emerged from the barrel of the gun and took a deep breath. Maybe it's time to leave. Trust my brother. Let's go and surrender together. I'm sorry for you. This is a wrong path. The leader took a cigar and thought of his daughter lying on the hospital bed, with a smile on his lips. The sins made, the mistakes made, the repayment. Daughter, I'm not a good father, and I'm not a good role model either, but no matter what, I hope you're healthy. Everyone in the gang was silent, and quickly made their own choices. Some people chose to surrender like fate, some people screamed wildly. They couldn't accept all this, yelled that everyone was crazy, and then ran away quickly. It was exactly as Jean and predicted. After today, the underground world will really undergo a change. And it's all because of that man. Jean Bing shook his head and glanced at his left hand, which was intact as before, and then at the smiling young man beside him. Although the road stance is different. But, really, a young man to be respected and feared. Arctic Glacier, underground base. The raging cold wind blows the glacier, and a dark green cloud hangs on the horizon in the distance, which is the Northern Lights. The food reserve is only enough for us to consume for 3 months. Viper reported the resource situation to Pierce beside him with a frosty face. On the side, the other 2 senior managers of Hydra also looked grim. thinking about the way to survive in the future. Everything happened too fast, and only 300 Hydra agents were successfully evacuated to this base. And a few days unexpectedly, the ice nest and the snowstorm destroyed a lot of material reserves in the base. This is Luo Bing's luck horror effect. When he was selfish, he was still constantly fighting the enemy. The bad luck of the local people was constantly increasing. Definitely, Luo Bing didn't know all of this for the time being. What kind of disaster? That was one bad news after another. It is precisely because of the special environment of the North Pole that there is a strong magnetic field here, and ordinary exploration methods cannot be projected into it, so Pierce and the old Hydra team can survive. It can't go on like this. We will starve to death here sooner or later, the white-haired congressman said. His name is Frank Shelley, and he was an authoritative member of the United Nations. But he obviously has his own story. He was excavated by Hydra at a very young age and became a group of secret agents. 90% of the same group as him died, and he was the only one who survived. And also climbed to the top position with the help of Hydra's internal power. There are many people like him in HYDRA. All of them have been cultivated since childhood, and the teachings of Hydra have been engraved in their hearts. How's the greenhouse vegetable growing program going? Pierce asked sullenly. The seeds germinate well, but it takes 6 to 7 months to mature, and we can't last that long, Viper said, bowing his head. The faces of several high-level executives turned gloomy in an instant. If it really reaches the point of last resort, it can only use unconventional means to reduce staff. Report. A Hydra agent rushed in excitedly. Speak. Pierce frowned. Report. The Avengers just announced a press conference to the world, according to the latest news. At the moment, all the Avengers are gathered together. Smoke bomb? Pierce frowned. It's true. Our agent has already mixed into the scene, and the press conference will be held in 10 minutes. The HYDRA quickly reported. Pierce's eyes narrowed. In order to be able to communicate with the outside world, they gave up a lot of thought. The power that Hydra has been lurking for 100 years is definitely not so easy to remove. Finally waited for this opportunity, Pierce's eyes flashed a cold light, and he looked at the other members. Yes, they have been waiting for this day for a long time. What they're most worried about is that the Avengers are scattered all over the place. If there is a fish that slips through the net, Hydra will definitely be exposed when it makes a move. Now, they've come together at the perfect time. All at once. Lock on the target. It's time to let the big guy play. Pierce smiled, his face gloomy. Yes. Viper knelt down and ordered. She stepped back, then immediately turned and ran towards the underground laboratory, carrying out Pierce's orders. The current Hydra contact methods do not dare to use communication equipment, all of which are passed down from person to person. Passing by the laboratory, Viper glanced at the bitter winter soldier frozen in the experimental cabin, shook his head, and continued to run deeper. Along with her were 5 or 6 elite agents, including a gray-haired senior counselor. Squeak. More and more people were mobilized, and more than 30 people laboriously pushed open the heavy iron door, revealing the behemoth inside. That's a big guy full of textile. Or, this is an extremely terrifying nuclear bomb that combines alien technology and Earth technology. How powerful is it? A. It can destroy a country in an instant. This is Hydra's last trump card, Alpha Nuclear Bomb. Carrying the technology of the Karita and the Kree, such an Alpha was finally born after consuming a lot of Hydra's financial resources and scientific research personnel. This one is enough to make the world feel its power. Pierce held the goblet and drank comfortably towards the upper floors beside him. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. Respect. This lousy winterland. Viper, this great task is entrusted to you. HYDRA Hale. Pierce also came to the 56th floor underground, grabbed the scepter from his waist, which symbolized the final glory of HYDRA, and handed it to Viper. HYDRA Hale. Viper bowed his head and took it. The Alpha is more like a short-range disposable spacecraft. It has no nuclear bomb well technology, so it cannot be controlled. It can only be driven by humans, plunge into it, and then explode into a dazzling firework. But Viper doesn't mind all this, but is a little excited, which means that she will go down in history and become the hero who saves Hydra in the future. Brainwashed since childhood, they are all blind. Would it be better to wake up the Winter Soldier? Frank asked, frowning. He's unstable, I need someone I can trust, and he's not worthy of this great mission, Pierce said aloud. Frank nodded solemnly. Then, under the eager eyes of all the survivors of HYDRA, the Viper boarded the cockpit of the Alpha with a determined look. HYDRA hail! HYDRA hail! Everyone was mad, roar shouted, and the crowd was furious. And on the other side. How do you feel, Mr. Jean Bing? Luo Bing looked at Jean Bing, who was stunned beside him with a smile on his face. Seeking Flowers 0. It was as if the two were old friends who had been dating for many years. Not bad, Jean replied bluntly, not knowing what to say, let alone the intentions of the group of Avengers. Do you want to do it again? Luo Bing laughed immediately. Kim and 95. If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have rushed up long ago. Even if he died, he wouldn't want to live so uselessly. Push it down, Luo Bing waved his hand and glanced at Peter. Peter took the lead and instantly released a group of cobwebs, which surrounded Jean Bing tightly and then dragged him away by the neck. Everyone must have seen the effect of Robin Miracle #1. Luo Bing looked back at the reporters. Suddenly, the carnival sound of a mountain roar tsunami came out. Luo Bing pressed down with both hands, and everyone's excited emotions gradually stabilized. So, what date is it today? Luo Bing suddenly asked. Number 25, sir, a female reporter replied with red hearts in her eyes. Okay, then the price is $25, but each person can only buy one copy per year. For specific things to pay attention to, more professional people will answer you later. After Luo Bing finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. $25? This price? Doing charity. In an instant, the audience burst into cheers roar. However, at the moment, Luo Bing frowned. He felt that a huge maliciousness was rapidly shrouding him. Danger! Danger! The strong beast instinct dominated every inch of Luo Bing's skin. His hair stood up one by one. Not only him, but even Peter, who had just stepped off the platform, had all the hair on his body standing upright, and his hair was directly fried. What happened? Peter looked at the sky subconsciously, and a small black dot quickly appeared in the sky. That's? Everyone raised their heads curiously. The ground is dusty, and there is already a trend of wind and rain. Even the dark clouds in the sky began to become terrifying, and a huge amount of something similar to a nuclear missile head appeared in everyone's field of vision, getting bigger and bigger. Not good. Tony yelled, and to his horror, JRVIS didn't do the danger warning at all. August 27th, Luo Bing's face darkened instantly. No one can feel the power of this big thing better than him. Once he falls into the city, perhaps the entire territory will be catastrophically damaged. There will be hundreds of millions of lives that will not be spared. HYDRA hail! A reporter shouted to the sky, biting the poison sac in his mouth. Watching this scene with satisfaction, the whole person closed his eyes quietly. He was already very satisfied to be able to watch Alpha fly. His mission had been accomplished. Rather than be destroyed by flames to fly ash, he wanted to leave by the traditional method of death. Hydra. Steve was furious. Everyone felt that Hydra had no deterrent effect at all, but he didn't expect him to come at this juncture. What should I do? Tony turned to look at Luo Bing. There is nothing they can do to move the masses or resist. In front of the mighty Alpha, if they really don't work together, they will be killed. Don't worry. Luo Bing's mind instantly entered a state of speed force. He is not so impatient, after all. In his vision, the speed of the nuclear bombs flying in the sky is particularly slow. Looks like this thing needs to be moved. Where to send it? The universe. No, judging from its heat, it has the power to destroy half a planet. Luo Bing can only teleport to a few nearby planets, and he can't do anything at a distance. But what follows is the aftermath and attack of meteorite fragments. That kind of situation is also very unfavorable for the Earth, and it will even destroy the normal operation of the solar system. Luo Bing frowned. His head was spinning fast. He finally shook his head and quickly identified a place. That is hell. Shoo. Luo Bing instantly appeared over the city and placed both hands on the alpha. The speed of this thing is too fast. Even if Luo Bing enters the state of super speed, it can be seen by the naked eye that it is moving slowly. Although it is the speed of a snail, it is amazing. Luo Bing didn't think much about it and disappeared in place with the alpha. Hell. Boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, breaking the surface, and the surrounding void began to distort. A large number of ender dragons were directly blown to death by this terrifying energy, and there was a low mourning sound in the sky, and even the acid rain layer above the head landed in advance, crashing down, putting out the fire below. What the hell are you doing? Hela flew over from a distance in an instant, with divine power blocking the acid rain above her head. Looking at the fire in the distance, she felt a little scared in her heart. Depend on. That is the fire that the acid rain of hell can't put out in a short time. However, before Luo Bing could answer, hell began to shake constantly, and hell ushered in an unprecedented earthquake, which lasted for more than half an hour and gradually weakened. The surrounding land has been covered with devastated wounds, but fortunately here is hell. This little pain is nothing to it. On the contrary, there is more and more hellish atmosphere here. Received. I'm fine here. Have you checked it out? Luo Bing got in touch with the Earth through Friday. I found it, processing it, targeting the North Pole, Tony replied. At the moment the Avengers are ready to go, and they are going all out to contain the last remnants of Hydra. Well, my space here is so distorted that I can't make it for the time being. It's up to you. Luo Bing finished speaking and ended the call. The current spatial flow is too ferocious. Maybe it will land in a different dimension. Moreover, the place where he recorded the space node has been destroyed. It took him a few minutes to find the space node just now. Speechless, you blew up my computer. Hela boredly looked at the fireworks in the distance. On the surface, she looked decadent, but in fact she was secretly happy. Awesome. Ha ha. The space has been destroyed so badly. When the peace is restored, I will be sure to escape from this ghost place. Don't worry about those things here. The situation is getting worse and worse. Shall I send you back to Asgard? Luo Bing frowned and looked at Hela. He still didn't know what to do with this woman. But, in any case, there is a close relationship between the two, so it seems a little too ruthless. Eh? Hela was very surprised, and an unprecedented emotion surged in her heart. It was an inexplicable feeling. After 3 or 4 seconds, her expression changed back to normal, and she joked. Why? I finally don't want to imprison my concubine. Luo Bing held his forehead and really had nothing to do with the woman. Don't worry about it. I'm afraid I'll ruin Asgard. Let me stay for a few days. Hela suddenly lost the urge to go out, and her complicated psychology couldn't even figure it out herself. Luo 5.0 Bing shook his head and then realized some items. Think about it for yourself. There is no problem that cannot be solved. With that said, Luo Bing was about to leave. Wait. Hela stopped him. Why? 35 Luo Bing turned his head suspiciously. Go. Hela replied aloud. Luo Bing? It's all here. Why are you standing still? Don't take a shot. Hela said and began to take off her clothes. Luo Bing in. What is this woman thinking about? Luo Bing was helpless and looked down on Hela's behavior, so he also started to take off his clothes and jumped on it. Hell starts another small earthquake. The next morning, Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building. The crisis has been lifted, and Hydra's remaining power has also been wiped out. It's a pity that Pierce committed suicide. For a criminal like him, suicide may be his best choice, otherwise there will be endless waiting for him. Time prison. To live is just to linger. Hydra has been completely turned into history, and SHIELD's agent trust investigation is also in full swing, but from the current point of view, everything is fine. It's just that the media has been crazy busy these 2 days. The Robin Miracle One has been officially launched into the market, and as it should be, the surprise feedback like an explosive version has been coming in batches after batches. Robin Miracle Number 1 is well-deserved to be called the miracle medicine of the 21st century. There are even a lot of nominations, such as the Nobel Prize in Medicine and the Nobel Peace Prize. Judging from the results, the awards it has won will definitely be countless. What makes everyone more excited is its pricing, which is definitely a price that everyone can consume. Basically, it can be said in vain. Leaving aside the ingredients of the HP recovery medicine, even the cost per gram of the other ingredients in the medicine is astonishingly high, and several of its 14 copies are astronomical in the outside market. To the outside world, Stark and the Avengers are all about charity. I'm afraid there is only Stark in such an inhuman company, but there is no way. Luo Bing has a fantasy and is incumbent. He is also idle when he is idle, and it is easy to produce some raw materials in batches. It's simply a business without capital, and Stark Group not only has no losses, but also makes a lot of money. Can you believe it? Not to mention anything else, but the current stock price has already skyrocketed. But in fact, Luo Bing doesn't care about money anymore. More money and less money is just a series of numbers to him, and it doesn't make much sense. He snapped his fingers and a room full of currencies of various countries was materialized, which was meaningless at all. For him, being able to cure most of the world can make him a little bit happier and worth celebrating. The realm is different. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, right? What he cares about now is not the slapstick on the street, but the small human beings of the whole earth. Here. It's his home after all. And Luo Bing, never allow alien forces to invade their homeland. The construction of Base 3 is very stable. Well done, JRVIS. How is the construction of Guard 36? Done? Don't rush to throw it up. Take it apart. I have a new idea. Tony Stark paced back and forth in the lab, constantly muttering something. In another laboratory aside, Banner was also busy. How's the Sky Defense Network going? Luo Bing pushed open the laboratory door and walked in. Boss, you're back. You're here just in time. Do me a favor. Sure. Stark's eyes lit up. Huh? Luo Bing frowned. So, Luo Bing has also become a busy man. Everyone in the Avengers is not idle. The main task of Luo Bing is to transport wormholes. His space ability is really suitable for transportation. Maybe he can apply for a patent for wormhole transportation technology. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Moon. Under the transparent cover of a huge eggshell. Very good. Plenty of oxygen. Excellent air quality. Gravity is basically the same as Earth. Great, JRVIS, Stark yelled. Mr. Sure Stark, after precise testing, the environment here is very suitable for human habitation. Congratulations to Mr. Sure Stark, Mr. Luo Bing. The second home plan for mankind can be perfectly implemented. JRVIS said respectfully. It all depends on Friday. Friday is really too powerful now. Sure Stark looked at Luo Bing admiringly. Luo Bing spread his hands. That's the technology of Atlantis. It's really a mysterious country. Tony shrugged. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't understand the advanced technology of Atlantis. It was too advanced, even more advanced than the technology on the Slaughter ship. At least that thing has a track record. He can learn. As for Friday, which was integrated with the Atlantis life card, Stark had no way to read the huge data in her brain at all. Even more impossible to replicate. The life barrier program has stabilized. Maybe we can choose some lucky people to come here and experience it for themselves. Guardian 475 has spread all over the orbit of Saturn, and the Avengers 1 and 2 spacecraft have been launched and are being evaluated manually. What happened this month is like a dream. Tony took a long roar breath and looked at the sparkling stars in the distance, which are the greatest wealth of mankind at present. A solar system defense circle composed of 16,000 Guardian satellites. Tony fulfilled his promise to arm the entire planet. It's hard work. Tony Luo Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes crossed the life barrier dome in the sky and looked towards the distant starry sky. I just provided the technology, and it's you, boss, who really implements all this. Tony laughed. His whole body seemed to be decades younger, and the pressure on his shoulders instantly lightened. Before the Battle of New York and now. The entire solar system has been turned upside down. This full month can be called the January miracle. How's the negotiation with the cosmic police? Luo Bing turned his head and asked. You'll have to ask Phil Coulson. He's the external director of Earth. Tony stretched and smirked at the dome in the sky. This is the technology provided by Friday, and Friday is a perfect ecosystem leader. 827 at present, the large and small changes in the file size of the solar system are inseparable from the technical help provided by Friday. It can be said that the present Earth technology has a mysterious shadow of Atlantis. Friday, Roar's name is Phil Coulson. Luo Bing raised his hand and ordered. Now, part of Friday's carrier is on his wrist, but its main body is thrown in the Shui space, which is the safest place for now. Soon, Phil Coulson appeared in front of Luo Bing. Definitely, it's not him. It's holographic projection technology. Hi, is the signal okay? I'm at the headquarters of Nova Corps, Xander, and the Queen here is very warm to us. Phil Coulson's smooth old face showed a kind smile. The Nova Corps are a powerful force in the galaxy, and they are also known as the Cosmic Police. And the most precious thing is that they are also human beings, not aliens with big eyes and round heads as everyone imagined. The Earth is now developed, and it is time to establish diplomatic relations with foreign countries. Definitely, Phil Coulson is the perfect choice. He is too familiar with this business. As long as Phil Coulson's trip to the universe is to take some local specialties of the Earth, such as the Robin Miracle one, and then exchange for some advanced technology in the universe. The speed of immersed development is really too slow. Now the Earth is like a sponge, which is rapidly absorbing cosmic technology. Every minute and second is growing rapidly. Luo Bing chatted with Phil Coulson for a few words and then went offline. This interstellar communication method consumes resources. For now, they can save as much as they can. But as long as the Nova Corps batch arrives on Earth, Tony and the others can mass-produce it themselves. In terms of talents, although the Earth is not big, it is also full of talents. The Avengers are busy every day now, but in the past 2 weeks, the black crime incidents on Earth have dropped by 99%, which is a rare and valuable news. Is there any other arrangements recently? Luo Bing and Tony crossed the wormhole door and came directly to the Avengers building. Yes, stable wormhole doors, which is also a brand new technology. The creator is Luo Bing. It's not so much a creation, it's actually a divine domain for reference. God's domain's Bifrost technology is too huge. At present, Earth's technology has not yet been replicated. However, relying on the space ability of Time Gem and Luo Bing, there is still no problem with the two-way short-distance space gate technology. Speaking of God's domain, it's been so lively there lately. There is only one reason: the girl from hell has returned. Luo Bing couldn't imagine the scene where Hela and his old father-in-law were torn apart, but generally speaking, it wasn't too much trouble, which was a surprise. After all, that girl has been imprisoned in hell for thousands of years, and she is already very stable without going crazy and massacring everything. There are 2 things in these 2 days. Tony smiled mysteriously. The first thing, the United Nations wants you to be an honorary president. Asking for your opinion, Tony said. The United Nations does not have a president. There are only 5 permanent members and members of parliament. It doesn't matter whether the honorary president is elected or not. After all, Luo Bing has basically become the master of the Earth. Moreover, this is also the will of the people. If the Earth wants to choose a leader, it must be Luo Bing not running. Look how much he has contributed to the Earth. Now, this matter has finally been finalized. Can you not go? I'm so annoyed with those media conferences, Luo Bing sighed. To tell the truth, he really has a headache right now. Maybe it was a novelty to attend the conference at first, but not anymore. He would rather throw himself in the universe to help Tony be a porter than go to those conferences. Although every meeting is related to the development of the Earth's large and small file size, Luo Bing felt that he was really not suitable for this kind of meeting, and he could not give any advice. But helpless. The presidents of various countries have cordially invited him again and again, and he is really annoying. People greeted him with a smile on his face. He couldn't refuse them all, could he? Hey, This is the president of the Earth. It's beautiful, but it's actually not too much trouble. A ceremony and an acceptance speech are the same as winning the lottery. Tony rolled his eyes and snickered in his heart. I hate speaking, I'm almost out of words. Luo Bing smiled helplessly and made a move to Roar, who was passing by. I hate it too, just get used to it. Steve sighed helplessly and glanced at Luo Bing, hero cherish hero. Compared with Steve, Luo Bing is quite easy. That guy is busy recording chicken soup every day now. Yes, that's right. As a superhero, he is now busy recording chicken soup videos every day. It's the kind of educational video in various forms. For example, if you leave early in class, make a mistake, and get detained, the school will pull you into a separate classroom and play Captain America's video to baptize you. Then, Steve nodded to Tony and headed off to the next studio battle. Tony's smile faded away. The relationship between the two has been a little tricky recently. It's a bit complicated to say. It's not that he and the captain are in conflict. They found Winter Soldier sleeping in the laboratory when they were clearing the Hydra remnants. Steve was naturally excited to see his old friend alive. But, in the aftermath of the data retrieval, Tony knew the real cause of death of his father, and it all became subtle. Yes, Tony's father was killed by Winter Soldier, even though he had been brainwashed by Hydra at that time, but Tony couldn't let it go. That's why Tony has been so obsessed with his work lately. Luo Bing patted Tony on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Emotional matters were the biggest headache for him, and Tony would handle it himself. One more thing, Luo Bing asked. Well, I won't forgive you for not being there. Tony smiled mysteriously, the haze on his face gradually receding. Oh? What's the matter? Luo Bing frowned curiously. I'm getting married, Tony whistled, spreading his hands. Getting married? When? Luo Bing was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tony to get married. This was a big deal, and he would definitely be there. Well, the date is set in a week, so... Boss, I have to take a marriage leave these days, Tony said with a smile. The boss just called Roar jokingly. Luo Bing usually doesn't care about the operation of the Stark Group at all, and even Avengers didn't pay much attention to it, and naturally he didn't ask for leave. So hasty? Luo Bing was a little surprised. It's too hasty. Generally speaking, things like weddings can't be sloppy, especially Stark's wedding, which must be a big scene. This can be seen by looking at his sassy personality. There's no way. Little Pepper is pregnant, and the baby in her belly has been more than a month old. Tony took a deep breath of Roar again, and it could be seen that he was a little nervous, and he was also going to be a father. Pregnant? Is it yours? Luo Bing asked with a smirk. F***ku. Tony rolled his eyes silently and punched Luo Bing on the shoulder. His fist didn't hurt or itchy. Luo Bing didn't feel it at all. I've thought about it. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I want him to recognize you as his godfather, and you must never refuse. Tony pursed his lips and looked at the rising sun in the distance. Definitely, after all, Xiao Chili's pregnancy also has my credit. Luo Bing nodded and sighed. What? No, how can you get credit for it? I need an explanation. Tony's eyes widened, feeling the sun at the moment turning green slightly. If it weren't for me, the relationship between the two of you might not have been confirmed yet. Why? Isn't that my credit? Luo Bing pouted and explained. Tony rolled his eyes silently. For a moment, I was terrified. MMP, just can't have a good chat with this guy. To communicate with him, you must always have a quick-acting heart-saving pill. However, Tony has also become accustomed to Luo Bing's astonishing and unstoppable speech. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and with a smirk, poked Luo Bing's arm with his elbow. Boss, I'm about to get married. Have you dealt with your complicated relationship between men and women? When are you going to get married? Why don't you two make a big scene together? Luo Bing's face darkened when he heard this. Take care of yourself, I'm still a minor. Yes, underage, not at all. Mr. Minor, if you take office as the captain tomorrow, you will directly announce a bill with the authority of the captain, so that men in this world can have multiple wives, then it is justifiable. Tony raised his eyebrows and suggested with a smirk. Road. I'll tell Xiao Chili, you still want to marry a little wife. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. No, 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 boss. I promise, I have absolutely no idea of that. I'm just working for the benefit of men all over the world. This is justice. That's what the Avengers are supposed to do. Tony yelled eagerly. Da-da-da-da. Wang 827 walked over on high heels. I really want to hear you talk about some big things. What is it? Do you need my help? The little witch ran over excitedly and asked in a low voice. As a new Avenger, she has always been very boring and has no tasks. The whole thing is to train and train. Now Wanda just wants to hit a big thing and then play her strength well and get rid of revenge. The name of the newcomer. It's none of your business. Let's play. While Luo Bing frowned and said coldly, Brother-in-law, you're bullying me again. I'm angry. I'll go tell my sister that you and that Dr. Hailuan Zhao are flirting with each other. Wanda said angrily with her arms crossed. Luo Bing, 66. What the hell is this? I haven't seen Dr. Zhao Hailuan much in the past 2 weeks, okay? Dr. Zhao Hailuan is quite good, with the charm of an oriental beauty. Tony nodded in agreement. Boss, you have a good eye. 99. Good girl. Bafa, get out of here. Luo Bing, with a black line on his head, kicked Tony directly into the crack in the void. Then he turned his head and looked at Wanda speechlessly. Wanda, stop spreading rumors, okay? I'm very tired. Humph, Wanda rolled her eyes and turned her head to the side. Then why don't you assign me some important tasks? I'm dying of boredom, and you won't let me go when you go to establish diplomatic relations with aliens. If you don't take me with you, I won't cause trouble. Wanda's words are righteous, and she can see that she is full of resentment. The universe is very dangerous. Let's talk about it. Do you know how to establish diplomatic relations? It's even more boring. Now you are still on the Earth. You can turn around at will. When you get to the spaceship, the boring flight will make you even more crazy. Just think for yourself now. If you stay in an airtight cabin for a few weeks or even a few months, can you sit still? Luo Bing sighed, heartbroken. But Wanda hesitated, thinking seriously about the picture Luo Bing described, and his dissatisfaction with the previous arrangement gradually dissipated. But I'm bored. I want to fight the bad guys too. There aren't many bad guys on the planet anymore, and there's not even a single homeless person on the streets of New York. Wanda complained. Isn't that very good? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. How many people dream of a peaceful and prosperous world? Are you still not happy? It's good, but it's boring. And if it goes on like this, won't we be unemployed? When the world doesn't need superhero anymore, what are we going to do? Wanda asked with a sullen mouth. Unemployed? That would be the best, Luo Bing smiled. When human beings no longer need superhero, that is the real prosperous age. Why doesn't he wish that day would come earlier? Maybe at that time, I can hide behind the scenes, raise cats, dogs, and farm fields, have children with a few women, and live a comfortable life as a dad. But will that day really come? Earth, which currently has 4 infinite gems, will definitely be the eye of the storm in the vortex. Luo Bing knew this very well. Chi-chi-chi. The space suddenly fluctuated abnormally. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the portal behind him. Is it unstable? The spatial frequency band this time is different from the usual one, and there is a big difference. It's easy. The function system of the Avengers building became disordered. The lights flickered and dimmed for a moment, and it gradually returned to normal after 3 to 5 seconds. Will the Avengers Tower lose power? No, this is absolutely a fantasy. Even if cities all over the world have power outages, there will be no power outages here. After all, a large arc reactor is installed in the 5th basement of the Avengers building. There will be no power outages here for at least 1,000 years. What happened just now? Is there an earthquake? Wanda also sensed something was wrong. She frowned and looked in the direction of the portal. It was a new device that everyone had been using frequently in the past week, but she felt that something was wrong just now. Whoosh! The figure of a fly file size shuttled through the door of the teleportation base, and then gradually became larger, and a person in a white steel uniform was clearly visible and fell to the ground. Bang made a sound. Tony? Looking at the familiar faces in the white armor, Luo Bing frowned deeper. What's the situation? Did I accidentally kick him into the gap of another dimension? Why is it so embarrassing? The mecha on my body is also damaged in all aspects, and this armor. It seems that I have never seen him wear it. New product? Stark. Wanda stepped forward gently and lifted the man from the ground. How did you do it, and did you do any experiments? The Tony, who was lifted up, looked bewildered, first glanced at Wanda beside him, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Oh, God. I survived. By the way, how many years is it now? Tony Stark opened his helmet, looked around, and asked eagerly. You won't break your head, right? This year is August 2012. Wanda gave Tony a strange look, always feeling that something was wrong with him. Oh, right? He has white hair. And the image is not as refined as before. What's the situation? You won't be kicked into the time vortex by me, right? Luo Bing stepped forward, frowned, and looked at Tony carefully. The other's words and deeds made him a little strange. It seems like a person has changed. This Tony's face is full of vicissitudes, that is the traces of the passage of time. Who are you? Tony in white armor looked at Luo Bing suspiciously, and it took a long time to retrieve this person's information in his mind. By the way, aren't you the boy who was killed by me? Oh, hell. You're resurrected. Or did I remember the wrong time? Tony Stark stares, wide-eyed, groaning. Wanda? Kay? What is he talking about? Killed? Luo Bing's eyes suddenly became sharp. From the current point of view, the scene is very messy. Regardless of Tony's changes, he just said that he was killed. That was something that didn't happen a few months ago. That was the first time the two met. Before Luo Bing could ask any questions, Tony, who stood up from the ground, immediately rubbed his head with a puzzled face. Wait, something's wrong. If it was 2012, Wanda shouldn't be here at this time. She should have been here in 2015. It won't be in Sokovia until April 28th. And officially end the era of Ultron on May 6th. Wait, what's going on with all this? Who the hell are you? Tony looked at Luo Bing and Wanda in disbelief. Even he, when faced with such a scene, would inevitably be a little nervous. The question now is, who are you? Boy, what nonsense are you talking about here pretending to be Tony? Luo Bing's eyes were like cold stars, and he directly imprisoned Tony, who was still confused. He then hooked up to the normal Tony Stark via Friday. Where are you? I was kicked home by you, boss. Tony from Marbury Shores looked stunned. What happened? He asked suspiciously. The situation is a bit complicated. Come to the Avengers building. Luo Bing hung up the communication and looked at another Stark who did not seem to be cheating in front of him with mixed emotions. Whether this guy is disguised as an alien is still up for debate. His expression doesn't seem to be fake, and the most important thing is that Luo Bing's beast instinct didn't give him any dangerous feedback. In other words, the fake Tony in front of him is not the enemy. Just 5 minutes later, the Avengers gathered, and everyone stared at the other Tony Stark in front of them. Oh, God, do I still have a twin brother? Tony Stark circled around another imprisoned Tony. The two of them were not the same except for their armor and spirit. The other is no difference at all. Even the little Pepper who heard the news from the side couldn't tell the difference. So, what's the situation? Banner looked at all this in surprise, and he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him. Time travel? That should be just an idea. Can't be realized by means of technology. Hawkeye frowned, rubbing his chin and thinking. And at the moment, the other Tony Stark was stunned. What is this? Butterfly effect? This isn't the butterfly effect at all. I've only just come here, but the world has changed huge amounts of time. This might be parallel world theory? Speak, boy. Don't think that you can be as cool as me if you look as handsome as me. Tony patted Otherworld Tony on the shoulder, feeling a little irritated in his heart. I forgot to release his restraint, Luo Bing said, snapped his fingers, and the space around number 2 Tony began to flow again. Roar. Tony 2, who was sore, moved instantly, twisted his stiff body, and looked around suspiciously. The change is simply too great. Not only was there a passerby who was not killed by him and looked great, but there were also some unfamiliar faces, such as Polaris and Sky, and even Quicksilver beside him was alive and well. Peter was still wearing his Spider-Man battlesuit. This information is too complicated, but at least Tony knew in his heart that he had come to an unknown world. And from the current point of view, the Avengers in this world are very powerful, especially the guy who can't move his fingers when he moves his fingers. God, he is more mysterious than Doctor Strange. So, what the hell is going on? Luo Bing asked with a frown. For the next half hour, number 2 Tony Stark said everything he knew about the future, definitely, and what had happened before. But the things that came out of his mouth were very different from the previous history. Everyone had a solemn expression, and they didn't have any sense of identity with his words. Only Luo Bing and Tony number 1 frowned and thought, as Tony Stark, I definitely know myself better. Some of the things he said about his childhood, Tony has never told anyone, and even some he has forgotten and only gradually recalled after another Tony's telling. But this, is it really possible? In another world, there are still the same people, the same Avengers, and even the same world. And that world also suffered from the black hands of the universe boss Thanos, and half of the entire universe died. These are some hype stories. The most unbelievable thing for the Avengers is Luo Bing, the boss of another world, was killed by Tony at the beginning of the game. I heard that for this, he also released an apology meeting and buried Luo Bing. So, you're actually from another parallel world? Luo Bing frowned. Afterwards, the space changed slightly, and a spinning ring of fire appeared out of nowhere, and Strange walked out of it. Strange now has been promoted from Magician Apprentice to Sorcerer Supreme. A week ago, Ancient One Magician had completely bid farewell to this world. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't live anymore, but she didn't want to live anymore. After the crisis of Dormammu was lifted by Luo Bing and Strange, Ancient One stopped. Drawing magic from the darkness, he repented and ended his life. And now, Strange has officially joined the Avengers. You're here just in time. Do you think it's reliable about the parallel world? Luo Bing asked Strange beside him. As the most admired disciple of Ancient One, Strange learned a lot of magic from Ancient One, and even in some magical attainments, he has gradually surpassed his master. However, Strange is not as proficient in parallel space as the Ancient One. It would take a long time to accumulate and practice the experience of August 27th. Strange circled the number 2 Tony, chanting ancient incantations and casting mysterious magic. He's not from this world. This is the reward that magic gave me. Strange frowned and said seriously. Things seemed to get a lot more interesting all of a sudden. Everything that this other world Tony in front of him said was true. He didn't lie. He really came from another parallel world. And the hapless Luo Bing in that world was hit and killed by Tony's car before he even played. Oh my god. That was a really sad story. I don't understand. If he is the butterfly flapping his wings, then why would he be killed by me when he was so powerful? Otherworld's Tony had a puzzled look on his face. It's very simple, Luo Bing said softly. Of all this, he knew best. Because I'm not the protagonist of that world, Luo Bing explained. Yes, Luo Bing has discovered that each world will have its own protagonist, such as the Naruto world that I have been to, where the protagonist is Naruto. Protagonist? Otherworld Tony frowned. In his impression, the protagonists are generally characters in film and television dramas or novels. Yes, since you accidentally killed me, there is a high chance that you are the protagonist of your world, Luo Bing said. Actually, the protagonist is just a vague definition. Everything is never fixed in the end, and the ending is ever-changing. In fact, every character is the protagonist, and some people only account for a larger proportion. Luo Bing went on to say, just like this Tony in front of him, he came to this parallel universe for him because of a change, how the story will develop in the future, and how many hurricanes the wings of the butterfly will fan, all of which are still unknown. But then what am I going to do? I'm going back to save my world, but for now, how am I going to get back? Otherworld's Tony clenched his fists. All plans were disrupted. Originally, they were a group to go back to the eve of the Battle of New York, get 6 infinite gems from that point in time, and then subvert Thanos' Planned Parenthood. But now, all plans had to be interrupted. Because what he returns is neither the past nor the future, but a new world of Avengers that has never been so powerful. How did you get here? Captain America interjected. He found that this Tony from another world had the same or even worse relationship with him, but after time faded, the two of them re-established their friendship. This has to make the current Steve very happy, which means that his relationship with Tony is not irreversible. As long as he takes Winter Soldier to apologize sincerely, maybe things will get better. And if time travel is possible, would it also be possible to stop Winter Soldier before he makes a mistake? Captain America thought about this for a long time, but in the end it didn't work out. Time is such a weird thing, like Tony from the other world at the moment. He was accidentally sent here because he violated the time rule. It can be seen that he had a great life and was lucky to survive, and his partner, at the moment, does not know where he is at the moment. Was it teleported into this world together? Or did they successfully travel back in time? All this is an unsolved mystery. At least, in the current or previous time period, they have only found number 2 Tony, an otherworld visitor. Peter has been silent for a while. He doesn't understand why after seeing otherworld Tony, he has an inexplicable feeling and even a little wanted to cry. And the other side looked at him with infinite care. But actually, Peter's silence wasn't just because of that. I don't know if it has anything to do with this matter last night. I seem to have seen a female Spider-Man, and she recognized me, definitely. Many people know me, but it means that she can call my name accurately. You must know that other than the big guy, no one else knows my true identity. My identity is just an inconspicuous reporter, and even more incredible is that I think she looks a bit like Gwen. Although she also had her face covered, I felt that it was Gwen. The situation at that time was a bit complicated. Her body seemed to be out of power in the virtual projection and gradually began to flicker and disappeared in a few seconds. In front of me, Peter said quickly. His eyes gradually widened, and he pointed at Tony too. At the moment, Tony too also had a situation where the electric current was unstable, and the whole body began to flicker, just like an old antique TV with poor satellite signal, giving the illusion that it was about to disappear at any time. Just like him. Oh my God. Just like him now, I wouldn't have met a Spider-Man from a parallel world. Oh. 5.0, incredible. Peter exclaimed in surprise. Luo Bing frowned, stabilizing the space around him, and then he found that relying on his own strength, it seemed that he could not completely stabilize Tony, who was about to disappear. Then, he took out the Tesseract from the divine space and, relying on the power of the Rubik's Cube, thoroughly stabilized number 2 Tony, who was about to dissipate. This is the instinct of the universe itself. It will reject all foreign things. Or you can understand that the system is eliminating the bug again, Strange said seriously. Then what will happen to me? Return to the original world. Number 2 Tony broke out in a cold sweat. The experience just now was really bad. No, you might die, Strange replied seriously. Yes, although no one knows what the consequences will be. But Strange guessed through some empirical descriptions in ancient books, which may mean disappearance forever. Originally, traveling through time is an irrational thing, which violates the rules of universe operation, and there will definitely not be any good results, not to mention that this time Tony number 2 even traveled through parallel universes. For this universe, this is not allowed. The magician family always guards the magic plane and also guards the stability of the parallel universe. If it weren't for the original defense mechanism of the universe, it would be impossible for the alien creatures from the parallel universe to invade the hell with the magician alone. Why have thousands of years passed? The evil gods of the evil plane have been peeping at this universe without any action. Instead, they have descended some innocuous beliefs, allowing the people of this universe to gain the power to destroy. Are they unable to reach this plane? Do not. That is, they dare not. Just like Dormammu, he is not a person from a parallel universe. At best, he is just a cracked universe, an isolated space creature with a bad environment like hell, but he does not dare to descend directly on the Earth. He still needs to go through a medium, awakening his own power little by little. He carefully landed on the Earth. However, when he found out that he had nothing to do with his guardian on Earth, he naturally retreated obediently. However, from the current point of view, there should be something wrong on the Earth. Otherwise, it will not attract people from parallel universes to come. One Tony might be an accident, but another unidentified Spider-Man might. Tesseract is a product of this universe. With strong power, he should stabilize your existence for a while, but he can't isolate your existence forever. You'd better fix the trajectory of your activities in the Avengers building and minimize your influence on the universe, Luo Bing said. He has been studying infinite gems for a long time and knows their power well. Okay, I hope you guys can help me return to my own universe. From the current point of view, I can't seem to be able to do this alone. Tony number 2 rubbed his eyebrows in distress. Also, be careful of Thanos. He's too strong. If possible, I suggest you destroy all the infinite gems you've seen so far, so that the tragedy doesn't happen again, Tony 2 sincerely suggested. As long as he can't make up 6 infinite gems, he's not that scary. Tony number 2 looked at the Tesseract in front of him, and there was another desperate scene from 5 years ago. Thanos, so strong that even Hulk was beaten by him and didn't dare to transform. After that, Surprise returned and rescued himself from the universe, and then everyone relied on Nebula's reminder to kill Thanos' lair, and killed him while he was weak after destroying Infinite Gems, but Infinite Gems was destroyed. They lost a former teammate forever. Because of this, when Scott came back 5 years later, everyone tried their best to save everything, but unfortunately, Tony went wrong and came to a brand new world. Tony Stark recalled, looking at the storage of PIM particles on his waste device, which had been depleted in his dimensional travel. But even if he can find new supplements, it is still unknown whether he can use this thing to go back. Thanos? Don't worry, Earth's defense is extraordinary now, no matter who comes. We are sure to let him come and go and… Tony number 1 smiled and turned to look at Luo Bing. A void crack opened beside Luo Bing, and Mind Gem and Reality Gem floated out. On the other hand, Doctor Strange cooperated and took out the Time Gem. The 4 gems shone brightly and dazzlingly. Just 2 more. Power Gem and Soul Gem. Now Luo Bing is the biggest boss in the universe. This. Tony number 2 watched speechlessly for a while, then smiled wryly. It seems my own collision has inadvertently turned the entire history of the universe upside down. The current Avengers on Earth are not as powerless as they are. Perhaps they might be able to resist Thanos. Thanos, I remember this guy. I will send him to die when I have time. As for you, you should rest well first. Your state is very poor. Maybe you should take a dose of HP. As for the parallel, we will deal with the space disorder, Luo Bing said, handing over a bottle of bright red potion. That's legit. HP recovery potion. Tony too froze for a moment. He has a stinky habit of never taking things handed to him, especially strangers. It's just… This time, he subconsciously took it and nodded to Luo Bing. Obviously, the mysterious man in front of him got his approval. And it seems that the Avengers in this world are headed by him, although I don't know how he did it. We must know that even in my own world, the Avengers are at best a good brother relationship, and there is no clear-cut relationship at all. Up and down levels, and sometimes even conflict and quarrel. From this point, it can be seen that this handsome man in front of him has an irresistible charm. At least he's a man enough to give his back to him. 827, thank you, by the way, is there Ant-Man in the current Avengers? In the future, he is also a very important role, Tony number 2 asked immediately. Steve shook his head. They had never heard of Ant-Man. Or maybe that guy hasn't yet become the Ant-Man in Tony's second impression. But after knowing the name and address, it's too easy to find such a guy on Earth. That's it, Peter. Tell me in detail about the woman you saw last night. Tony. I'm here, boss. Call me. Both Tony Starks look over at the same time. Luo Bing rubbed his brows with a headache. You two better keep your current dress, otherwise I might admit my mistake. By the way, Mr. Tony 2, are you interested in seeing Tony number 1? Is another one's own wedding. Luo Bing left. He pouted and asked with a smirk. As soon as these words came out, the two Tonys, including the little pepper on the side, were stunned. This is so. It feels a little weird. Attending another wedding of your own? Is there anything crazier than this? I was so handsome when I was young. As expected of me. And another real Tony. Well then Tony and old Tony? Luo Bing tried another name. Just call me Tony too. Thank you. Tony in his white armored battlesuit looked desperate. No. He would never admit that he was getting old. Are you married in another world? Tony asked Tony too. Definitely. Hey man, Chili and I have a lovely daughter and want me to tell you her name? 39. No thanks, you'd better not say it. Oh who the hell, I hate talking to myself. Me too. The two looked at each other and finally turned their heads to the side in unison. It seemed that the weird and awkward chat came to an end. Tony doesn't want to know what's going to happen to his future self, what's going to happen to him, because it makes him feel uncomfortable, as if everything was planned. Not to mention, proud Tony wouldn't admit that the other world himself would be so useless, and a mere Thanos would leave him helpless. No, it's definitely not his style. And in fact, if it weren't for the mentally retarded operation of the stupid Star-Lord, Tony in another world would have already completed the redemption of the universe, but all this has become a foregone conclusion. And now he is trying to find a way to save it. In the high-level office of the Avengers, little Spider-Man Peter told Luo Bing all the scenes he saw last night, including some unexpected situations and his own guesses. Luo Bing nodded, thought to himself, and waved his hand to let him back off. Parallel universe. He is not unfamiliar with this word. On the contrary, he is very familiar with it. Perhaps for the huge universe, the Earth is not even an inconspicuous bacteria. Luo Bing's piracy version will be restored tonight and will provide him with an ability from Otherworld every day. Isn't the so-called Otherworld similar to a parallel universe? And now that the multiverse is involved, Luo Bing had to let out a long sigh. It always feels that the Earth is a gathering place for disasters, no matter how far away things can be attracted. Luo Bing sorted out the clues and shrugged helplessly. From the current point of view, there are at least 3 Spider-Man in this world. One is the local, the other is the Spider-Man from Tony 2's world, and the other is the female Spider-Man that Peter met last night, all of whom were able to make a table of mahjong very quickly. Who the hell knows if there are more Spider-Mans in this mysterious multi-universe, if any? God, hope you don't let them all be so talkative. Once together. Would be so crazy. Luo Bing left the Avengers building and came to the site of the incident last night. It was on the rooftop of a high-rise building. After one night, the fluctuations in the surrounding space had gradually healed, and there was hardly anything unusual. However, after Luo Bing's careful exploration, he found some traces in a dark space. This direction. Luo Bing looked up suspiciously and looked forward. It's the busiest place in New York City. Millions of humans can live there. Looking at the bustling street, Luo Bing touched his chin. If that female Spider-Man is really Gwen, then the first thing she does in this world is to return to her own home subconsciously, although she may be dead. Luo Bing made a decision in his heart, learned the address of Gwen in the present world on Friday, and immediately moved there. Squeak. The door was quietly pushed open. Gwen, wearing a black hood, sneaked into the door of his house. It's so exciting. Spider-Woman, what should we do next? Gwen muttered to herself, quietly returning to her bedroom. In another room, Gwen's father, Police Chief George Stacy, was sleeping peacefully. Recently, he's been bothered by a tough case from Vulture. No abnormality was found in today's daughter at all. Will you stay here forever? Fight criminals with me? Gwen asked himself to the air. But suddenly, another girl's voice came from the air. No, Gwen, I don't have that much time. Things are more troublesome than I thought, maybe. It's easy. Spider telepathy flashed in Gwen's mind like a lightning symbol, and in an instant, the hair on Gwen's arm stood up, and he instantly took a defensive posture and looked in another direction in the darkness. There was always a man sitting there. It's Luo Bing. He has been waiting for a long time. It seems that you should be attached to my friend. Is it because the universe does not allow you to exist? Luo Bing tapped Erling's leg with interest and looked at Gwen in front of him playfully. Yes, there is never a second person. Everything is Gwen in front of him talking to himself. Or he can no longer be called Gwen now. She is a collection of two Gwens. But in action, the original Gwen personality is still leading. Luo Bing. Gwen lost his voice for a moment, staring wide-eyed at the old classmate he hadn't seen for a long time in front of him. Actually, when she knew Luo Bing's true identity for the first time from the press conference, the whole person was stupid, but it was not his fault. Who knew that he had been with him and others for more than half a month? Money to Zhao. When my classmate is the superhero who saves the world, I'm afraid that will be the case. Even Professor Weir went straight to the hospital. Phi. Oh, God, it's really you. It's been a long time. Luo Bing, by the way, can you sign my autograph for me? Gwen instantly became a little fangirl, staring wide-eyed as she saw Idol look. No problem. But can I chat with another Miss Gwen first? I'm very interested in her story. Luo Bing said with a smirk. Another Gwen? Huh? What do you mean? Gwen looked at Luo Bing in confusion, as if he was still in the dark. She always thought that she was suddenly helped by a mysterious young lady, and then she had the same ability as Spider-Man. Let's just say, an old sister Goldfinger, right? It's me. I'm sorry, Gwen, I didn't confess to you for fear of scaring you before, Gwen's second personality said apologetically. Apologizing to myself, how the picture looks so weird. The current Otherworld Spider-Man Gwen is attached to Gwen in the present world, and the two share the same body, so they have been talking to themselves. Like schizophrenia. What's going on? Gwen himself was a little confused. She had absolutely no idea what was going on. Another Gwen? That is to say, with two myself? As a young literary woman with high IQ, Gwen instantly thinks of the parallel world theory, but isn't that just a guess made by Hugh Everett III? He assumed that the evolution of all isolated systems obeyed the Schrödinger equation, that the wave function would not collapse, but quantum measurements could only yield one result, that is, in a superposition state. Everett believes that there is a certain relationship between the measuring instrument and the state of the system under test, which is called the relative state. The universe is like an amoeba shape-shifting bug. When the electron passes through the double slit, the bug splits itself and reproduces into two almost identical shape-shifting bugs. The only difference is that one bug remembers that the electrons go left and the other remembers that the electrons go right. In this way, 827 Schrödinger's cat no longer has to be troubled by the problem of life and death, and the universe is split into two. One has a live cat and the other has a dead cat. Is this true? F. Judging by the current results, this is certainly true. No wonder. No wonder I always felt that the elf sister who was attached to me was very familiar and intimate, so she was another me. In other words, in another parallel world, he is actually the Spider-Man who saves the world. Cool. Gwen's eyes twinkled with stars. I don't know if it's the reason why the female Spider-Man is attached to her, but at the moment she seems to be developing in the direction of chatter. Is Spider-Man's gene a disease of speech tuberculosis? Cough cough, Luo Bing's light cough interrupted Gwen's reverie. So, another Miss Gwen, what happened in your world, and how did you come here? Luo Bing asked. Tony Stark's arrival may be a coincidence. However, Luo Bing conjectured that the reason was probably also influenced by the female spider. You're the Avenger, aren't you? 35. Sorry, there is no Avengers organization in my world, so I'm not very familiar with you, but it seems that you are trustworthy, Gwen said. Then, her body slowly became illusory, and then, another transparent female spider Gwen emerged from the real Gwen's body. Her body is like an unstable holographic projection. Unlike Gwen's immaturity in this world, Spider-Girl Gwen is more mature and sensual after taking off her mask. Blonde hair like waterfall, very bright. I don't have much time to exist, so most of the time I can only rely on me in this world. In fact, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what was going on. I only remember that Jean was at the time, and turned on the super collider, and here I am. Actually, I just learned. The The world's gold has been imprisoned by you, so far I can't find a way to go back. However, the method must still be with Jean Bing. When the passage is opened, Jean Bing in my world must also be involved in this world, said the female Spider Gwen in a white Spider-Man battle suit quickly. Super Collider? What the hell is that? Luo Bing frowned. The technological development of Otherworld exceeded his expectations. In my world, Kim Bing's wife and children died in an accident, so he made a machine that crosses parallel spaces through Dr. Octopus, but the people of Otherworld will be like me, Bifa, no matter where they are. Gradually weakened and finally faded away. So I guess he should integrate the two worlds. We have to stop him, because then there will be a part of the world he doesn't need to be destroyed, Gwen said seriously. Luo Bing listened and frowned. Integrate two worlds, which sounds like a fantasy. Does Jean from another parallel world have the ability to do this? What role is Dr. Octopus? Can an octopus be a doctor too? It's just crazy. However, to Luo Bing's surprise, more and more crazy things followed. Brother Luo. It's like this. I found a pig at home, Parker called and said in a weird tone. A pig? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Is a pig very rare? Tell me when you find dinosaurs, busy. Saying that, Luo Bing impatiently wanted to cut off the contact. No, wait, Brother Luo. That pig is wearing a Spider-Man battlesuit. 35 Parker shouted loudly. Luo Bing. What's the meaning? A pig in a Spider-Man battlesuit? Spider-Man? However, before Luo Bing could recover, another news came from Thor. Brother-in-law, an unknown creature was found on the 469th Street. It is suspected to be an alien creature. It has a very strong armor, which is even more exaggerated than Stark. Wait, this red and blue color matching. Steel Spider-Man. Thor bewildered, he looked at the cute armor in front of him. Spotted black and white Spider-Man on 221 Street. Yes, he calls himself Spider-Man, but his style, well, I won't judge. Luo Bing, you'd better come and see. Steve was helpless. Look at the black and white spider hanging in front of him. His whole person is black and white, like a cartoon character without color filling. And here, a wild black and red Spider-Man. He is so different from Parker's style. This guy feels evil to me. There is constantly news coming. Luo Bing's mouth twitched. Hempeg. What the hell is going on here? Do you really want to play mahjong? Hey, big brother Luo. This is so cool. I think the idea of Spider-Man family can really be realized. Haha. Parker looked at the pig in front of him excitedly. Duh. While it hurts that a pig can be a Spider-Man, he's excited to hear more and more Spider-Man reports beyond that. Hum hum hum, cartoon Spider-Ham pulled out a toy hammer from his pocket that was bigger than his body and knocked Parker unconscious. Half an hour later, inside the Avengers building. Watching Parker with a big bag on his head and other Spider-Man beckoning to roar cheerfully, Luo Bing's most troublesome thing has come. Let the spiders gather. But it seems that things are not going in the direction Luo Bing expected. The other Spider-Man don't seem to be as talkative as Peter at all, or at least there are people. Pig, not. A humming pig. And the black and white Spider-Man, who is not very talkative, always gives a "I'm cool." The pig looked like it came out of a cartoon. This is so weird. There really are cartoon planes in parallel universes? And there is also a black and white plane. According to the picture described by the black and white Spider-Man, I heard that everything on the Earth where he is located is black and white, from the Dark Age when spies swarmed. From the point of view of dressing, it has the texture of a Killer 007. In addition to the female Spider-Man Gwen, there are also two Shadow Spider-Man and the Spider-Girl from the Future Universe 14512, who also has a robot spider assistant. The strange thing is that all of them have been bitten by mutant spiders. Even if the girl Spider-Man has not been bitten, she is still related to spiders. It's so lively. Tony, too, was no longer lonely and watched these scenes with interest. This is really a rare picture in the universe. As for Tony in the present world, although he really wanted to participate in this meeting, Luo Bing rejected him. He had to prepare his own wedding, and marriage should not be taken lightly. Moreover, one Tony was enough. They had the same genius brain anyway. Brother-in-law, I brought you the person you asked for. Thor fell from the sky, clutching the collar of a giant in his hand. I have to say, Jean Bing's clothes are really good quality. Thor took him all the way to the lunatic asylum and flew all the way around. At the moment, Jean Bing was speechless. He didn't know where he provoked the Avengers again. Originally, he had a good time in the lunatic asylum. Rebels. God, he hasn't been in trouble lately. Jean Bing, let everything return to normal. Put away your dream of destroying the world. Spider-Woman Gwen shouted angrily. Kim and. What am I doing? Why am I trying to destroy the world again? Am I sick of my brain? Don't think of me as one of those Hydra lunatics. Moreover, even with that heart, I don't have that ability either. Humph. Jean Bing snorted coldly and turned his head. He didn't bother to explain to a little girl. As for false accusations? He doesn't care at all. Anyway, he has been reduced to this point. Except for his wife and children, there is nothing in this world that he can care about. He has the right to visit relatives only if he behaves well. Calm down. This is the golden man of my world, not the person you imagined. In terms of ability to do things, he is far from being able to do things, Luo Bing explained. The reason why Jean Bing came here is to see if Jean Bing from Spider-Woman world is attached to him, and the second is that he knows himself best. Looking for someone to end this mess. Well, it seems to be a little different. How does he have a metal arm? Is it the product of Dr. Octopus? The 99 female spider looked curiously at the honest Jean Bien in front of her. This is so funny. I didn't expect that the Underground Emperor would have such a poor day. Cough cough. Luo Bing interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Kim Bing's metal arm was made by him. As for Dr. Octopus, after researching and reading materials and searching, at present, the existence of this person has not been found in this world. If you called me here to humiliate me, please kill me as soon as possible, or just kill me. Jean Bing clenched his fists tightly. When had he suffered such humiliation? Don't get excited. This time I'm looking for you for help. If you behave well, it can be counted as a crime and meritorious service. I will let someone give you some privileges in the lunatic asylum, Luo Bing said. What do you need me to do? Jean asked bluntly without any nonsense. As a prisoner, he is very self-aware. If he can make himself better, no matter what he does, he will not miss this opportunity. Let me make a long story short. There is an evil criminal in a parallel universe similar to this world. Let's call it a criminal, and that's you, Kim Bing, or another Kim Bing. Now, he is trying to integrate two parallel universes. As for the reason, because his wife and child in that world died unexpectedly, so he wants to find a replacement in this universe. Do you understand what I mean? 9. For flowers 0. What? Jean Bing frowned deeply. No, I'll never let him get away with it. Vanessa and Richard are mine. Kim Bing's eyes flashed with anger. Sure enough, the same Kim Bing has the same love for family and is equally crazy. You have to let me go. That lunatic will go after them. I have to stop this. Jean Tian yelled. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to protect it. The question now is, think about it. If you are that Jean Bing, or no, you are Jean Bing, forget it. If it's you, where will you hide at this time? 27 Luo Bing asked. You have to let me meet my Vanessa and Richard. No. Kim and yelled, seeming to have lost his mind. In the face of family love, he is crazy and desperate. Especially after he learned of another Jean Bing's ideas and plans, he was completely confused. Know yourself best. Luo Bing was right. And it is because of this that Jean Bing is so afraid. He knows what kind of person he is, and he knows even more if he really goes crazy, what a terrible threat it will be. Like a thorn in a thorn. Luo Bing's beast instinct instantly had a premonition, and at the same time, the Spider-Man in the conference room jumped up one by one, their hairs standing on their heads. Boom! Intense flames exploded in the Avengers Tower. Crazy laughter constantly spreads through the broadcast system. Avengers Building. That's the safest place in the world. But now, the dust from the Big Bang obscured everything. That frenzied flame, tragic roar, and raging burning sound, constantly declares to mankind. The underworld emperor in the underground came back. At the same time, it is also announced that this quiet and peaceful time is once again destroyed. No, this was not done by Kim and alone. This is the evil villain from all parallel worlds. If the Spider-Man gathered at the moment were the same, the villains of the parallel world also enthusiastically came to this world, and what happened? Thor waved the smoke and dust in front of him with his arms and rushed out with a meow hammer in an instant. There was chaos as far as the eye could see, and many ordinary people in the Avengers building were covered by everyone, and the casualties were heavy. Damn, where did they take this place? Thor was very angry and rushed towards the source of the explosion. It is still uncertain where the source of the explosion is because the explosion of the Avengers building has been spreading from the 15th floor. On the 26th floor. That must be a pretty scary bomb. The entire Avengers building was crumbling. This is simply breaking ground on Tai Sui's head. Luo Bing cursed inwardly. This unexpected explosion made him very annoyed. After he did not find the target after the spatial perception investigation, the whole person instantly entered the time and space. A golden illusory clock appeared in front of Luo Bing. Back off. 827, 5 minutes ago. Zizi. Time began to warp, the smoke cleared, and the Avengers building returned to normal. Hum hum hum. Spider-Man was still talking to the Spider-Man, but Luo Bing disappeared in place in an instant. The spatial perception was released, and he carefully checked every square floor of the Avengers building. No target found. No target found. Damn it. If there is no target, how did the explosion come? Could it have been placed before? Concealed bombs of unknown shape are too difficult to find compared to live observable targets. Because it is a dead object, Luo Bing's spatial perception cannot detect dead objects acutely, and even more so without knowing what it looks like. So, for now, we can only wait until it explodes again. Just inside the room, the explosion was too sudden to determine the source of the explosion. Now that Luo Bing is directly floating on the periphery of the Avengers building, everything is naturally much simpler. Whoosh! Thor carried Jean and flew over, landed on a balcony, and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Don't be noisy. Luo Bing did not explain much, and focused on observing the Avengers building in front of him. Ding ding ding. When he hit the step-by-step investigation to the 19th floor, the faint timing sound passed to his ears. Immediately after that, Beast's instinct once again gave a warning of danger. The Avengers building once again burst into bright fireworks. And Luo Bing also immediately identified the source of the explosion. I didn't expect that such a small device could actually cause such a big explosion of equivalent size. It seems that the development of parallel world technology cannot be underestimated. Luo Bing thought to himself. He locked the source of the explosion a second before the explosion, and the same space perception also saw that explosive. It's an unremarkable device like the file size of a playing card. But the heat released when he exploded had the effect of 20 tons of TNT. Oh bye. The Avengers building is blown up. Brother-in-law, look at it. Thor roared, his expression exaggerated. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, ignoring this idiot in a certain way, and directly slid the time pointer here, and went back in time again. 5 minutes later, an explosive device of a playing card file size was sent into the SHILD laboratory. But now he has been silenced by Luo Bing's mute command and blocked with the power of space. It's a very delicate device. In fact, the explosive material in it is not something on the Earth. It is very destructive. At the same time, it is also equipped with an anti-heat metal detection device, which is an invisible killer. Tony too played with the explosives, with intense interest in his eyes. But how did this thing get in under our noses? There are spies in the Avengers Tower. Steve asked in confusion. After just experiencing the Hydra counterattack, everyone is very sensitive to the word spy. The only people outside the base today are these Spider-Man. Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked in a certain direction. Yes, we can't be sure that all Spider-Mans are good, there's just too much uncertainty. Hawkeye nodded, agreeing with Natasha Romanoff. Peter rubbed his face in annoyance. Luo Bing didn't say anything. From Beast's instinct, he didn't find the maliciousness of these outsiders, but this kind of thing may not be the case. As far as last time, one of the Hydra reporters did not exude maliciousness, and Beast's instinct would also a flawed day is not everything. Monitoring called out. Let's see first. Tony 2 pinched the monitor in front of the analyst. The blast happened at 7:23 and 15 seconds p.m. During the 3 hours of surveillance prior to that, no one had ever entered the 19th floor. The placement of the explosive device also cleverly avoided all surveillance and was in a surveillance blind spot. After repeatedly inspecting the surveillance for a day, everyone looked at Luo Bing with frowning. I didn't find any strange personnel. Strange. Could it be that the bomb was placed a few days ago? Steve frowned suspiciously. But the parallel space thing just happened today. It doesn't make sense. Or another Jinbian came to our world long ago and lurked. It's possible, maybe even crossing time when traveling through parallel spaces, Dr. Banner analyzed. Wait. JRVIS, set the video back to 3:12 p.m. Tony 2 suddenly realized something and said. Soon, the picture reversed again. I've been ignoring this before. It's very likely that the enemy is invisible. JRVIS, modulate the band wave to Mach 492 and play this picture with reverse color light. Tony 2 gave the order again. Okay, Mr. Stark, JRVIS replied respectfully. Immediately afterwards, an illusory light and shadow appeared in the monitoring of nothingness. Oh, it really is an invisible person. It seems to be a super ability person. Tony 2 looked at the white transparent figure in the surveillance and let out a sigh of relief. Is it invisible? It seems that the security system of JRVIS still has hidden dangers. Record this. Luo Bing frowned and gave an order. This is not the shape of Jean Bing. Who is this? Gwen leaned over, confused. I know. This guy is Mr. Invisible, my most hated opponent. I didn't expect. He also came to this world. 5.0 straight silent black and white, Spider-Man said. This bomb seems to be a product of our world, the Spider-Girl from the future universe said cautiously. With this kind of intelligence, why didn't you say it sooner? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Sorry, I didn't think about it that much before. However, from the current point of view, not only we have arrived in this world, but even the villains have mixed in. Black and white Spider-Man apologized in a low voice. This is also normal, since they can all come to this world by accident. It makes no sense that others can't. The situation has become complicated. Tony 2 held the back of his head with both hands and looked at Luo Bing helplessly. It's not complicated. It's just a little trouble. But this time, they really annoyed me, Luo Bing said. His eyes became serious. It is not the first time that the Avengers Tower has been destroyed. During the Great War of New York, it was demolished once because of the aftermath of the battle. But this time it's different. This is an explosion attack. This is an active provocation. There are nearly 1,000 ordinary people working in the Avengers building. This time, if Luo Bing was not there, the consequences would be unimaginable. And this time only at Avengers Tower. If it was at Tony's wedding, then Tony and Sky would be threatened with their lives without any protection. And Luo Bing. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Luo Bing walked to the landing pad alone and looked at the bright moon rising high in the sky. Silently opened the lucky halo. Inside an unassuming old pier warehouse in Queens. At this moment, the group of demons gathered here. Denguang Man, originally a circuit worker, later gained super ability because of electricity and became a supervillain who can control lightning. Green Goblin 14, Peter's friend in the parallel world, wearing green armor and a devil's helmet with yellow eyes, moves with a bat-shaped flight machine demon glider. In this world, this guy also caused some trouble for Peter, but in the end he became a normal person again. Dr. Octopus, for powerful electromechanical arms on her back. She is a highly intelligent mad scientist, female. Professor Lizard, the ability to do things is not inferior to Dr. Lizard in this world, half human and half reptile. Venom, Carnage, Contempt. 3 thoughtful extraterrestrial organisms, almost in liquid form, need to combine with a host to survive, usually human, which can give the host greater power and ability. In addition, there are nearly 20 or 30 villains such as Mr. Invisible, Demolition Wizard, Waterman, Desert Man, Mysterious Guest, and so on. Definitely, and a burly Kim Bing in a golden suit. Yo, the battle failed, I said that the Avengers are not easy to mess with? Slaying stretched out his lizard-like tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and drooled. It's just a simple attempt, there's no need to be Ian and young there, bug. The Invisible Man was wearing a special combat uniform, and at the moment he was in a very unpleasant mood. You dare to call me a bug? Do you want to know what your own tastes are? 35 Massacre became hideous in an instant. His red tentacles were about to move, and his blood-like skin color made him look terrifying at the moment. Do you want to fight with me? Come on. Mr. Invisible was not to be outdone, and was not afraid at all. Fight, fight. Haha, you two hurry up and fight, yo. Slaughter, remember to leave a head for me, That crunchy head is so delicious. Venom shouted arrogantly on the side. Shaw shaw. Sandman condensed the sand around him, as if looking at a group of people were also very upset. Stop, you idiots. Do you want civil unrest? Dr. Octopus's 4 mechanical arms fluttered, instantly grabbing the 4 who wanted to make trouble. You're just provocative? Slaughter's eyes instantly turned hideous, and he sneered at Dr. Octopus' tentacles. Enough, Jean said and stopped. What kind of thing are you? Dare to point fingers at this uncle. Venom broke free from Dr. Octopus' tentacles in an instant, and the whole person entered a combat-armed state and frantically looked at Jean Bing. If we say that superhero can integrate together instantly, then the supervillains don't get along so happily. After all, they are not afraid of the sky and the earth, not to mention their hot temper. They are relatively calm if they don't fight immediately. I said enough. Boom. The rock shattered, and the hard concrete floor was covered with gold, and a pair of fists smashed out huge amounts of small pits. Don't say I didn't remind you. Your lives are still in my hands. If you don't achieve your goals, you all have to die. Jean Chi sneered. He held the key to the parallel space. If he did not return to himself within the specified time, a world where everyone will gradually weaken and eventually die. Great. Is it my turn to die at last? Wow. People are so excited. Come on. Come on. Come and K me. A man in a red and blue tights twisted strangely wearing his own PP. There are 2 long swords behind him. Spider-Man? Why is there such a strange Spider-Man? The Scarlet Spider generation frowned suspiciously and looked at the guy. K Spider-Man. They're called Deadpool. It's your sweetie, and man, when it comes to Spider-Man, you seem to be the one, damn it. Are you mutated? How can you be so virtuous? Come on, did you get into a car accident when you were in a car accident? Great. How did you feel when you had a car accident? Did it hurt? It must be very painful, just like the first time in. The first time will be painful. This can't help but remind me of the first time I ed. ##*. Deadpool started his freestyle very quickly, constantly bursting out forbidden words, and his body was very supple, constantly twisting on his waist. It's kind of nauseating. You're so disgusting. You deserve to be a villain. I'm ashamed to be with you. Mysterio exaggeratedly spit out 827. Villain? Wait, I'm not a villain, I'm a superhero. Have you heard of X-Men? Haven't you heard of Task Force X? Oh my god, I'm a superhero that's upright, even though my squad the members are almost dead, but you have to admit, I am really a superhero who loves to learn and grow well. By the way, who are you all? 35. Wait, after a long time, you are all villains. Oh, God, are you going to play a big game now? I have already thought about the script. Deadpool versus Villain Alliance. Here we come. I'm ready now. Wash your pee-pee. I'm ready, Deadpool said, and started to warm up constantly, looking like a schoolboy radio gymnastics. Swish, a green tail swept over, and the spikes on it directly cut Deadpool in half. One died. This guy is so noisy. Dr. Lizard snorted coldly and patted the blood on his tail. Wow, you cheated. You haven't waited for me to be ready. I don't accept it. Come again. I'm going to K you. Deadpool, who was separated from the body, was still shouting, and you had to admire his tenacious vitality. God, isn't that exposed intestine really his? Why is he still alive? A group of people stared at Deadpool, who was still on the ground with his arms propped on his head and cursing. This guy's vitality was too tenacious. And full of foul language. Just this style. It's more villain than villain. If you say you're a superhero, who will believe it? Enough. We need to unite. Only in this way can we defeat the Avengers in this world. As you have all seen, they are really strong. If we don't join the group, we will eventually be defeated one by one. Mysterio is still reasonable, similarly. He is different from other villains. He does not rely on mutated bodies and super technology. His most powerful is to play with people's hearts. Acting and camouflage are his strongest weapons. Unity? Ha 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 ha. A group of people burst into laughter. They haven't heard such ridiculous words for a long time. Especially for their group of villains. What is unity? Is it edible? I'm sorry, I usually like to fight alone. I won't let you drag me down. Venom Sundra shook his tentacles and looked at Mysterio with disdain. In his opinion, the most useless guy in this group is this man in cool armor. The equipment is quite bluffing, and the combat power is basically zero. Might as well stare at the side. Cartoon tiger. That's right, it's the same rebellious, irritable one-eyed tiger from the cartoon plane. In fact, it's still a one-eyed tiger, the enemy of Spider-Man's life. Indeed, I can take care of those so-called Avengers alone. Unite. Work together? There is no need at all. Put away your stupid ideas. Disdain spat out a letter. Helpless. The rebels are always so arrogant and rude, and wanting them to work together is simply a fool's dream. Jean Bien frowned and looked at all this. From the information collected so far, the Avengers in this world are really powerful, and it is obvious that he cannot deal with it alone. But all superheroes have their own shortcomings. They are too virgin, too merciful. They will never let the lives of other ordinary human beings be neglected. With this weakness, even a powerful superhero, even a god, will fall. That's it. I don't think it's necessary for everyone to talk anymore. I'll take a step first. I will see how powerful the superhero in this world really is. Said Venom. Turn around and leave the warehouse. Wait, my brother. I'm going too. I suddenly don't want to be a superhero. I think it's better for me to betray. Take me. I'm going to blow up the Avengers. Deadpool used the newly grown baby calf lying on the ground. Boom. He fell to the ground, and the little pee-pee in vein was exposed in front of everyone. Group of people. Who can throw this unsightly guy out? Thank you, said Dr. Octopus, frowning, lest he get a needle eye. Bang, Sandman's gravity kicked the baby's leg directly on the ground. No thanks, I've already seen him upset, the murderer said coldly. Everyone rolled their eyes, ignoring the cruel words that Deadpool just released. Gosh, that kind of guy, it's better to stay away, what a shame. Everyone looked at Jean Bing, and Jean Bing took a look at the watch on his hand. There are still 3 days. Let me talk about the plan first. First of all, we need to build a big guy, and the materials need everyone's concerted efforts. As for the reward, without exciting bargaining chips, this group of rebels will not cooperate honestly. By threatening life alone, that would make things worse. Jean Bing knew this truth well, and gave a bargaining chip that everyone could not refuse. In this way, a preliminary rebel alliance was formed. Then, the villain gentlemen gathered together to discuss the plan to deal with the Avengers and the backbone of the Avengers, Robin. But, pity. 10 seconds after the rebel alliance was established, a meteorite that fell from the sky stopped all of this, bringing gunpowder smoke and leaving a deep, invisible crater. Cough cough. After the smoke clears. The rebel alliance killed and injured dozens of people. They were directly killed by meteorites that fell from the sky, and they didn't even leave their bodies behind. What's the matter? What's going on here, meteorite? F***K. How can you be so unlucky? Damn, who chose the address? A group of people started cursing again. Halfway through, Venom and Deadpool looked at each other. Dude, you have the same thoughts as me, right? Venom seemed to have returned to normal and quietly asked Deadpool beside him. What? Wait, you defected too? Well, we're the same. Sorry, I'm regenerating my brain right now, and it's a little confusing. Venom. The scene was a little embarrassing. Venom took it from the side, picked up a rag, motioned Deadpool to put it on. He was really not very civilized now, and then he coughed lightly. The black silk thread gradually receded, revealing the inside a young face. That's Eddie Bullock. Venom is my good partner. He is not the villain. The problem now is that there are too many rebellions in the parallel world here. We must tell the superhero this news. The situation is very serious. Eddie looked solemn. Look at the square that just came out. Undercover rebel? I love this character. It's just awesome. Money Zhao. Just then. Boom. A meteorite fell directly from the far port behind them. Huge amounts of shockwave rippled for kilometers, and even Venom and Deadpool were blown away by the force. What's the situation? A meteorite. They won't all die. Deadpool's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. Under the influence of shockwave, the rags he just put on were blown away again, revealing the PP of a 3-year-old child, which is very funny. On the landing stage of the Avengers Tower, Luo Bing turned off the lucky halo. Looking at the thick smoke billowing far away, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As a last resort, he really doesn't want to use this causal weapon. But so far, is it good? Avengers, assemble. 3 streams of light streak across the sky, targeting the place where the meteorite landed in Queens. That's Luo Bing and Thor and the new Quinqua fighter full of Avengers. Shichichi. Luo Bing landed in a messy place. At the moment, the smoke at the scene had not yet dissipated, and the fiery red meteorite was still emitting a considerable amount of heat. This is just an ordinary and unremarkable little planet of vibranium. That's right. Type particles have fallen from the sky, and what is a small vibranium planet in the sky? It's not surprising. What Luo Bing really cares about is not this little vibranium planet, but a few parallel world visitors lying on their backs in the crater with limited mobility. Among them, 4 lucky ones have already died. It is estimated that by next year, the grass on their graves will be 1 meter high, and the premise is that someone must erect a grave for them. There were 8 people who were still alive and whose limbs were still intact. They were strangely shaped and were quickly recognized by the Spider-Mans of the other world. However, unfortunately, it seems that there are still more than a dozen people who escaped the past while taking advantage of the thick smoke. Are you satisfied with my present? Luo Bing shrugged, looking at the pool of rotten flesh under his feet. His eyes glanced over and fell on the not-so-lucky slaughter. In general, half of the body of this family's 827 group has been crushed under the meteorite, but he is still stubbornly alive because his body is fluid, just like water. The reason why he stayed, really tried to wriggle the body, freeing the other half from under the meteorite, although it has been scorched and smelled by the surface temperature of the meteorite. Damn. I won't let you go. Just shouted at Luo Bing. His body quickly split into 7 or 8 parts and fled in all directions. Wanna go? Luo Bing shook his head, his body flickered in place for a moment, and then he put all the slaughter branches into glassware. It was so hard to escape right under his nose. What kind of means is this? Tony too looked eagerly at the vibranium meteorite in front of him, his surprise beyond words. He swallowed and looked at Luo Bing beside him. This guy usually hits people with meteorites? It's too scary. Brother Luo, 12 creatures from parallel worlds were found around, among which there are traces of fleeing towards the surroundings on the ground. Quicksilver has already chased, little Spider-Man ran over, Bifa, and reported. Well, very good, solve it quickly. Lock up these living guys and interrogate them properly. Luo Bing waved his hand and motioned Peter to step back. A tick for a tick. You bombed my Avengers Tower with a high-tech bomb. I attacked with a meteor, is it not too much? The poor rebels, who just came to this world and haven't gone out for a walk, were cleaned up with lightning speed. The weapon of causality is too terrifying. What's more, they gathered together to discuss ways and means to deal with Luo Bing. Isn't this a mess? Luo Bing's luck not only affects himself, but also brings bad luck to anyone who has bad thoughts on him. Found 2 guys in the distance. I caught them. Thor flew all the way, with Venom and Deadpool in his hands. Wait a minute. Misunderstanding. We're good people. Eddie yelled, as if trying to explain. However, due to the excitement, the Venom armor automatically covered his whole body. Oh, God, this reptilian virtue doesn't seem to have anything to do with good people. And there's the pervert on the side who doesn't wear pants. Would such a person be funny? All locked up, Luo Bing just glanced at it and then quickly made a decision. The Stark Disaster Management Company came right after, picking up the wreckage on the ground. Even the corpses were not spared, and they were all loaded into the armed escort vehicle. They are responsible for post-war cleanup and victim protection, and are a recently created department under the Avengers. It smells so bad. Quicksilver pinched his nose and quickly appeared in front of Luo Bing. I lost it, but I found this thing, he said, lifting a huge amount of mechanical octopus arm to Luo Bing. Put it away. Let's go here first today. Luo Bing nodded. Although he didn't wipe out the rebels from these parallel worlds, he was already satisfied. In just over half an hour, it is very good to be able to harvest so much. And they have also captured a lot of prisoners, and they should be able to get a lot of information from their mouths. Come on. Luo Bing shouted, and the Kunchi took off again. Only Thor was left at the scene to maintain the situation and cooperate with the post-disaster handling troops to prevent the enemy from returning. At 11 o'clock that night, the Avengers building was still brightly lit, and the interrogation and various matters were busy. No way. I really can't stand that guy named Deadpool. Let someone else interrogate him. Model worker Steve wanted to strike with a lifeless expression. No way. The stinky and talkative Deadpool is Steve's nemesis. He didn't ask anything, and he was so angry. As for that Eddie, he looks like a good guy, and I also found his template in this world. Coincidentally, he and Peter work in the same newspaper, Steve continued. If the intelligence he said is true, then there should be 9 guys from parallel universes left out now. Steve spread his hands, a little helpless. I see. Luo Bing nodded, looked at the pointer in the hall that was about to turn to 12 o'clock, and patted the captain's shoulder meaningfully. It's hard for you. As for that Deadpool. Sigh, let Peter go and interrogate him, Luo Bing said after thinking for a while. Peter? No, he can't. He's just a kid, and he doesn't know how to interrogate. Steve frowned. Maybe, but there are always exceptions. Talking tubers. You have to talk tuberculosis to deal with. Luo Bing reluctantly looked at Steve, who suddenly realized and smiled wryly. I see. I can really try it, haha. Immediately afterwards, he called Peter and gave him an extremely important task. Little Spider-Man is very happy and eager to try. Immediately after. Half an hour later, just before 12 o'clock, Luo Bing was waiting for the system to recover, and a message came to Luo Bing's ears. Deadpool and Spider-Man, the sworn swastika. I asked you to interrogate the suspect. You have reached a consensus with the enemy. What the hell is a sworn oath? Luo Bing clutched his heart and felt a little pain. It felt like he had raised a husky to look after the house, but he opened the door for a thief. By the way, this is the equipment that Deadpool carried with him. It seems to be a bit special. Tony, too, can't study it, Steve said and handed a belt-like device to Luo Bing. This thing. Luo Bing took a look at it and frowned. It seems to be related to space. It should be a teleportation device, Luo Bing said. He is very sensitive to things like space. After all, on Earth, no one knows space better than him. You try. Luo Bing called the belt and handed it to Steve. He himself had the ability to teleport, so he didn't need this thing at all. On the contrary, as a veteran Avenger, it's time for Steve to increase his means. And if the technology of this thing can be broken, then Tony will have to make a few copies of it, and it will be great if the manpower is standard. But this is just an idea. How it will be realized is still far away. Oh? Then I'll try. Steve put the belt on him with interest, then pressed the red button. Huh. Puff dot. A large amount of blood sprayed towards Luo Bing, which was blocked by the glass door that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. And Steve has long since separated. The body was in place, but the upper body teleported into the crack of the wall. Already dead. Uh. Luo Bing looked at this scene ashamed, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. What kind of rubbish equipment, broken items? Luo Bing was very troubled and hurriedly used the last gear of the day. Back in time. Luo Bing, bad news for you, Peter and Deadpool. Steve ran over with a black line on his face. I know, they've become brothers, right? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, and every time he went back in time, he always had this trouble. He had to do the same plot twice. Yeah, how did you know? Steve scratched his head suspiciously, then held out the belt in his hand. This thing. This is an instant-moving belt. It's a broken version. After using it, there is a chance that people's bodies will be separated. Luo Bing forced a smile and looked helplessly at the captain in front of him. So that's it, Roar. Luckily, we hadn't tried this gear before, otherwise it would have been bad. Steve took a deep breath from Roar, startled. Teleportation device sounds good, but it's an unstable bomb. Who dares to use it other than Deadpool, whose body is unharmed? Luo Bing coughed lightly, thinking that Captain, you have just tested it yourself, but Luo Bing would never say such a thing. Sorry, Captain, let you die once. But don't be sad, that guy Tony died too. Fortunately, Luo Bing still has one ability to roll back today, otherwise the captain might be a real GG. You have to keep your focus in the future. Not always so lucky. Luo Bing self-examined. The Avengers never died at the hands of the enemy, but he killed them twice. Cough cough. Fortunately, they don't know. Let's rest early, Steve. Don't worry about Deadpool. If you have any problems, let's solve it tomorrow. Luo Bing patted the captain on the shoulder and said softly. Okay, but before I go to bed, I have to deal with some food. You need to rest early. Luo Bing. Steve nodded to Luo Bing, obviously. As a model worker, he doesn't plan to fall asleep so early. He has 3 more prisoners to question. That's not an easy job. Luo Bing watched the team leader go and couldn't help feeling emotional. Look, this is the nightlife of a single dog. Luo Bing couldn't help sighing. Since Granny Carter held the funeral 2 days ago, Steve has devoted all his time to work. Maybe this is his way of venting. In fact, if it were someone else, he might have retired from the Avengers long ago. The captain is not strong, but he has a strong heart. Luo Bing regained his senses and looked up at the time. Tick. The hands are constantly turning, minute by minute. 12 midnight is coming. Luo Bing has been waiting for a full month. Lucky aura. On. System repaired successfully. Sign-in is complete. Today's ability upgrade has been delivered. Please enjoy it. The cold system notification sound echoed in his ears, but at the moment, Luo Bing felt it was so pleasant. I'm back, old man, still so old-fashioned. Okay, let's take a look at today's harvest. Introduction to the ability upgrade. You can upgrade everything you want to upgrade, whether it is items, abilities, creatures, parts, or life, only once a day. Comes with a pair of data eyes. The 2-word ability finally exploded. Really different. Luo Bing rubbed his eyes, and various information materials appeared in front of his eyes. That is the effect of the Eye of Data. As long as Luo Bing is in front of everything, he will get accurate data. Luo Bing glanced at the belt in his hand. A line of text appeared in front of him. B-level item, the broken version of the teleportation belt. Due to damage, there is uncertainty when using it. There is a chance that the corpse can be separated, whether to upgrade. Plus sign. Sure enough, as he had judged, the thing in front of him was a broken version. As for the plus sign at the back, maybe that's how the upgrade ability is used. But, once-a-day access? Luo Bing is not satisfied. Upgrade my upgrade ability. Ding. Upgrade ability, upgrade successful. Introduction. You can upgrade everything you want to upgrade, whether it is items, abilities, creatures, parts, or life, limited to 5 times a day. Comes with a pair of data eyes. Hey, it's still the same system. It still feels that way. It's still full of bugs. It's worthy of the monkey version system. Luo Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then he upgraded his upgrade skills again. Ding, limited to 10 times a day. Ding, limited to 100 times a day. Ding, System failure. Bug repairing. Ding. Upgrade is successful. Limited to 1,000 times per day. Luo Bing shrugged. The bug has been fixed? But 1,000 times a day, no matter how you look at it, it's enough. Thanks, bug, and... Luo Bing was refreshed, and then he started a crazy upgrade journey. S-level ability Beast Instinct, upgrade successfully, Instinct Strengthening, Foreseeing ability Strengthening, Passive Combat ability Strengthening. No wonder Beast's Instinct is so practical, it turned out to be an S-rank ability. Ding! Your Beast Instinct has been advanced to the SS level ability zone. The all-round status has been increased by 100%. The self-attack ability is enabled, and one click is the most perfect attack operation. Am I playing a game? What is the self-attack ability? Ability to take over body fights? Luo Bing ran a black line, and then clicked the plus sign of upgrade again. Ding! Your zone has been advanced to the SSS level ability Freedom Extreme Intention. Brief introduction to the ability. The free Supreme Intention skill relies on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, without the need for a little thinking in the brain, to maximize the speed of movement and ability to respond. The body and consciousness are separated, and the 827 of each part of the self can go beyond the instinct to perceive the surrounding danger. No longer need the brain to think first and then act. When you enter the free-spirited mode, your hair will turn into silver lines and your pupils will turn into silver. Luo Bing. Shit, wait. In active mode. Pit, my passive skills are gone? Luo Bing was dumbfounded. Isn't the ability to upgrade the more perfect it is? Why did his passive disappear? He also changed a 5-character ability? That's right. The 5-character ability symbolizes garbage here in Luo Bing. The fewer words, the more powerful is the truth. Luo Bing was speechless, and then he experimented and punched his stomach quickly. Boom! Luo Bing flew upside down, smashed the wall beside him, and stagnated in midair. It's not passive anymore. Luo Bing was literally moved to tears by his actions. Before, even if he punched himself with a fist, the other arm would instinctively block. And now, damn, passive gone. This means Luo Bing's defense ability drops a few levels. Damn, this is it. And the new supernatural power of the ultimate mind needs to be actively triggered to enter that state. But Luo Bing can't be open all day, there are always omissions. Can you still upgrade? Luo Bing looked at the ability speechlessly. Too bad, that trumped-up plus sign has been grayed out. What's the matter? All the Avengers who were not yet asleep, or were still working, ran over nervously, thinking it was a parallel world guy who fought back. It's okay. You guys go to sleep. I'll beat myself up. Luo Bing had a dark face and didn't want to explain. Huh? A group of people looked at Luo Bing strangely, their faces bewildered. What does it mean to beat yourself up? Brother, is there something wrong with you? Although everyone has this doubt in their hearts, but they're afraid and embarrassed to ask. Anyway, it's nothing. You all go to sleep. I'll go out for a walk. Luo Bing sighed, and he flew into the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. In just 1 minute, he broke away from the surface of the Earth and drifted in the universe, between the Earth and the Moon. It seems that in the future, when experimenting with new abilities, we will have to find a quiet environment like the universe. Luo Bing sighed. Although helpless, he accepted it. Before, he couldn't even commit suicide. At least now that he can easily commit suicide, isn't it gratifying to feel that this life is in his own hands? After rolling his eyes, Luo Bing continued to upgrade his abilities. This upgrade ability is really buggy. This means that all the abilities Luo Bing obtained before, whether it's garbage or BT abilities, will become more powerful. Definitely, Luo Bing doesn't dare to click on the upgrade for the few abilities that are easy to use at this stage. What if something goes wrong and you screw yourself up again? Before you are proficient, try the water with the garbage ability. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief and found a junk ability that had not been used for a long time. Prank painting skills of Naruto 7 when he was a child. Upgrade, 35. Ding. F-level ability, 7 Hokage's prank painting skills as a child was upgraded successfully. Ding. The D-level ability, Painter, has been successfully replaced. Ability Introduction. You're the Tang Bohu of the present world, Da Vinci. Immediately afterwards, a spree of basic knowledge about painting techniques and artistic conception was copied into Luo Bing's head. Luo Bing. Useless. Continued to upgrade. Ding. The sea-level ability Spiritual Flash has been successfully replaced. Introduction to ability. Your occasional inspirational creation is likely to be something that will happen in the future. Prophecy painting? Year Luo Bing rolled his eyes. It's a rubbish ability, and it's still repeated. A sea-level ability. It's really rubbish. Then upgrade. Ding. B-level ability, 7 Hokage's friend, Sakai's modern ninjutsu. Ability Introduction. You can use ink to draw insects and beasts and summon them to real battles. It's finally useful, but it has something to do with Naruto again. Luo Bing materialized paper and pen and randomly drew a spotted pig. A wisp of blue smoke, the spotted pig appeared, and then it was of no use. A scum with a combat power of only 5. If you are not satisfied, then upgrade. Ding. Writing spring and autumn with pen and ink, writing like a god. Ding. Ding. SSS level ability, Magic Pen Mal Yang has been delivered. Introduction to ability. Anything you draw can be transformed into real objects. Ability upgrade is capped. Finally, an ability similar to the realization of fantasy was given. What a repeat. Pit. I can imagine things that can be realized, but also use the painting to realize it? Isn't that dragging your pants and farting? Luo Bing continued with a black line on his face. It seems that not all abilities upgrade will become very powerful at the end. AJ. In fact, I can't say the same. It just didn't meet Luo Bing's psychological expectations. Abilities have thresholds. F-level garbage ability upgrade cannot become a god ability at the end. It's like quantitative change leads to qualitative change, but no matter what, he has a limit after all. Luo Bing stretched. So tired. Is tired. Immediately afterwards, he continued to upgrade his abilities. And this ability is his usual otherworld ability. Writing will I. Unlike most other powers with uncertainty, Sharon Yen has its own way to upgrade. 5.0. He has never changed. So, Luo Bing just needs to click the plus sign. Ding. Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing will I upgrade completed. Ding. SS Samsara I has been replaced. And many more? Damn, its name changed? Luo Bing's face is stunned. This is not right. Could it be that the writing wheel will become something else when it is advanced? No. I use the writing wheel very well. Don't change it for me. Luo Bing hurriedly conducted the experiment, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The situation is not what he imagined, but the next level of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing will I is the Reincarnation Eye. Moreover, he can switch between the two at will. The power of the eyes is also more powerful. Luo Bing put his heart down, put his heart on it, and pointed the writing will I to SSS. Ding. SSS 9 Go Jade Writing will I's replaced successfully. The Reincarnation Eye of Jaguyu, incomparably powerful pupil power, fills Luo Bing's brain. I feel like I'm going to explode. What's up with this unparalleled power? Damn, my body can't take it because the upgrade is too fast, right? Luo Bing clenched his fist. The feeling of explosion filled his whole body. He instantly acquired a power that he was not familiar with. This thing did not bring a manual. But there is always a strange feeling that Luo Bing seems to be connected with everything in the world. He subconsciously hooked his fingers, and a small planet around the moon flew over and smashed directly in his direction. Boom! The shockwave rippling, Luo Bing smashed the small planet of file size in 10 buildings with one fist, shook hands, and all the dust was thrown into the distance by a repulsive force. Repulsion and attraction. This seems to be a special function that comes with the Jogo Jade Samsara Eye. In addition, there may be other functions Luo Bing have not found yet. However, this has exceeded Luo Bing's expectations. It feels great. The unparalleled sense of power fills Luo Bing's heart. From today, there is no longer any uncertainty in hitting people with meteorites. Can be included in one of the conventional means. His little heart swelled slightly, and it seemed that the evil thoughts of the Samsara Eye were also affecting his brain. No, Too strong power is really hard to control. I don't know if my Wushou immortal body can be upgraded. Luo Bing calmed down and looked inwardly at his body. Unscaled immortal body, level SSS, cannot be upgraded. Huh? Luo Bing frowned. Is this level already full? But why can he still feel that his body is still getting stronger day by day in daily life? What does this mean? The body is still getting stronger, but it shows that it cannot be upgraded. Is it because the Wushou immortal body has reached the peak of evolution? Now what he lacks is the experience bar instead of a large level of advancement. Luo Bing frowned, and then he looked at his other abilities. Fantasy Embodiment, level SSS. Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, level SSS. Professor Deuce Teleportation, rank S. Strong Person Identification Technique, level SSS. Prophecy Dream, level SSS. Batman's Friend Xiaoshan's Speed Force, level SSS. Luo Bing discovered a pattern. It seems that the abilities obtained after turning on the Lucky Halo are all SSS full level. Oh right. After all, the Lucky Halo is too bad, and the ones given are naturally the best. Therefore, except for some rubbish things, there is no possibility of his ability being upgraded. At least not now. But what can I do if the ability of garbage is upgraded? Except for the CPU that accounts for the brain. Professor Du's teleportation ability can still be upgraded. Although this ability also exploded when the Triple Luck Aura was activated, the system was bugged by him that day, and the Luck of a Day could only explode with one SSS level, so the latter two levels are also much weaker. Pity. Luo Bing originally wanted to upgrade his lucky skills. If nothing else, it's just the blessing of the white predecessor. That thing has to be upgraded again. How scary is that? But for now, he can't do it. However, upgrading skills is not so simple. He can upgrade not only Luo Bing's original abilities, but also everything Luo Bing wants to upgrade. For example, upgrade Sky's Nana? Wait, if you upgrade humans, will it increase their lifespan? Or awakening some special physique? Test this later. From now on, the eye of data that comes with him is also very useful. It is also very fast and effective to identify some unknown items. Although, sometimes it's a bit of a hassle. Just like now, when Luo Bing put his eyes on his hands, a string of text messages was prompted. The hands of the Avenger Luo Bing, made of immortal body, very durable, SSS level items. Luo Bing, 35. I am not an object. How should this thing be turned off? It's not passive. Luo Bing rubbed his brows and felt a little speechless. It's not enough to just improve. You also have to master the ability you have in front of you. He also has too many pupil techniques, such as the Powerhouse Identification Technique, the Eye of Data, and the Eye of Reincarnation. It's also cumbersome to switch between. In general, Luo Bing is still improperly operated and has a strange ability, but the research on his own ability is not thorough. Do not care. Upgrade the teleport move first. Luo Bing's intentions. Ding. Ding. SSS level has taught the template to be replaced. Now you have all the abilities taught by Du, but there is no weakness. Luo Bing's head sank again, as if he was hit hard. A lot of knowledge and understanding were transferred to his consciousness. Buzz. Luo Bing entered a special field. In this field, time stopped. This is a new ability? It used to teach not only the ability of space, but also the ability of part-time. Luo Bing looked at his hands in surprise. Everything around them stood still. What's even more exaggerated is that Luo Bing's space ability, which can only be transmitted between solar systems, seems to have also gained an exaggerated huge increase. In addition, his 5 senses have increased exponentially once again, and his vision in normal state has also become more acute. I can teleport directly to God's domain? The 7 branches of the world tree are very far apart. Even the spaceship 827 will take decades to fly. In the past, Luo Bing had to travel through the interlayer space of hell if he wanted to go to the realm of the gods. Now, he only needs one. Thoughts can only cross this long distance. Really exaggerated. In order to test, Luo Bing's mind moved and disappeared directly in place. After he left, the time in this area returned to normal rotation again. In the picturesque divine realm, a tall statue stands on the spot. Not Odin, not Thor, not Loki. Rather, Nemesis Hela. The ghost knows what she's been doing these days. Didn't you see Thor living on Earth all the time? Luo Bing landed on top of the statue, and the long-distance crossing made him a little sluggish, but he quickly returned to normal with the blessing of a bottle of blue medicine. SSS level Paradise MP Pharmacy. Haha. The upgraded version is very different. Maybe now I can try to get the resurrection potion out of the poison milk powder? But that thing, can it really work? Can it be realized? Luo Bing shook his head. It seems that Samsara also has a means of resurrection, but all this has to wait for him to try slowly in the future. Now, don't rush. No matter who's calling the shots here now, it's time to borrow the Infinity Gauntlet template from the warehouse. Infinity Gauntlet forged with the excellent technology of the dwarf family. In the mouth of Tony in another world, Thanos used this thing to wear 6 infinite gems, snapped his fingers lightly, and the creatures in the universe disappeared. And Odin also had a dream of collecting infinite gems to unify the universe when he was young. Although the infinite gems in his warehouse are fake, the glove is really genuine. It would take a lot of money and time to reforge this thing. Instead of leaving it grayed out in the warehouse, it's better to borrow it and use it yourself. At least with this thing, he will be more comfortable using the power of gems. Don't be so careful. Luo Bing jumped off the statue and looked at everything in front of him strangely. He already found out. Time stopped again. Damn, how do I get it back up and running? How to control? There is very little wind in Asgard, where the sun shines every day like a fairyland. This is a wonderland. There were only a dozen or so pedestrians on the street with dull eyes. Their bodies stopped in place, and even the cranes on the side were still in the air. Very subtle picture. But this is limited by distance. At least at this moment, Earth's time, which is light years away from Luo Bing, is still running normally. It's too sad to not be able to use your abilities as you like. Just like now, Luo Bing is the only one in Asgard that maintains normal operation, and everything else seems to have crashed. Right? For them, time stands still. So, it doesn't feel different at all. Time is really a BUG ability. In this way, I can directly fix the enemy in place and slap him every day to kill someone. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. But that's just a joke. Maintaining time still consumes his own physical strength. The stronger the opponent and the bigger the space, the more stamina is required. Just like now, after lasting for a minute, the time-refined area gradually shrank and finally stopped at a distance of 100 meters. A purple figure flew in the direction of Luo Bing. It was Hela in armor. She sensed the anomaly from a distance. Asgard had outsiders entering, and that was the good perception she developed in Hell. Only, she flew 100 meters above Luo Bing and stopped. Luo Bing raised his head and glanced at Hela. His physical strength was running out frantically, and trying to stop such a formidable opponent seemed to consume even more in his eyes. "Stop for me," Luo Bing shouted speechlessly. In an instant, the time prison disappeared without a trace. Seems to be supporting his inner decision. I have already touched that feeling, and I need more practice. Luo Bing thought to himself. Hela also flew to his side. "Why are you here? Why are you here?" The woman asked a lot of questions as soon as she opened her mouth, with a look of resentment on her face, as if she was angry. Hela, Odin's eldest daughter, the former ruler of the 5,000 Valkyrie, is cruel by nature, murders like numbness, brackets. She seems angry now, but she is actually very happy inside. The Eye of Data is back. But how can you still detect interactivity? You are a real cow. I'm definitely here to see you, by the way, Mr. Odin. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment and replied unnaturally. The relationship between the two is too complicated. And, after getting out of the bad state of hell, I always feel a little embarrassed. After all, there is no sun in hell, and no light can be seen. Are you really here to see me? Hela glanced at Luo Bing with disbelief. Then, she turned around and sneered. As for that dead old man, I have already exiled to hell by me. By the way, didn't you see him when you came? Is he dead? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Pit father. After he came back, he threw his own father into hell? $300. Luo Bing does not comment on this family matter. He did not return to Asgard through hell, nor did he see Odin. Hela was also locked in hell for thousands of years, In general, it's karma. However, with her temperament, Luo Bing was very surprised that she didn't have her own father. It looks like she has changed a lot. At least it's human now. Come with me, Hela said, walking forward, and the Asgard soldier on the side looked at it in awe, and quickly turned his eyes away again. It seems Hela is a tyrant. Where to? Luo Bing asked with a frown. Go to the bedroom, Hela definitely returned. Why are you going to the bedroom? Luo Bing asked subconsciously. Hela nodded. Luo Bing, 66.99. He understood instantly. No, he must not have understood it before. But now he understands it instantly. Suffered. I've completely changed myself. Don't make trouble, I still have something to do today, Luo Bing said with a dark face. What's the matter? Earth time is still night, it's time to go to bed, Hela smiled and looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing, 6. What she said seemed to make sense. The next day, during the day on Earth, Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building with the Infinity Gauntlet. Morning, boss. Nothing happened yesterday. I heard them say you went crazy last night. Tony stayed in the Avengers building early in the morning, and at noon this afternoon, he had a press conference announcing his wedding. The day has long been set, and although the matter of the guests from Otherworld at the moment has not been resolved, Money Zhao, it cannot be delayed any longer. It's okay. I had a fight with someone. I won't tell you the details. By the way, I took this thing back from the enemy, Luo Bing said, raising the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. From Thanos. Tony too ran over, shocked. Could it be that the Thanos of this world has been disposed of? So fast? Fi? No, another opponent. Luo Bing coughed awkwardly, and the conversation stopped there. Thor, who heard the news, touched his chin and was a little puzzled. This thing looks familiar. Shouldn't it be my own? Quickly install it. Try installing infinite gems, Tony #1 excitedly urged Luo Bing. A group of people who heard the news also immediately gathered around. Infinity Gauntlet. I've been hearing about this for a long time, and finally I saw it with my own eyes. How was the universe born? The universe was formed by a Big Bang about 13.7 billion years ago. The matter and energy stored in the universe are gathered together and concentrated into a very small volume, with extremely high temperature and high density, and a huge pressure is instantly generated. After that, a Big Bang occurred. They call it quantum physics. The Big Bang scattered matter, the cosmic space continued to expand, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Later, all galaxies, fixed stars, planets, and even life appeared in the universe one after another. And the Big Bang is just the premise of the birth of the universe. After the Big Bang, the will of the universe was awakened, and he used his supreme power to support the framework of the universe. However, the framework alone is definitely not enough. Therefore, the will of the universe created the titans and gods to help him build the world, and then he fell asleep, and there was a problem in his sleep. The sleeping cosmic will radiates its own thinking, but at this time the universe begins to have creatures. Each creature has its own emotions. The cosmic will inevitably mixed with some negative emotions, and then in its own actualization ability. It was born. A dark side, Nemesis. This dark side has half the power of the will of the universe. As soon as it was born, it slaughtered the titans at work. Fortunately, the goddess of death sounded the death knell in time to wake up the will of the universe. However, in the face of an opponent with the same energy as its own, the will of the universe also there is no way. After all, the energy is the same. The battle between the two destroyed all the crystals created by the Titan god 827 Ming, which can be described as tragic. In the end, the will of the universe, relying on its own understanding of the universe, forcibly dispersed the power of the Nemesis at the cost of being decomposed, too. After the Nemesis was decomposed, the power could not be absorbed by the will of the universe again because of its negative power. In desperation, The will of the universe divided the power of the nemesis into 6 parts and evolved into 6 infinite gems over time. Time, space, reality, soul, mind, power, so to speak. If you can get these 6 infinite gems at the same time, then this person is equivalent to half the universe. This is a legend in the legend. As long as someone can gather 6 infinite gems, they can use other powers of the level universe. At that time, he only needs to snap his fingers, then he can accomplish whatever he wants to accomplish. The snap of fingers is just a general description. In fact, after wearing 6 infinite gems, the user will become an omniscient and omnipotent being. The will of the universe has disintegrated, and the person wearing 6 infinite gems will be the only in the universe. As long as he wants to do it, whether it is destroying the universe or recreating the universe, everything depends on his will. This is the legend of infinite gems in the universe. Once, this legend attracted a large number of adventurers to follow wildly to find it. It is a pity that hundreds of millions of years have passed, and those adventurers have all returned without success and finally dispelled this absurd dream. Nowadays, the universe is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more legends circulating. It's a question that those ancient mythological histories, to this day, still have some credibility. But I learned from Tony too that the legend about infinite gems is true and reliable, and Thanos, who has collected all 6 gems, does have the right to control the fate of the whole universe. He just snapped his fingers lightly, and half of the life in the universe disappeared. Just didn't know the guy got sick and destroyed infinite gems himself with infinite gems. To be honest, Luo Bing could not imitate this kind of artistic move. And now he has collected 4 infinite gems. Only, there are only 2. Bring it on, give it a try, urged a group of people beside them, their eyes looking at the infinity gauntlet with a bit of scorching heat. Luo Bing nodded and put the quaint golden infinity gauntlet on his right hand. The fake gem on it had already been deducted by him, and he threw it into the shui space. With the technology of the dwarf family, the originally large gloves fit perfectly with every inch of Luo Bing's skin and were very firm. It is very difficult to think, before to unplug. The first is the space gem. Luo Bing took out the tesseract from the open shui space and then exerted force. The tesseract doesn't move. The guy's case is nearly indestructible. It is very difficult to open by brute force alone. A little embarrassed, Luo Bing coughed, the whole body's divine power working. Crack. A clearly visible crack appeared on the surface of the tesseract. Immediately afterwards, the tesseract wrapped in the space gem disappeared in front of everyone with a gleaming gleam like flying ash. A pure dark blue unruly gem appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Luo Bing squeezed lightly with his right hand. The dark blue gem exuded a dazzling light, and everyone who stabbed them subconsciously blocked their eyes with their arms. But this process is only for a moment. Soon, it calmed down and lay obediently in the hand of the roadside. But don't be deceived by this seemingly docile little guy. In fact, its docile surface hides unparalleled power. It can easily open the portal, allowing the user to travel across the universe. Its power can make people instantly ashes. It can force open wormholes, that is, dimensional shuttles, very easily. Its isotopes are the components of all of Iron Man's armor energy sources, the arc reactor. It can distort space, imprisoning objects in space and unable to move. It can manipulate objects in space and attack the enemy as the user's weapon. It can even create small black holes. In fact, the reason why it is so docile gives Luo Bing the feeling that the gem originally wanted to integrate together. That's right. It seems to have a faint consciousness of its own. Ding! The space gem is embedded in Luo Bing's index finger bone. The gems seem to have their own order. The sudden vibe blows away the books in the room, and the space gem emits a dazzling light, which finally dims. In an instant, Luo Bing understood all the ways of using the space gem, and his perception of space reached an unstoppable height. It's as if the whole person has been sublimated. Next, he repeated this feeling 3 times, and even Dr. Strange temporarily removed his Ayavaga motto. How do you feel? A group of people asked eagerly. Luo Bing clenched his fist, and the 4 gems glowed brightly. He glanced at Tony 2 on the side, and the reality gem and space gem on the infinity gauntlet lit up together. A ray of light instantly enveloped Tony TWO's whole body, and his whole body became staring down, no longer repelled by the universe. I seem to have some power, but I can't tell, but what is certain is that the troubles in the parallel world can be solved, Luo Bing said with a smile. The light on Tony 2 lasted for about 3 seconds, and then gradually disappeared. He looked at his hands in disbelief. I can't tell exactly what has changed, but I feel that everything is different. It seems that the 2G network has been switched to 5G fiber all at once, and the world in his eyes has become more real. In fact, it is a problem of integration. Now Tony 2 has truly integrated into this world and has been accepted by the real universe. Cool, I have a question. If getting 6 infinite gems together is really omnipotent, can a snap of your fingers create a stone that can't be lifted by the power of 6 gems? Peter didn't know where to hear at the news, ran over, enthusiastically raised his hand to send out his own questions. A group of people looked at him speechlessly. It's just that you have a lot of shit and you are bored, right? Go. Chat with Deadpool. Where are the remaining 2 gems? You should be clear, right? Luo Bing looked at Tony 2 and asked. Tony 2 hesitated, then nodded. If it is calculated at this time, the power gem should be kept by the Star-Lord in the headquarters of the Nova Corps of Xander, but soon, Thanos will bloody Xander and grab it. Gem. Also, Soul Gem stays on Vormer, but if you want to get that gem, you have to pass the test of the caretaker, but I don't know what kind of test it is, Tony 2 said. Then, he called up JRVS, spread out the cosmic star map, and marked the locations of 2 other infinite gems. Nova Corps? Luo Bing frowned. At the moment Phil Coulson is still on that planet, and if Thanos is going to invade that planet, it looks like he'll have to go. But he wasn't in a hurry about that. For Luo Bing, who is now assigned 4 infinite gems, going to Nova Corps is just a matter of opening a wormhole door. Even without the space gem, Luo Bing originally could reach Nova Corps very quickly. The main problem now is the other world guests in this world. The reality gem radiated a bright light, and soon Luo Bing locked onto a creature that did not belong to this reality. Then, the space gem lit up again, and a group of confused figures were all teleported to the Avengers building, and their faces seemed to be hesitant and confused. That's Kim and the gang. Poor children, what have happened to them since they came to this world? The plan was not well equipped, and it was attacked by a meteorite that fell from the sky. Immediately after, a few escaped by chance and were pulled over by a snap of their fingers. Infinite gems, really scary. Especially the power of reality gem. Its power is really exaggerated. It can turn all reality into illusory, and can turn all illusory into reality. Repeatedly upside down. This is... Jean and 2 looked around vigilantly, looking at the Avengers who were watching them, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his back. What happened? What's the situation? Just now, they were still discussing the difficult situation in a gloomy basement, but why did they come here all of a sudden? Can anyone give me an explanation? Hey, troublemaker, good morning, Luo Bing called Roar, not too enthusiastic. Jean and... This kind of operation, even the Avengers on the side were stunned. What happened? Just simple, easy? Afterwards, they had to sigh at the horror of infinite gems, which was something that went against common sense. So unscientific. What are these people going to do? Steve asked subconsciously. The main reason is that now whether it is an insane asylum or a prison, all that should be filled are already filled. And you criminals of the other world, imprisoned in this world, don't look very suitable. In the eyes of the Avengers, this group of people is already a group of captives, although they do not have any shackles and restraints on their bodies. Ask for flowers, 0. But there seems to be no difference. The 4 gems on the Infinity Gauntlet provide Luo Bing with unlimited power over time, reality, space, and mind, but for parallel worlds, sorry, that doesn't seem to be within the purview of infinite gems. That's 2 different things. At least with the power of 4 infinite gems, it is impossible to pass through another parallel space. I really don't know how the black technology of Dr. Octopus does all this. So, isn't it Jean? From the captives caught last night, you seem to want to make a big guy. I heard that you are worried about the material. Luo Bing smiled. Well, there are a lot of materials here. Hurry up and do it. Luo Bing spread his hands, listening to Jean Bing and his group with a puzzled expression. You. What does it mean? What the hell are you doing with the expression on your face? We are rivals. Bastards. Don't need your help. Damn. Who do you look down on? I see. Let them build that machine and send us back? But how are you going to make sure they don't play around with it? Tony too asked hesitantly. Luo Bing shrugged, and the light of Mind Gem flashed past. Jean Bing and his group, who had been aggressive, shrank in an instant, and their pupils turned golden yellow. Okay, Master, a group of otherworld criminals bowed their heads honestly, willing to be toolmen. This is the power of Mind Gem. Tony too was dumbfounded, but he forgot about it. When this thing was in the hands of Loki, it also controlled some people, but in the hands of Thanos, it did not play the effect of Mind Gem. Right? I heard that he was the last to get the Mind Gem, so maybe he won't be able to use it at all by then. But this ability to control people's hearts is really weird. Especially when mounted on the Infinity Gauntlet, it is much more powerful than the Loki Scepter. Each of the 6 infinite gems represents a powerful direction of power. And Mind Gem is even weirder and more powerful. It seems that in Tonatuo's world, this gem has a living human being. Driven by Mind Gem, Jean Bing and the others did not have any resistance at all. They were controlled by the power of the gem and obediently turned into puppets. This is awesome. Hawkeye watched in horror. He has been controlled by this thing before. The feeling of being controlled is not pleasant, and it will not affect the IQ and scheming of the accused, but can stimulate their potential to some extent. Allows the accused person to be more focused when performing tasks. In the past, when the Mind Gem was embedded on the scepter, it required physical contact to capture the hearts of the people, but now it is only necessary to clench the fist and stimulate the power of the gem to control the person. 827 from a distance. This is obviously a big change from before, at least the way of hitting has become more bizarre. At least it was possible to dodge before. But now, how to hide? In fact, Mind Gem has a usage distance, but only Luo Bing knows this. And this thing, Luo Bing took out Deadpool's teleport belt from the Shui space, and then threw it to Tony too. Tony has a bunch of stuff to do right now, launches, weddings, but it's okay. There are 2 Tonys in this world right now. I have already upgraded him, and I will transmit the production principles and process to you later, and the duplication and copying will be handed over to you. As for the materials, don't worry, I have everything here, Luo Bing said with a smile. This thing, have you upgraded? And have the knowledge of crafting. How did you do it? Tony too looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. Is he also a scientist? Well, the upgrade uses other methods. As for the production process, I just took the time to take a look across it, and then I saw the scene when it was born. Luo Bing shrugged. Strange on the side covered his face helplessly when he heard this. Cheating. It turned out to be Time Gem's ability. Just taking a look at the production process across time will not affect the original history, so it's okay. Even if something happened, maybe it was just a small problem in front of Senior Luo. Strange shrugged. He is not as tried as Ancient One magician. He has his own judgment on some issues that violate the holy place regulations. Luo Bing stepped forward, put his index finger on Tony Two's forehead, and some of the images he saw turned into memory data and transmitted to Tony Two's mind. After bringing 4 infinite gems, Luo Bing seems to have unlocked a lot of tricks. Ability reserves in all aspects are even better. Well, I should understand, but the key part of production requires a raw material called space stone, which seems to be very rare in the universe. Can you get it? Tony too asked suspiciously. Hey, buddy, you don't know about Big Brother Luo's collection ability first. Tony 1 walked over, patted Tony 2 on the shoulder, smiled meaningfully, and then looked at Luo Bing expectantly. That's pretty clear. The technology of teleporting mobile devices. I also want. Luo Bing was helpless and performed the same operation on Tony again, and then drove him away impatiently. Get ready for your launch. Don't worry about the material, space gem, right? How much? Luo Bing asked. Not much, just 3 carats. 3 carats can provide the most basic 1,000 teleport energy for the belt. I checked carefully and the remaining space gem on this belt is only 0.8 carats, Tony 2 replied. I heard from the captain that you are establishing diplomatic relations with Nova Corps now. Maybe we can inquire if there is a space gem there, and the power gem is also there. Tonituo's suggestion is very strong, and Nova Corps may really have a space gem there. But obviously Luo Bing's way of obtaining materials is not so difficult. Don't be so troublesome, Luo Bing said and made a tribute table. Then he took out an ashtray, 3 cigarettes, lit it with a hammer, and then put his hands together. I want a small planet composed of space gems. Yang Kui's prayer records this. The blessing of Miss Luck began to communicate. Senior White's smile delivered the courier a minute later on time. 3 times the lucky halo is turned on at the same time, which is extremely terrifying. Boom! A meteorite with a radius of 100 meters fell from the sky and smashed straight towards the Avengers building. However, before it landed, Luo Bing waved his hand towards the sky, and Shui space opened a crack in nothingness, instantly sending the meteorite in midair to the sky. Swallowed. Luo Bing opened the door of Shui space by his side, and easily cut out a small piece of space gem with a space cutter, handed it to Tony 2, and asked softly, "Look if it is this thing." Tony 2. Steve. A kind of Avengers onlookers. Spider-Man from Otherworld. Everyone fell into contemplation collectively, and after a while, Peter couldn't help scratching his head. Brother Luo, did you just shop online? Luo Bing glared at him. Peter stopped talking for a moment and secretly memorized Luo Bing's operation process just now, ready to try it himself later. This looks like a space gem. But isn't this thing very rare? 39 foot. And how did he just appear on the Earth? Does it mean that he has been floating around the Earth all the time? Then he was summoned by you. Tony 2 couldn't understand why. He wanted to ask too many questions. About this. I didn't know much about it before, but after wearing the space gem, I seem to understand that in 5.0, this guy should have been in a very far place and passed through a few wormholes. It should be 5 times, and then coincidentally fell over the Earth. Luo Bing returned. That's such a coincidence. Tony 2's stomach full of complaints was abruptly suppressed. There are so many flaws, I really don't know where to start. No wonder the Earth in this world is so powerful. With such a bug-like master, it's too much to think about being strong. Originally, Tony 2 still despised himself in this world in his heart. Calling him big guy or boss at every turn is simply too cheap, not his style at all. But now, he understands. The big guy is bullshit. At the moment, Tony 2 has a headache for Thanos of this world. You are so sad. At noon that day, Luo Bing realized the identities of otherworld visitors one by one. Without the power of the reality gem and space gem, they can only be carried in this world for a week, and then they will gradually disappear. That is the real disappearance, not returning to his original world. Luo Bing of at the moment is very clear about this. There was too much knowledge in his brain out of thin air, and he also had an unfathomable understanding of the universe and rules. At the moment when he was worthy of 4 infinite gems, the incomparably powerful knowledge of the universe was instilled in his mind. There are even some delusions of being all-knowing and omnipotent. That feeling is expansive, just like drugs. However, Luo Bing's self-control ability is not ordinary. His innocent immortal body is also immune to all negative interference. Therefore, although the negative energy emanating from infinite gems can make him feel it, it will not really be effective for him. At 2 p.m., Luo Bing took time to go to the parliament, where he accepted the status of the honorary ball captain. This process was very brief, only wasting 10 minutes of his time. The members of the assembly seemed to understand it very well, each of which was awkward, but they had to continue to maintain various matters for the next whole night. The toolman Jean and the team are working hard. It's hard to imagine a bunch of mad scientists, evil rebels who don't eat or sleep like they're doing a great job of honor. Oh my god. That was so professional. It even surpassed Captain Steve, a model worker. What a lovely group of rebels. Look at the way they work hard. I like this kind of employee who helps the boss make money the most. Luo Bing spread his hands. He and Steve stood outside the fully closed glass window, facing the people in the room. Kim and the team gave a thumbs up of praise. Why did you take off the Infinity Gauntlet? Isn't that feeling of omniscience and omnipotence? The captain asked curiously. For anyone, I'm afraid it's impossible to resist the sense of abundance brought by that kind of knowledge and power. Not even Steve himself could vouch for it. That kind of feeling is very good, but I always feel a little low. Don't you think that style is very dirty? It's like a nouveau riche, Luo Bing asked rhetorically. Okay, don't quite understand your aesthetics, Steve blushed. It's mainly because it doesn't match the color of my battlesuit. I think after Tony's wedding is over, I have to ask him to design a golden battlesuit for me so that it will look better. Luo Bing revealed that he exploited Tony. Stark smile. The captain rolled his eyes and smiled wryly. By the way, Captain, do you want to become stronger? Luo Bing suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Definitely. Only when you become stronger can you have the ability to protect more people. I always take you as my goal, but the stronger you are, the heavier the burden you have on your shoulders. I think you know better than I do. Steve smiled and continued to look at the window. We are all working hard. Luo Bing was also a little embarrassed. By the way, is the itinerary finalized, and when are you going to look for the other 2 gems? Steve asked. Wait after Tony's wedding. I won't be absent from that guy's wedding. How about you? How is your relationship with Tony recently? Luo Bing frowned and asked back. I transferred Bucky to Wakanda, and as for Tony, I'll take Bucky and apologize to him. I've already missed a dance. Won't miss a brother again. The captain's eyes are deep, and his vision seems to be looking into the distance through the window. There is no sadness or joy on his face, but some traces of the passing of the years, that is, nostalgia. I heard that she later married an anonymous man, don't you mind? Luo Bing said. The woman he was talking about was exactly the Agent Carter, the captain's first love 70 years ago. Steve shook his head and said nothing. He knew in his heart that he was sorry for her. As for the incognito man, he didn't hold grudges, but envied him for being with Carter all his life. For Steve, justice is his principle and Carter is his dream. Luo Bing didn't speak, but he knew more. The moment he brought the 4 gems, he knew a lot of hidden things in the world. But on this point, Luo Bing is still unable to talk to the captain. Hey, did you know? The man you envy is you. I'll give you a present when you are on your 100th birthday, Luo Bing said, smiling mysteriously, and tapped the upgrade button on Steve's body. Ding! A-level super soldier bloodline has been upgraded. S-class Wolverine bloodline has been replaced successfully. The captain was stunned for a moment, and the whole person passed out on the ground. Unlike Luo Bing has upgraded too many abilities and just feels a little uncomfortable, and the captain. I'm afraid 840 is afraid that he will sleep for a day or 2. Luo Bing smiled and walked out of the room. Outside the door, a young and handsome man has been waiting for him for a long time. Hi, Steve, Luo Bing called out to the man. Hi, Luo Bing. The man smiled. The 2 of them stretched out their right hands at the same time and held them tightly together. How do you feel? Luo Bing asked. Thank you for your birthday gift. I have no regrets in my life. The man said, turning his head to look at himself and smiling. What a lucky kid. In this troubled world, I met Luo Bing, a friend. His 70 years of being frozen have become warm again. The 2 chatted and reminisced. After a while, the man left. 3 bone spurs stretched out from the back of his hand and slid down the hard walls of the Avengers building. Below that, there is a quaint old-fashioned foreign car waiting for him. A young woman was sitting in the car. That's Agent Carter. At the moment, Luo Bing looked over. Carter's agent smiled sensually and blew a kiss toward the top floor. It was a grateful kiss.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.